Chapter 76, Rich Fortunes Come from the Sky. After Shen Fei left the practice room, he sat down on a chair. While drinking the orange-flavored tea that Huang Zitong had just soaked, he looked at the information in the evolutionary certificate. Tisk tisk, double happiness is coming. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. After his hard practice, the 8 desert swords was completely completed, which was a joy. In addition, Shen Fei's crystal nuclear life crystal nuclear hung in the evolutionary certificate private mall a few days ago has officially exceeded the 10 billion imperial currency mark, which is the second good thing. The breakthrough of 8 desolations was expected by Shen Fei from the beginning. After all, it was not in vain for his much understanding. But the value of the crystal core is indeed a big surprise. Since Shen Fei hanged it in a private mall, there have been constant quotes. In just over half a day, the quotes have soared from 1 billion to 8 billion. At that time, Shen Fei was simply frightened. The 8 billion imperial coins are simply an unimaginable astronomical figure for Shen Fei. Shen Fei couldn't believe it was true at first, so he went to the evolutionary school to ask if the knowledge teacher Xiaoyu taught them was fake. Xiaoyu said at the beginning that the actual price of precious items exchanged with source quality is usually far greater than the value of source quality required for exchange. Shen Fei has verified this on the Shiwen stone. 30G source quality, which is the origin stone exchanged for 30 million imperial coins, was sold for a total of 150 million imperial coins. But the origin stone is still normal, and the price has only increased by 5 times. And what about the crystal nucleus of crystal nucleus life? Shortly after it was opened to the private mall, the price soared to 8 billion imperial coins, which was 40 times more than the exchange value. This is absolutely abnormal. Unfortunately, Teacher Xiaoyu is just the artificial intelligence of the third evolutionary school after all, and the knowledge authority in the empire is not high, so she was unable to answer Shen Fei's questions. In the end, Shen Fei could only attribute this to the empire. Judging from the information Xia Qiang mentioned, the world of crisis of changes is a virtual world that the empire intends to prepare for geniuses. Since it is the virtual world that the empire deliberately prepared for geniuses, it must be different from the ordinary virtual world, and it is normal to have some special features. Moreover, judging from the effect of the crystal core itself, its value is indeed impossible to be low. Not to mention that it can be used as the energy core of the 5th level evolver of the new moon. Shen Fei does not know much about the 5th level of the new moon, nor does he know the specific value of this energy core. However, Shen Fei personally tested that the crystal nucleus of crystal nucleus life can greatly increase the chances of the 2nd level evolutionists of the new moon level breaking through the sun realm. From the crescent moon realm to the dark realm, there is probably a gap of nearly 100 times the physical strength alone. Even the dark realm, which is broken through the 2nd level of the new moon, can be said to be very strong. It can almost create a crystal core in the sun realm. No matter how you think about it, its value cannot be low. In this way, the price of crystal cores can reach hundreds of billions, which is not incomprehensible. Of course, what is the reason for is actually no longer important. What is important is that Shen Fei deeply realized the value of this crystal core. So, Shen Fei sat firmly on the Diaotai and watched many buyers bid. Today, the value of Crystal Nucleus Life Crystal Nucleus has finally exceeded the 10 billion mark. Looking at this point, it can continue to rise. Shen Fei, a greedy expression appeared on his face. Rise. It's soaring. He will not sell it until it reaches its limit. After a few more days, the value of the Crystal Core Life and Crystal Core was finally frozen on the 103 billion imperial coins. The buyer was a man named Huang Dongsheng. Because it involves tens of billions of transactions, the transaction process this time is quite cumbersome. However, after multiple verifications, Shen Fei quickly sent the Crystal Core Life Crystal Core through special channels, and he also obtained 10.3 billion imperial coins. Crazy, it's crazy. Shen Fei looked at the imperial coin lying in his account. He was completely confused. He had to think about how to spend this money. Just when Shen Fei was still immersed in the surprise of wealth from the sky, in a starry sky that was extremely far away from the solar system, a pitch-black shuttle-shaped warship came here in a flash. In the main control room of the battleship, two men were arguing fiercely. That is the only descendant of the general. We have worked hard to find it. Now you tell me that he is missing in the virtual realm? Tell me not to worry, but how can I not worry? I said, I'm trying to find a way. I'll find a way to find it, and I'll drive your warship and continue wandering in the universe. Mengguanyi's mane is in the air and the sky comet. That's the hinterland of the empire. How do you ask me to go? Go to die? Have you forgotten our identity? Just a remote planet, the power placed there is very little. You said it's easy, but I can't bet with the few sparks of the Free Alliance. Farting is because of your weakness that causes all this. Just as the two were arguing, suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in front of one of the sturdy men. He glanced at the message on it, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. There is a clue. Someone sold a crystal core of Crystal Core Life in a private mall of evolutionary certification. The strong man said in a deep voice. Crystal Nucleus Life is very rare. It has not been confirmed whether they exist in our universe yet. The crystal nucleus circulating outside comes from the virtual realm, and is definitely very rare. At this time, someone happens to sell it, and it is likely that it comes from that virtual realm world. So, this person who sells crystal cores has also entered that virtual world? Could he know the whereabouts of that child? Another person immediately reacted. Yes. The strong man nodded slightly. What are you waiting for? Why don't you take action immediately? You are still so anxious. Do you know where that person is? He is in the Jupiter system. The strong man snorted coldly. Do you want me to rush over directly? Jupiter system. The other person's face changed slightly. What should I do? He asked. Our people have bought this crystal core. Although the seller's identity information is confidential, we can also lock in a rough range through the delivery point. Those who can enter the virtual world are basically newcomers, and it is still very hopeful to check their identity. The strong man said in a deep voice. In Jupiter, there are our people lurking, and I will let them act. Then I'll wait for good news." The other man didn't say much, and he turned around and walked out of the main control room. Watching the man's back as he left, the strong man never said anything, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Free Alliance? That's all over." The strong man spoke to himself softly. Chapter 77 Goodbye Enling. In Shenshui City, the Third Evolutionary School. In a quiet office, Shen Fei sat cross-legged there. In front of him was a strong man statue that looked like a savage from ancient times. The statue exuded a strange charm, which made Shen Fei's eyes deeply immersed in it. Shen Fei stared at the statue motionlessly, and next to a table not far away, Enling was quietly flipping through a book. At this time, it was more than 20 days since Shen Fei returned from the world of Crisis of Changes. Enling, who had disappeared for more than a month, finally returned to the Third Evolutionary School. Shen Fei, who had been holding it in for several days, learned about this and naturally immediately came to Enling. He also got his wish and saw the statue of the waste god again. A month later, Shen Fei's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, but Enling has not changed significantly. She is still wearing a white dress and her hair is simply tied behind her head, looking simple and beautiful. As time passed by little, Shen Fei had been watching the statue of the wilderness god this time, much longer than the last time. When the artificial sun in Shenshui City was about to go out, Shen Fei finally made a move. In an instant, Enling's eyes also left the book, and she looked at Shen Fei who had already stood up. "Teacher Enling, I'm in trouble again this time." Shen Fei hurriedly thanked. Although he didn't feel the passage of time, the sky outside clearly told him that the time was delayed. This time must have been a lot of time. "No trouble." Enling asked, "What did you realize this time?" "I understand everything from the internal cycle of Article 10 to the internal cycle of Article 36. Shen Fei pondered. There is also a very strange sword technique called the Wilderness God Sword. Wild God Sword? Enling suddenly had a look of surprise on his face when he heard this. "Have you achieved success in 8 Desolations?" Enling asked immediately. "I just finished it a few days ago." Shen Fei naturally didn't hide it, and he nodded directly. In less than 50 days, Enling silently calculated in her heart, and she found that she still underestimated Shen Fei. A school of ordinary evolutionists, a former inconspicuous student, is fine with good evolutionary talent, but he actually has such insight? It's very good. Enling nodded. The Wild God Sword is the most contained in this statue of the Wild God. The last set of sword techniques does not focus on moves but on the intention of the sword. If you can practice it, it will be no difficulty to reach the 4th level of the new moon in the future, and there is even a glimmer of hope to reach the 5th level of the new moon. There is a glimmer of hope to reach the 5th level of the crescent moon by practicing this last set of swordsmanship. Shen Fei asked in surprise, "Teacher Enling, is it difficult to reach the 5th level of the crescent moon?" It's very difficult. Only one of the 4th level of the 100,000 new moons will be in the 5th level of the new moon. Enling sighed, "I tried it before, but unfortunately I failed." Well. When Shen Fei heard this, he was shocked. The day Enling killed Yu Liang, she showed her ability to fly. She must be in the Sun realm, which means that Enling is the Sun realm that breaks through the 4th level of the new moon. It's really terrifying. Enling didn't say anything more. She opened the drawer next to her and took out a token that Shen Fei looked familiar from it. The token is pure white and looks made of metal. Shen Fei thought for a moment and immediately remembered that when Yu Liang was killed by Enling, most of the items on Yu Liang's body turned into ashes, but the only Shiwen stone and this token survived. About 10 years ago, a mysterious organization called Dark Star appeared in the Empire. Enling said. They have a huge amount of resources and have been expanding from the moment they were born. A large number of geniuses and ambitious people have joined them. No one knows the purpose of Dark Star, but the joiners can indeed gain a lot of benefits from it. Dark Star has also cultivated a large number of powerful forces intentionally or unintentionally. The symbol of Dark Star members is this token. Shen Fei listened, but he didn't feel much in his heart. No matter how mysterious it is just hiding in the dark, and the Empire is the real behemoth. Teacher Enling, is Yu Liang a member of this organization? Shen Fei asked strangely. Didn't they say that they have rich resources? Yu Liang is still taking such a big risk to grab the Shiwen stone. It takes a test to join this organization. Yu Liang is not an official member yet, and Shiwen Shi is likely to be his test. Enling said. I will tell you this, first, to remind people who are cute and be careful, and secondly, don't join them easily, even if they give them great benefits. Yes, yes. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. Although he was chopping people up in the virtual realm, he was only alive in reality and he would definitely not be able to do anything. If you can be stable, you will be stable. This is a matter of principle. Enling didn't say anything more, and she quickly issued an order to expel guests, indicating that Shen Fei could leave. However, Shen Fei did not rush to leave, but took out a key from his body. Teacher Enling, this is my little intention. Shen Fei put the key on Enling's table. Seeing this, Enling didn't say anything, but just frowned slightly. Seeing this, Shen Fei immediately explained. If it weren't for Mr. Enling, you took action last time, the consequences would be unimaginable. I see that Mr. Enling, you usually lack a transportation tool, so I bought an aircraft and then it stopped in the martial arts training field of our god transporter lineage. Aircraft. Enling was a little surprised when she heard this. She got up and walked to the window and looked out. Sure enough, she saw a brand new aircraft parked on the edge of the martial arts field. The aircraft is triangular, with silver-white body, and a glittering surface, which looks very beautiful. This aircraft is not cheap, right? Enling looked at Shen Fei with a very strange look. It can only fly within the planet, which is fine. Shen Fei didn't say much. In fact, ordinary private aircraft are only worth millions of imperial coins. However, the aircraft purchased by Shen Fei spent 150 million imperial coins, which is a real luxury. However, Shen Fei made a fortune after all, and he was indeed grateful to Enling. The last time Yu Liang's incident was just an excuse, mainly because the transformation of the waste god was indeed a huge help to Shen Fei. For example, in the world of Crisis of Changes, if there were no the transformation of the waste god, Shen Fei only practiced the evolution method of the true Yuan Shat, which simply increased attack power. How could he kill Limus so easily? It can even be said that without the transformation of the waste god, Shen Fei would almost never have been able to kill Lims. Therefore, after getting rich, Shen Fei immediately thought of thanking Enling. Although this aircraft is not cheap, it is not too much burden for Shen Fei, who has made a fortune, so he will naturally not hesitate. Do you think I don't know anything? Enling suddenly said. This is a god of the god aircraft made entirely from krypton alloy. Although it cannot be used for interstellar travel, it can fly casually in a planetary system. This aircraft is worth at least 100 million imperial coins. Teacher Onling still understands this. Shen Fei was surprised. He saw Enling several times. The other party was either practicing or reading books, and he didn't seem to be someone who likes to pay attention to these things. However, Enling did not answer Shen Fei's question, and she immediately said, "If you can take out so much money at once, you may have gained a big harvest in the virtual world, but you must understand that such gains are not available every time, but when you enter the virtual world, you will always face danger, and the risk of death will always be with you, so you need enough savings to deal with these risks." Do you know the repair potion? Enling asked suddenly. I know, I heard that the cheapest one is worth more than 1 billion, Shen Fei nodded. Yes, even if a newcomer in the virtual realm wants to regain his qualification to enter the virtual realm after death, he will have to spend more than 1 billion to purchase repair potions. Enling said immediately. And you are now at the second level of the new moon, and can help you recover the repair potion that is qualified to enter the virtual realm is definitely more than 3 billion imperial coins. 3 billion. Shen Fei looked shocked. So, the money he has in his hands is enough for him to die 3 times? If he included the crystal core of the crystal core that had not been sold yet, could he die 6 or 7 times? Horrible, so terrifying. At this time, Enling saw that Shen Fei showed shock on her face, and she nodded with satisfaction. You understand the seriousness of the matter now, right? Enling said. What I want to remind you is that if you have money, you must save it, otherwise you will know it will be too late when you use it. Speaking of this, Enling couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It would be great that she had understood this principle. Shen Fei didn't notice Enling's abnormality. He just nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, Teacher Enling, I understand. Chapter 78 A Familiar Scene. In the end, Shen Fei humbly accepted Enling's teachings, but Shen Fei still sent the aircraft. I have bought it all, what should I do if I don't give it away? Do you eat ashes when you drive home? Shen Fei was not qualified to fly an aircraft, and he didn't have time to take the exam for a while, so he could only eat dust when driving home. When Shen Fei left the evolutionary school, it was already completely dark. Huang Zitong promised to wait for me, why is there no one? Shen Fei searched around at the school gate but couldn't find anyone, and he didn't respond to the message he sent to the other party. Shen Fei felt something was wrong. The air around is terrible. Shen Fei suddenly realized that a familiar feeling was coming. The next moment, Shen Fei suddenly heard footsteps appearing in the alley on one side, and then two figures walked out of the alley. "You are Shen Fei?" a voice sounded, and soon, a middle-aged man who looked very ordinary turned out of the alley. The man held the hostage in one hand and an energy gun in the other, which was pressing against the hostage's head. The identity of the hostage is undoubtedly Huang Zitong, who just lost contact. Huang Zitong's mentality was broken at this time, but unfortunately her mouth was blocked, so she could only express her mood at this moment by constantly whimpering. "Shen Fei? Who are you? What do you want to do?" Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly at the middle-aged man. Could it be that he is from the virtual realm again? But it is impossible. This time he entered the virtual realm world, and he was walking alone. Except for Xia Qiang and a few virtual realm law enforcement officers, others didn't even know his name, let alone his identity. The law enforcement officer in the virtual realm is unlikely to come and trouble Shen Fei. Is it Xia Qiang who is messing with me? Shen Fei immediately suspected Xia Qiang. Although Shen Fei's subconscious feeling was unlikely, Xia Qiang was now the only person who doubted him. Of course, this situation obviously does not allow Shen Fei to think too much. The middle-aged man did not hesitate at all. He shouted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, I am in my hands. If I don't want her head to bloom, just do what I said." Okay, what do you have to ask?" Shen Fei quickly spoke and stabilized the man. The other party's origin is unknown, so Shen Fei is not good at acting rashly. Delay time. The best situation is that An Linzhen discovers something wrong here again and arrives in time. "I want to know all the things you have done and all the people you have met in the virtual world you have entered this time." The man said his request, and he shouted coldly. "Don't try to lie. I have a lie detector on my body, and it's easy to tell if what you're telling the truth." "What I did in the virtual realm? You are just a kidnapper for this. Do you know what you are doing?" Shen Fei was a little confused. He thought this guy was here to rob money, but that was the end? It would be barely understandable if this person did such a behavior for the crystal core worth tens of billions of crystal core life, but it would be outrageous just to know what Shen Fei did in the virtual realm. "I know better than you, hurry up," the middle-aged man urged again. "Oh well." Shen Fei nodded and agreed. Shen Fei did not do anything extra in the world of Crisis of Changes this time, but the highlight was a constant chopping of people. As soon as he entered, he cut off 2 sons of Lims, then killed Lims building, and then assassinated him. Then he cooperated with Xia Qian to kill people, and finally killed Lims. After all, he just said what happened, and did not involve Shen Fei's own secret. He didn't have much concern. He told the truth. Moreover, in order to delay time, he said it in detail. Is this actually the case in the virtual world? The middle-aged man's throat moved uncontrollably. He felt a little suspicious of life at this time. Although Shen Fei killed most of the killings were aliens, he could only sound bloody. It is completely inconsistent with his imagination of the virtual realm. Shen Fei's eyes suddenly condensed. This person seems to have no understanding of the virtual realm. Also, I haven't seen Teacher Enling after waiting for so long. It seems that she didn't notice the situation here this time. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. He understood that he could only rely on himself next. I have said everything I should say, it's time to release someone, right? Shen Fei asked. That's of course, I'll keep my word. The middle-aged man said, his face suddenly becoming ferocious. At this moment, he was going to pull the trigger of the energy gun. However, almost at the same time. Call. Shen Fei instantly appeared beside the man and slapped the other person in the head. Bang! With a dull sound, the middle-aged man's head suddenly turned 360 degrees and died field. It's really weak. Shen Fei looked at the middle-aged man who fell down in an instant, but he was not surprised. After his observation, Shen Fei found that this man was probably not even an evolver. Not only did he know very little about the virtual world, but his movements and behaviors were also a little stiff. Shen Fei can also have the power of attribute bonus in reality, and his speed under normal circumstances is also quite terrifying. Once he explodes, it is not something that ordinary people can react to. Shen Fei quickly helped Huang Zitong untie the rope that tied her. Perhaps it was the second time that he was kidnapped. This time, Huang Zitong was far from being as panicked as last time. She had no extreme reaction, but her face turned slightly pale. Shen Fei, this person. Huang Zitong leaned against Shen Fei and glanced at the middle-aged man lying on the ground with his eyes. Although students from evolutionary school have killed many people in virtual simulators, this is the first time Huang Zitong has seen dead people in reality. Yu Liang turned into dust last time. He's dead. Shen Fei said in a deep voice, I will tell the law enforcement officers about what's going on here soon, just tell the truth later. Shen Fei instructed Huang Zitong that although he had just exploded with a terrifying speed, Huang Zitong could not tell what level of speed it was. Moreover, with Shen Fei's current strength at the second level of the new moon, it is not difficult to understand that he killed a guy who is not even an evolver by surprise. However, just when Shen Fei wanted to say something, suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Drop, drop, drop. Shen Fei vaguely heard some subtle sounds, which were very weak. Even if Shen Fei had nearly 20 times the physical bonus at this moment, he could barely hear them. This sound seemed to come from a middle-aged man who had fallen to the ground. Shen Fei subconsciously glanced at the other party's corpse. The next moment, he felt as if he had thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Shen Fei did not hesitate at all. He picked up Huang Zitong and ran towards the distance with a swish. And at the same time, a terrifying white light suddenly appeared. Boom! The white light swept across everything around, and the many brick and stone walls around it suddenly turned into ashes. The white light expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it expanded dozens of meters away, and it was still expanding rapidly. But at this moment, boom! A thick blue light column suddenly fell from the sky, instantly forming a blue shield, covering the white light. Is this the explosion-proof system of Shen Shuacheng? Shen Fei turned his head and looked at the blue shield, and felt relieved in his heart. In the Empire, residential cities like Ganshuacheng generally have explosion-proof systems, and any large-scale explosion will be detected as soon as possible, while suppressing the explosion scale. However, Shen Fei's ease did not last long. He looked down at Huang Zitong, who was brought out by him, and his expression changed instantly. The light generated by the explosion contained extremely terrifying high temperatures. Shen Fei had a strong physique and attribute bonus. The average high temperature naturally could not do anything to him, but Huang Zitong was just there. Chapter 79 Spy. Shen Shuacheng, Central Hospital. Shen Fei was sitting in a wide corridor, looking at the door of the treatment room not far away, with a complex look on his face. Although Huang Zitong is about to graduate from the evolutionary school, her physique is not much better than that of ordinary people. Although such an ordinary physique is burned by high temperatures of hundreds of thousands or even millions of degrees, it is only a moment, but the consequences can be imagined. It was not a problem of roasting, but the whole body became coke from head to toe. The picture was simply impossible to look directly at. This is not the virtual world, everything is false. Not a stranger either. No matter how bad Huang Zitong has, she is closely related to Shen Fei. Shen Fei watched Huang Zitong become like that with his own eyes, and naturally he could not feel anything in his heart. Who is it so crazy? Shen Fei frowned. He was so inexplicable about the incident this time. Shen Fei hasn't figured out what the situation is. He has no place to say anything when he is angry, and he doesn't even know who to look for. Shen Fei didn't wait too long. Soon, the door of the treatment room was opened, and then a woman who looked slightly fat and had a quiet smile on her face walked out. Seeing that person, Shen Fei immediately stood up and met him. Dr. Qin, how is it? Shen Fei asked quickly. Ms. Wang's surface injury is nothing, the key is here. Dr. Qin pointed to his head. What's the meaning? Shen Fei was slightly stunned. The skin and flesh on the surface of his body were charred, nothing? Mr. Shen, let me answer this question for you. Suddenly, a phantom appeared next to it. The phantom was a beautiful woman in a nurse's outfit. She was the artificial intelligence of the Shen Shuacheng Central Hospital, named Starlight, which is similar to Xiaoyu. Okay, tell me. Shen Fei nodded. Mr. Shen Fei, because the deposit you paid in advance is very sufficient, we have invited Dr. Qin, one of the best in the entire Ganshui city, to treat Miss Huang. Xing Guang said, and she looked at Dr. Qin next to her. Just a false reputation. Dr. Qin smiled slightly. Dr. Qin is a very powerful evolutionist. She belongs to the life lineage. Her powerful evolutionary ability and superb medical skills, physical injuries are almost impossible for Dr. Qin to cure them. Although Miss Huang Zitong, who you sent, has been charred on a large area of skin and even flesh, is nothing to Dr. Qin, and can easily recover. Xinguang said. Bian reached out and waved his hand in front. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in front of the three of them. In the virtual screen, it was Huang Zitong lying on the hospital bed. She could not see the tragic appearance before at this time. Her hair had grown back and her skin became smooth and tender. Except for her pale lips, it was impossible to see that she had almost been burned to ashes before. It's really recovered. Shen Fei was both surprised and happy. It seemed that Dr. Qin was really not a false reputation. He also underestimated the strength of the central hospital. He had been worrying for so long before. Mr. Shen, don't be too happy too early. Xinguang said again. Although Dr. Qin can easily cure most physical injuries, there is no way to deal with many symptoms of the brain. Ms. Wang's brain was also severely burned before. Although the surface has recovered as before, she is more than 99% of the chance of losing all her memories, and the chance of waking up is no more than 1%. Dr. Qin said regretfully. I did try my best, but I'm really not very good at it. Vegetative? Shen Fei asked subconsciously. This is a very ancient disease, but it has been overcome. Miss Wang's situation is much more complicated. Xinguang explained. Is there no treatment? Shen Fei asked. Yes. Xinguang nodded first, and then she said, it may be a bit expensive. Somewhat expensive. Shen Fei frowned slightly. He just paid a deposit of 10 million, which isn't enough. You want money, right? You talk about the treatment first. Shen Fei said in the end. He is not too short of money now. As long as it is not too outrageous, he will definitely not be able to give up Huang Zitong. No problem. A smile appeared on Xinguang's face, and she was about to introduce it immediately, but at the next moment, Xinguang's tone suddenly changed. I'm sorry Mr. Shen Fei, I'm afraid I'll introduce you next time. Several law enforcement officers have come to this hospital. They are here to find you. I hope you can wait there. Law enforcer? I get it. Shen Fei nodded. He was already surprised after waiting for the law enforcement officers to come. Half an hour later, Shen Fei, who had told the whole story of the incident at the Law Enforcement Bureau, was soon released from the small dark room. The blonde law enforcement officer that Shen Fei saw at the Law Enforcement Bureau last time was waiting for him. Mr. Shen Fei, what's the drink today? That's what we specially prepared for you. The law enforcement officer smiled slightly. It's very delicious, but I hope I won't drink it again. Shen Fei said speechlessly. Last time he said that it would be better if the tea could be replaced with a sweeter drink, but he didn't expect that he would come again after just a little more than a month. It depends on Mr. Shen Fei's luck. The law enforcement officer said with a smile, and she said immediately. Director Feng is waiting. Please come with me. Good. Shen Fei nodded immediately. In fact, if Feng Ziqiang doesn't look for him, he will take the initiative to meet the other party. Shen Fei is still confused about this incident. He urgently needs to find out the truth. Shen Fei at least needs to know who is not able to get along with him. Otherwise, Huang Zitong is unlucky this time. What about next time? A moment later, Shen Fei met the chubby director Feng again. He was not as relaxed as when he saw Shen Fei last time, but his face looked a little solemn. After meeting Shen Fei this time, Feng Ziqiang did not say much, but went straight to the point. We have basically found out that you are indeed the victim of this explosion. Look at this. Feng Ziqiang said, and he pushed a virtual screen in front of Shen Fei. Shen Fei quickly looked at the content on the virtual screen, and he was quickly slightly surprised. This is the identity information of the middle-aged man who kidnapped Huang Zitong. His name is Li Wuxing and he has always been an ordinary one-star citizen in the water city of Muai. However, Li Wuxing was able to become a one-star citizen not by himself, but by his dead two-star citizen father. Before this incident, Li Wuxing rarely went out and always used the savings left by his parents to stay at home for a long time and indulge in the virtual network. But even such a man who looks ordinary and even a little decadent is actually a spy from the Free Star Alliance. Free Star Alliance. Shen Fei thought quickly in his heart. This was a rebellious force that appeared in the empire about 30 years ago. It was a big stir at that time, but it was quickly suppressed. When Shen Fei was born, this rebel army had basically disappeared, so he had a very shallow impression of it. The last time Shen Fei heard this name was when Huang Zitong mentioned the commander of the 9th Advance Legion. The commander of the Legion, known as the Star of the Empire, seemed to perform very well in the war to suppress the coalition forces of the Free Star realm. Chapter 80 Half Human and Half Intelligent. Shen Fei recalled the few information about the Free Star Alliance in his heart, and he quickly asked. Director Feng, what do you mean is that this is the Free Star Alliance targeting me? But I have no interaction with them at all, and they are asking what I do in the Void Realm. In fact, at the same time, in Iovison, several newcomers, Void Realm adventurers were attacked by spies from the Free Star Alliance, and their purpose was to know the experiences of these newcomers in Void Realm. Feng Ziqiang said, and Shen Fei was also slightly stunned. Why did it sound a little weird? We initially speculate that among you attacked, there should be one of them who is interested in the experience of them, and the rest are all smoke bombs. Feng Ziqiang spoke again. In other words, I may have become a smoke bomb, and was affected. Shen Fei looked shocked. Do you want to be so unlucky? No, among the many newcomers, your experience is undoubtedly the most exciting and the most content. So you are the most likely their real goal. Feng Ziqiang shook his head and said, and he followed. Although you have not yet become a formal law enforcer of the virtual realm, you can only consider half of it. Think about it carefully. Have you ever encountered something particularly worthy of attention in the virtual realm? This one. Shen Fei was slightly stunned. What special attention can he encounter in the virtual realm? Just chopping. Feng Ziqiang waited for a while, but Shen Fei didn't speak. Seeing this, Feng Ziqiang didn't make things difficult for Shen Fei. He asked Shen Fei to come over, just wanted to try it. However, at this time, Shen Fei took the initiative to ask, Director Feng, are the people from the Free Star Alliance so crazy? This Li Wuxing seems to be ready to die with me from the beginning. Part of the reason for this incident was that Shen Fei was careless, but it was definitely because the other party was too crazy. To be honest, a person who can have the belief that he will die is very terrible, even if he is just an ordinary person who is not even an evolver. Shen Fei never expected that such a person would come to deal with him, so Huang Zitong's disaster was caused. They have a group of loyal people, Feng Ziqiang said with a calm expression. Li Wuxing should have special communication instruments on his body, with the purpose of conveying what you say. He self-destructed himself, not only to kill you to silence him, but also to destroy the instrument, so that we cannot get more clues. When Shen Fei heard this, he immediately took a breath of cold air. So cruel? Shen Fei chatted with Feng Ziqiang for a while and learned more about the Free Star Alliance from him. In the end, Shen Fei left the Law Enforcement Bureau in a heavy mood with a reminder of the follow-up actions of the Free Star Alliance. Shen Fei quickly returned to the Shenshuacheng Central Hospital and searched for artificial intelligence Starlight to learn about the treatment of Huang Zitong. However, after listening to the treatment plan provided by Starlight, Shen Fei was shocked. Xingguang's proposal actually implanted an intelligent core into Huang Zitong's head, connecting his consciousness with the intelligent core, and thus becoming a semi-human and semi-artificial intelligence existence. Or you can just call artificial intelligent life. Is this plan really reliable? Shen Fei's mind was full of question marks. Is Huang Zitong who was saved like this? Or was she herself? Mr. Shen Fei, I wonder if you have ever heard of transforming people. Xingguang smiled. In our army, some powerful warriors are not evolvers, but transformers. Any elite transformers will definitely be implanted in the brains of intelligent cores. Will this affect their own emotions? Shen Fei asked. It was done at the beginning. Because many transformed people used the intelligent core too much, their thinking gradually shifted compared to ordinary people. They began to become cold and emotionally unconscious. Xingguang said here, her tone paused slightly, and then suddenly became higher. But after a long period of development, we can be 100% sure that people with the transformed core implanted in intelligent will no longer lose their human emotions. They may even become more emotional, more curious, and more passionate about life. After you say this, I want to implant this thing. Shen Fei said with some intention, how can the human brain compare with the intelligent core? Intelligent life can easily master a large amount of knowledge, but humans need to learn slowly, and their efficiency is simply from heaven to earth. There are also thinking speed, etc., which cannot be compared. However, at this time Xingguang shook his head and said, Mr. Shen Fei, you are an evolutionist, we do not recommend that you implant the intelligent core. Why? Shen Fei was slightly stunned. Because the intelligent core will have a great impact on the path of evolution. Xingguang said. It's not that if you implant the intelligent core, you will definitely not be able to become a powerful evolver, but after implanting the intelligent core, the chance of becoming a powerful evolver will definitely become very small. Yet, Shen Fei was slightly stunned. According to the Empire data, this is indeed the case. Xingguang nodded slightly. Seeing this, Shen Fei had to give up the idea that was ready to move. Your plan is okay, Shen Fei pondered, then let's talk about the price. It depends on what kind of smart core you are going to choose. A bright smile appeared on Xingguang's face. To be honest, Shen Fei had the intention to buy a private artificial intelligence this time, because whether it was handled or investigated various intelligences, it was very convenient to have a private artificial intelligence help. In this regard, Shen Fei has also investigated on the virtual network. To have a qualified private artificial intelligence, two major conditions need to be met. One is the intelligent core and the other is the database. The smart core is not expensive, it can range from millions to hundreds of millions. The most expensive is the database. Artificial intelligence with a blank piece of paper, no matter how good the performance is, it is a waste. Only by learning massive knowledge of artificial intelligence can it play its real role. However, the empire is extremely strict in information control. The information on the virtual network is not only huge and complicated, but also has very little useful knowledge. The real essence of knowledge needs to be obtained through special channels. Like Shen Fei became a non-staff member of the Virtual Law Enforcement Officer through a virtual website specially established for virtual law enforcement officers, you can immediately learn a lot of information that he could not access before. It is also based on this perception that after hearing the question of Starlight, Shen Fei immediately said, "Please choose a smart core with higher quality." Shen Fei decided to make some bleeding a little, which was to compensate Huang Zitong and also to make plans for him in the future. Since Huang Zitong has become a semi-artificial intelligence and a semi-human being, Shen Fei is not going to buy new artificial intelligence anymore and just use Huang Zitong as artificial intelligence. Huang Zitong may be more useful than artificial intelligence. After all, artificial intelligence is visible and intangible, and Huang Zitong can not only see but also touch it. Then I recommend you to choose the intelligent core named White Crane. Xingguang immediately introduced her. Judging from her eloquence, Shen Fei seriously suspected that this guy might have been in the virtual mall before he became the hospital's artificial intelligence. This White Crane sounds good, what about the price? Shen Fei asked. Only 8 billion imperial coins are needed. Xingguang said with a smile. How much did you say? Shen Fei was a little suspicious that he had heard it wrong. 8 billion imperial coins are enough. Xingguang spoke again. Do you think I don't understand? There is no smart core that exceeds 1 billion imperial coins. Shen Fei looked disbelief. What is the concept of 8 billion imperial currency? If Shen Fei hadn't made that fortune suddenly, he wouldn't dare to think about the money. Shen Fei seriously doubted whether the hospital learned through other channels that he had just received 10.3 billion imperial coins and was preparing to cheat him. After all, the number 8 billion is a coincidence. In addition, Shen Fei, a one-star citizen, would not normally have artificial intelligence to sell products worth 8 billion imperial coins to him. It's really outrageous. Mr. Shen Fei, this is definitely a price that is perfect. The intelligent core you know is all ordinary intelligent cores, and what we are talking about now is the special core that can be implanted into the human brain without affecting human emotions. Xingguang explained, and Shen Fei felt a little relieved. As a matter of fact, the intelligent core that can be implanted into the human body is definitely not comparable to the ordinary intelligent core. I thought about it carefully. This Beihe has too many shortcomings. Let's talk about other core products, such as products below 100 million imperial coins. Shen Fei said in a deep thought. Starlight. There are smart cores below 100 million, but they have extremely large defects and poor performance, which may also affect human emotions. Starlight does not recommend this type of product. In the end, under his deception, Shen Fei chose a smart core worth 500 million imperial coins, Shenguang number 1. With the aircraft given to Enling, Shen Fei had spent 6.5 imperial coins in just a few days. There are a lot of 10.3 billion imperial coins, but I can't help but make it like this. Shen Fei was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Chapter 81 Transformation. Time flies so fast, and in a blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. At this time, in Shen Fei's practice room at Floating Island No. 0036, Shen Water City. Laugh. As a blue-gray metal hatch opened, Shen Fei, naked, walked out of a machine similar to a sleeping cabin. This is the evolution acceleration cabin that Shen Fei bought for huge sums of money, filled with evolution potions. Using this evolution acceleration chamber, Shen Fei can eliminate the process of constantly injecting evolutionary agents into his body, and the speed of absorbing evolutionary agents and the upper limit of absorbing evolutionary agents every day can be increased to a certain extent, which can be increased by about 50%. It can be said that it is very powerful. This evolution acceleration warehouse has no other disadvantages except being a little more expensive. The 10th internal circulation has been opened up. Shen Fei felt the situation in his body and nodded with satisfaction. After understanding the path of opening up the internal cycle from the 10th to the 36th from the statue of the wilderness god, Shen Fei already understood. The 9 internal cycles opened up by the first level of the crescent moon are all the foundations. The 27 internal cycles that need to be opened at the second level of the crescent moon are expanded on the basis. For example, the 10th internal circulation is connected to the first internal circulation and surrounds Shen Fei's entire head. Article 11. The inner cycle is also connected to the first inner cycle, but it just surrounds Shen Fei's chest. The 12th inner loop is also connected to the first inner loop, surrounding Shen Fei's waist. It is like a river, the first internal circulation is the mainstream, and from the 10th to the 12th, there are 3 tributaries. The same is true for the rest of the internal cycles. For example, the internal cycles from articles 13 to 15 are corresponding to the second internal cycle, and they are also the relationship between the tributary and the mainstream. When the 9 internal circulations opened by Shen Fei at the first level of the crescent moon had 3 complete tributaries, the number of internal circulations he established reached 36, and at this time he was the 3rd level of the crescent moon. I feel that my current physical control should be no problem to reach the 3rd level of the new moon. Shen Fei had this premonition. It was nothing more than that. Shen Fei's 10th internal cycle was too easy to open up. Shen Fei officially opened up a new internal cycle 3 days ago. In just 3 days, he didn't feel anything, and the 10th internal cycle was opened up. The remaining internal cycle from article 11 to 33 is almost the same, and it may be more difficult to 34 to 36, but Shen Fei feels that he can handle it completely. Shen Fei was thinking in his heart. At this time, the door of the practice room was pushed open and Huang Zitong, who was holding a new set of clothes, walked in. 5 days ago, Shen Fei agreed to the treatment plan proposed by the artificial intelligence Starlight of Shenshuacheng Central Hospital. On the next day, Shenshuacheng Central Hospital invited an expert to help Huang Zitong complete the intelligent core implantation surgery. After the operation, Shen Fei picked him up from the hospital. Yesterday Huang Zitong finally woke up. At this time, Huang Zitong was wearing a very ordinary pink pajamas, and her new skin was extremely delicate and eye-catching. Perhaps due to the influence of the core of intelligence, Huang Zitong's temperament has also changed significantly compared to before. There is less laziness, and there is a feeling of being vigorous and upward visible to the naked eye. It is like a new flower, full of vitality and beauty. Shen Fei, I have finished learning the law of the empire. What should I learn next? Huang Zitong asked impatiently while helping Shen Fei put on his clothes. So fast. Shen Fei was a little surprised. You spent so much money on me, you can't spend it in vain, right? Huang Zitong clenched her fist and said, Don't worry, I will definitely help you as soon as possible. Now I am not worse than artificial intelligence. I believe it's confusing. Shen Fei held Huang Zitong's hand and a smile appeared on his face. Very good. It seems that Huang Zitong has already taken part in the role very consciously, and these 500 million imperial coins have not been spent in vain. After Huang Zitong woke up yesterday, Shen Fei told her the whole story. Although Huang Zitong almost died, she actually didn't feel anything because everything happened too quickly. Huang Zitong was unbelievable about Shen Fei spending 500 million imperial coins to save her. For an ordinary citizen who is still receiving the 800 yuan relief fund every month, the money is simply unimaginable. In fact, for Shen Fei, the 500 million imperial currency is indeed not a small number. Shen Fei himself doesn't know when he will encounter something like the crystal nucleus and life crystal nucleus next time. According to the experience of the world of crisis of changes last time, even if Shen Fei chooses the most difficult task in the Twostar virtual realm world and completes it, his final harvest is only hundreds of grams of source quality, that is, hundreds of millions of imperial coins. 500 million imperial coins? Shen Fei is far from qualified to ignore it. So after Huang Zitong woke up, Shen Fei also bluntly expressed that he hoped that Huang Zitong could make full use of the intelligent core in his head and help him as an artificial intelligence. Huang Zitong was already immersed in the pressure of spending so much money. After Shen Fei said this, she immediately found the outlet of pressure and naturally agreed directly. The first task Shen Fei gave Huang Zitong was to master the complete laws of the empire. He was in the empire and had to have a clear understanding of the laws of the empire. Shen Fei had no conditions before, so naturally he had no choice. Now that he has it, he ranks first in this matter. But Shen Fei didn't expect Huang Zitong to learn so quickly. After all, the imperial laws are quite complicated, and there are even many differences in different places. If an ordinary human being comes to learn, he may not even be able to enter the door for less than 30 or 40 years. As a result, Huang Zitong finished her studies in less than a day. Although Huang Zitong is half person and half intelligent, she is already completely intelligent in terms of learning ability, right? After learning the law of the empire, I think you should learn to adapt to crisis and how to face kidnapping. Shen Fei said in a deep thought. It would be fine if Huang Zitong was kidnapped by Yu Liang for the first time. After all, Yu Liang is an evolutionist and is not weak, but what is this time? An ordinary star citizen may not be as strong as Huang Zitong's physical fitness. He can easily control him by one. To be embarrassed is to be embarrassed. No need for this. The first time was an accident, and the second time we were likely to be affected. Could it be that there will be a third time? Huang Zitong's expression changed slightly. Prepare for the future just in case. Shen Fei said, and he was going to buy the corresponding resource package for Huang Zitong. However, at this time Huang Zitong stopped Shen Fei. Shen Fei, I think if it is this ordinary knowledge, you don't need to buy it deliberately. Huang Zitong said. I can go to teacher Xiaoyu to study. My identity is still a student of the Third Evolutionary School. Teacher Xiaoyu has the obligation to teach me the knowledge. Teacher Xiaoyu is a senior artificial intelligence and must not lack these ordinary knowledge reserves. This. Shen Fei was stunned at first, and then he stopped in surprise when he reacted. Yes, Huang Zitong is still a student, so it is not natural to go to the teacher to study? Why didn't he expect it? Yesterday he spent 10,000 imperial coins to buy the imperial law resource pack, which was a big loss. Zai Tong, you are such a little genius. Shen Fei was overjoyed. The most expensive thing to cultivate artificial intelligence is the resource package for various knowledge. How much money does it cost to save? I want to reward you well. Shen Fei picked up Huang Zitong and walked out. Are you rewarding me? Huang Zitong said unconvincedly, but in fact she lay quietly in Shen Fei's arms without any resistance. For some reason, since she woke up yesterday, she has always felt that she wanted to chat with Shen Fei. Shen Fei did not notice Huang Zitong's abnormality at this moment. Huang Zitong just woke up yesterday and he didn't do anything, but today, it should be let him try out how the performance of this half-human and half-intelligent is, right? Chapter 82. 1 month later. Although the taste of half-human and half-intelligence is very good, Shen Fei is not addicted to it. In the following time, Shen Fei was opening up an internal circulation every day. After his body absorbed evolutionary agents to the limit, Shen Fei practiced the newly obtained Wild God Sword. This set of sword techniques is different from the previous ones: 9 Yuan sword and 8 wilderness swords. The first 2 sets of sword techniques are all about skills, and the control is enhanced through sword techniques and then fed back to the body. But this set of swordsmanship has no moves, and the whole body is the same. Some knife techniques theories. Teacher Enling said that this set of sword techniques emphasizes the intention of the sword but not the moves. Is it really true that there is the intention of the sword? When Shen Fei first started practicing, he felt inexplicably. No knife intention is scientific at all. But Shen Fei's understanding is not in vain after all. After practicing for nearly half a month, he gradually realized something. The so-called sword intent does not depend on the sword, but on Shen Fei himself. The sword intention is actually an extension of my will. After Shen Fei realized this, he became very comfortable to practice the sword of the wilderness. Not to mention 1,000 miles a day, he also made rapid progress. Shen Fei was surprised to find that with his progress, his attack power was actually increasing when he was using the sword of the wilderness. Shen Fei's power did not increase, and his attribute bonus did not increase, but the power of his sword increased. Although it was still weak, this did exist. In this way, nearly a month has passed. There are less than 3 days left before the arrival of the Void Realm train to Falling Sky. At this time, Shen Fei was in the bedroom, and he began to contact Jin Xiao Xiao through the evolutionary certificate. After not long waits, a virtual screen appeared and Jin Xiao Xiao appeared in Shen Fei's sight. However, what surprised Shen Fei was that this time, Jin Xiao Xiao not only completely lost her last embarrassment, but was extremely dazzling. Jin Xiao Xiao had very exquisite makeup on her face and a gorgeous silver headdress on her head, emitting a brilliant brilliance. Jin Xiaoxiao's clothes are also extremely solemn. A loose silver-white long skirt is decorated with countless star signs, vast and noble. Contact me today when you fight, you really know how to find time. Jin Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows, and her temperament was immediately destroyed. Shen Fei also came to his senses and asked, "Are you?" The daughter of the Jupiter consul is an adult. I will attend her coming-of-age ceremony. Jin Xiao Xiao said, and she turned her back slightly, and Shen Fei suddenly saw a luxurious platform. At this moment, a young woman in the same grand dress was saying something on it. It looks familiar. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, but he didn't think much about it. As the second largest place in the solar system after the Earth and Moon system, what level is the consul? The entire empire can rank among the top ones, right? Needless to say, his daughter is a big shot, definitely a big shot. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao also straightened her body again and blocked Shen Fei's view. If you are inconvenient, I will contact you later. The despicable wounded street feed. There is nothing inconvenient. Jin Xiao Xiao waved her hand and said, "Isn't the Void Realm train in Falling Sky 3 days later? Are you asking me for trouble today? I've had a problem." Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he explained directly. After all, Shen Fei made a fortune, so he naturally planned to prepare some powerful trump cards for himself. Shen Fei's attribute bonus can act on weapons, so he plans to buy some powerful weapons, such as energy cannons, antimatter bombs, etc. But Shen Fei searched in the Evolution Certificate Mall for a long time, but couldn't find what he wanted. Not to mention these powerful weapons, Shen Fei couldn't find even a slightly stronger energy gun. "Where did you buy your antimatter bomb?" Shen Fei asked inquiries. "You don't have to worry about where I bought it, you will definitely not be able to buy it." Jin Xiao Xiao smiled. "What does it mean?" Shen Fei was stunned. "You have just become a one-star citizen, right? Do you think the Empire will sell you these weapons of great destruction to a one-star citizen?" Jin Xiao Xiao said directly, and it was this sentence that made Shen Fei suddenly feel enlightened. I was careless and didn't realize this problem. The alloy knife and energy gun he bought before were probably within his 1-star citizenship. It may be as dangerous as a small energy gun, such as cannons and antimatter bombs. I don't know how much more dangerous it is than that of a small energy gun. It is indeed impossible for the Empire to sell it easily. Even if you are buying virtual weapons, it is logical to use them. In reality is a waste, and the possibility of posing a threat to reality is not high, but the Empire will not sell them to you easily. Jin Xiao said again. The antimatter bombs and energy cannons you mentioned must be bought by senior star citizens. Senior? How senior? Shen Fei asked immediately. I don't know this. Maybe it's 3-star, maybe it's 5-star or above. Jin Xiao spoke with some uncertainty. She really didn't know, because it didn't matter to her. This Shen Fei suddenly became silent. You don't have to be discouraged, don't forget that I'm still there. Jin Xiao coughed dryly, and a smile appeared on her face at the right time. What do you need? I'll buy it for you. After all, you are teaming up with me. If you become stronger, I will become stronger. Is this okay? Shen Fei was a little doubtful. Anyway, you are just using it in the virtual realm, of course it doesn't matter. Even in reality, unless you take it to the earth to kill people, it's okay. Jin Xiao said indifferently, and she asked again. You can't really go to earth to kill people with the weapons I bought for you, right? No, of course not. Shen Fei shook his head immediately and joked that in reality, he was inspiring to be a law-abiding citizen, and he would not even cut people, let alone go to the earth to kill people. I plan to buy a weapon worth 3 billion. Give me an account and I will transfer the money to you. Shen Fei spoke immediately. However, Jin Xiao didn't say anything, she just looked at Shen Fei with a strange expression. Shen Fei was a little confused. It's the first time that Jin Xiao, gave me something. Is it really the first time that someone said I would give me money? Jin Xiao touched her chin, looking thoughtful. You mean, you sent it to me? When Shen Fei heard this, he was immediately moved. It's really delicious if you're free. However, Shen Fei's greed just arose, and he shivered in a blink of an eye and reacted. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he live under a woman for a long time when he is depressed? Although it is very good to have sex for free, you can't just do it so blatantly. Wouldn't you be a soft-hearted person? Of course I have to pay, otherwise I will be uneasy to use this weapon. Shen Fei said solemnly. What's the matter with anxiety? I've said that we have already formed a team after all. If you become stronger, I will become stronger. Jin Xiao snorted coldly. Don't you treat me as your own. What does this have to do with whether I treat you as my own? Shen Fei said subconsciously, and then he changed his face slightly as if he had thought of something. You gave me weapons for free. Do you want me to be a dog? Shen Fei was furious. Jin Xiao? The two of them rallied, and Shen Fei won in the end. Jin Xiao gave an account, and Shen Fei transferred 3 billion imperial coins. 3 billion, for you, it should be a lot of money. You are really rich. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly reacted as she saw the 3 billion she received. She didn't think too much just now, because the 3 billion imperial coins were nothing to her, but for Shen Fei, it was definitely a huge sum of money. I gained a little from the virtual world last time. Shen Fei gestured with 2 fingers. Is it so much money for the 2-star virtual realm world? So, it's no worse to enter the virtual realm world than to build a city. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered in surprise, but she didn't ask too much, but said directly. If you have any requirements, just say it. Miss Xiao Xiao knows my abilities. I just hope that these 3 billion can be spent on the blade to maximize my abilities. It is best to have more antimatter bombs and energy cannons. Shen Fei said immediately. There is no problem with the energy cannon. Are you sure you want a disposable weapon like an antimatter bomb? Jin Xiao Xiao said with some confusion. Aren't you going to the virtual world just to make money? These weapons should be a big burden to you, right? If you use one, maybe your virtual world will be in vain. If it's to save your life, then you might as well buy an energy shield. The energy shield cannot kill people, so what do I want it to do? Shen Fei murmured in his heart, but he looked sighy on the surface. Miss Xioxio's words are wrong. I went to the virtual world and earning source quality is only one of them. More importantly, it is to hone yourself, improve your knowledge, and improve yourself. Shen Fei's voice was high. If you just focus on the source substance, you will lose the worst. Upon hearing this, Jin Xioxio's eyes lit up. She deserved to be her teammate who valued her, and she actually had the same idea as her. Jin Xiao Xiao immediately patted her chest, and she said confidently, since you must, then wrap it with me. Then I'll wait for good news to Miss Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei smiled slightly, and he was relieved to Jin Xiao Xiao. The other party was able to accurately target various props in the world of War of Two Countries, which shows that Jin Xiao Xiao is still very insightful. Chapter 83 Plan. In the Milky Way Yingxian spiral arm, there is a star field composed of 3 star systems distributed in triangles, which is therefore named the triangle star field. The triangle star domain is almost at the outermost periphery of the Milky Way, but it is a must-pass place to many important resource planets and inhabitants in nearby thousands of light years. Therefore, the Empire established a huge transportation and military fortress here. It was a huge metal planet comparable to small and medium-sized stars. The planet was dark gray all over. From a distance, there were countless round holes on its surface. In fact, these are channels, and the smallest channels are hundreds of miles long and wide, and the larger ones are even more than 10,000 miles. In these countless passages, countless spacecraft are entering and leaving at all times. And at this moment, in a spacecraft that had just flew out of the huge fortress, there were 2 men and 1 woman, a total of 3. They sat around a metal round table in the main control room of the spacecraft, looking at a virtual screen with a solemn expression. The virtual screen showed a full-body image of a young man. This is a young man with long red hair, a smile on his lips, looking quite kind. This is our goal, his name is Zhu Yan. One of the men spoke slowly. He was wearing black clothes and had a deep hideous scar on his forehead. While speaking, the man lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. It looks very ordinary. Another man who looked much younger and wrapped his hands around his chest, he said with an unhappy expression. We 3 siblings have worked hard in the Triangle Star domain for many years, and our greatest value is also in the Triangle Star domain. Now we take huge risks to save an unknown guy from Titan, which is unrelated to the world. I really don't understand. If you don't understand, just hold it in. The man with scars on his face spit out the smoke rings. After a moment of silence, he said again. From our perspective, this person may be very ordinary, but at a higher level, he may be of great significance, otherwise the coalition would not have used the few forces to do so many things. We 3 siblings are abilities here. Don't think about doing anything subversive. All we can do is to dig a hole hard under that mountain. With more people like us, the mountain will naturally fall. Okay, brother, you have said this 800 times, and I understand the truth. The young man said impatiently. After saying that, he turned to look at the woman next to him, who was very hot. The woman's facial features are also very attractive. The only pity is that her eyes are dull and there is no focal length in front of her, and she is obviously blind. It's a pity that my 3rd sister is going to follow us from now on, and we will die in the world. The young man sighed. Second, you'd better worry about yourself. I'll let you be no match for me. How can you have the attitude to say this? The woman sneered. Hearing this, the young man's face suddenly turned slightly red. Sister 3, I'm giving in to you. Don't be ungrateful. Brain. The woman didn't say much, her unconscious eyes turned to the scarred man and said. Brother, Titan is also a medium-sized resident planet with a population of over 100 billion. The guard power is not weak. Just because the 3 of us are there to save people, isn't that a fantasy? It's almost impossible to escape normally. The scared man nodded, and he immediately said. So, we escaped through the virtual realm this time. Virtual realm. The other 2 people both looked slightly moved when they heard this, as if they had thought of something. We usually go to the virtual realm and often return wherever we enter, but this is not absolute, said the scared man. As long as we take the rest of the Void Realm trains that we pass by on the back, we have a full chance to cross countless light-year distances through Void Realm to other places, thus completing the escape. I have heard of this, but brother, are you sure we can escape the wanted war by the Empire by boarding the Void Realm train? They will definitely not attack the Void Realm train, and will not even let the Void Realm train be suspended first. The young man raised a series of questions. However, the scar man did not answer, but the blind woman sneered. Second, you just refuse to ask you to study more. Do you know the incident of the God Court Star? The God Court Star was destroyed by war, and the Void Realm station built on the God Court Star was also destroyed. However, the Void Realm train arrived on time and left on time without any impact. That big thing has not affected the operation of the Void Realm train. Just the 3 of us, plus that inexplicable Zhu Yan, have this ability. Where is the God's Court Star? The young man looked at the other 2 in a daze. Why do you 2 seem to take it for granted? Is this planet very famous? There are more planets in the Empire. Apart from those who are particularly famous, how could he know where this is? The God Temple planet was once the first resident planet established by the Empire outside the solar system. The woman held her forehead with one hand and was illiterate, really illiterate. Since it has been destroyed, then I don't know it's reasonable, right? The young man curled his lips. The three of them talked for a while, and at this time, the young man asked again, "Brother, which virtual world are we going to this time?" According to the intelligence, our target Zuyan will be tried at 3 p.m. Standard Time 3 days later, and we will do it at that time. The Scar Man said. Once we take action, we must board the Void Realm train within 1 minute, and at that time, only one Void Realm train will arrive on Shenfengxing. The Scar Man said, and he clicked on the evolutionary certificate on his wrist, and soon, 2 tickets were sent to the young man and the blind woman. This is a ticket bought by the coalition forces from other Void Realm adventurers. The Scarred Man explained, and the other 2 also clicked on the ticket to read it. Twostar Virtual World, Falling Sky. The young man slowly pronounced his name. Time flies very quickly, and 3 days have passed. In the Jupiter system, Shen Fei, who had been ready to go, once again took a spaceship to Jupiter's Jinyuan city. There were more than 2 hours before the arrival of the Void Realm train. Shen Fei did not rush to the Void Realm station, but came to a floating island about dozens of square kilometers based on the address given to him by Jin Xiao Xiao. There are not many buildings on this floating island, but a grassland grows. Mr. Shen Fei, please come here. Under the leadership of 2 male servants, Shen Fei rode a altitude hover car and headed straight to the depths of the floating island. Where is Jin Xiao Xiao? Miss is waiting for you inside. I didn't expect that Jin Xiao Xiao actually lives in Jinyuan City. I had known that I would have visited her last time when I came to Jinyuan City. Mr. Shen Fei, you misunderstood. This is just the place where Our Lady lives temporarily. If you want to visit the lady, it is best to contact us in advance. Is that so? Where does she usually live? This requires you to ask the lady in person. Shen Fei wanted to try to find out more information from the male servant, but unfortunately the other party answered without any leakage, and Shen Fei did not get any more information. Shen Fei didn't wait long, and soon the low-altitude hover truck stopped outside a metal warehouse. Chapter 84 Weapons and Gifts. Laugh. The door of the metal warehouse opened, and Shen Fei also stepped into it. Why did it come so slowly? I've been waiting for a long time. A slightly dissatisfied voice came. Shen Fei looked at it and indeed saw Jin Xiao Xiao. Jin Xiao Xiao was wearing a black fashion outfit, wearing leather boots, and her hair was divided into 3 parts with some beautiful headdresses. 2 small parts were in front of her and most were behind her. Jin Xiao Xiao dressed it far less than 3 days ago, but it can be seen that she had put her heart into it. Miss Xiao Xiao, your house is too big, and it's a long time to waste on the road alone. Shen Fei had a bright smile on his face, and he walked over as he spoke. This island can only be said to be average. Don't make excuses for your delay. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted lightly, and she immediately said. But there is not much time today, so I will forgive you. Let's go, I'll take you to the cute and pure silly. Shen Fei naturally had no objection, and he could not wait. The warehouse is large, with different items placed in different rooms, each room firmly wrapped in thick alloy layers. Jin Xiao took Shen Fei to a separate alloy room. Here, Shen Fei saw the weapon that Jin Xiao bought for him. There are not many weapons, only more than 10. Among the many weapons, the most conspicuous ones are 10 black metal balls the size of a palm and a slightly larger lavender metal ball. These are antimatter bombs, and the black ones are standard bombs, which is the type that Jin Xiao used in the World of War of Two Countries. The lilac is a super invincible enhanced antimatter bomb. In professional terms, it is a special antimatter bomb with a red light type. It not only has a larger kill range, but also has several times the power of a standard bomb. Then one thing is a big guy. It was an ultra-small energy cannon with a caliber of about 20 centimeters. 20 centimeters, for energy cannons, it is indeed a small caliber. No matter how small the caliber is, it is also an energy cannon, and its power is far from comparable to that of an energy gun. What is this? Shen Fei suddenly picked up a bottle full of colorless liquid. The bottle was only the size of a palm, but it was solemnly placed aside. This is an organic toxin. 1 milligram can rock 10 tons of organic matter. Jin Xiao said calmly, and Shen Fei's eyes widened when he heard this. The effect will not be bad when applied to your knife. Jin Xiao saw Shen Fei's astonished expression, and she stopped pretending, and a hint of pride appeared on her face. How is this? This is my special choice. Jin Xiao asked. High, really high. Shen Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This thing is amazing. Although it is inconspicuous, it kills people invisibly. Finally, Shen Fei counted the weapons bought by Jin Xiao, 10 standard antimatter bombs, a special antimatter bomb, a small 20 centimeter energy cannon and a bottle of terrifying toxins. I actually bought so many. Shen Fei felt very surprised. After all, items in the virtual realm are extremely expensive. Judging from the fact that a most ordinary energy gun costs 50 million imperial coins, it seems that there are more than 3 billion imperial coins, but in fact, if you really want to buy virtual weapons, you will definitely not be able to resist spending. Shen Fei didn't expect that Jin Xiao not only brought together energy cannons and antimatter bombs, but also did so many. Direct sales from the manufacturer are definitely cheap. Jin Xiao returned to Feng Qingyin's calm expression. Well. Shen Fei's face was a little strange. Okay, put it away quickly. Jin Xiao waved her hand. Shen Fei did not hesitate when he heard this, and he stepped forward directly. Call. Shen Fei reached out and brushed over antimatter bombs. In the blink of an eye, antimatter bombs disappeared from their original position. As for the disappearance of each antimatter bomb, the evolutionary proof on Shen Fei's wrist will flash. It is obvious that the disappearing antimatter bombs have entered the evolutionary proof. After Shen Fei became rich, he searched for items he could use in the Evolution Certificate Mall. In this process, Shen Fei discovered a space chip that could be implanted into the Evolution Certificate. Implanting this kind of chip will give Evolutionary Certificate the ability to storage. In fact, Jin Xiao's evolutionary proof must have this ability. Last time in the world of the War of Two Countries, she was like a Tinker Bell, constantly taking out various props and saying that she had no space props. Who believes it? This kind of spaceship is indeed extremely convenient, but the disadvantage is that it is expensive. A cubic meter of space costs 1 billion imperial coins. Considering the practicality of this portable space, Shen Fei gritted his teeth and finally bought a cubic meter. At this time, Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei, who had put away the props one by one, and turned around boredly. Originally, she was preparing to take out a space prop for him when Shen Fei found it difficult to carry these weapons. Unexpectedly, Shen Fei already had a carry-on space. I bought 3 billion weapons and still have money to buy the portable space. Jin Xiao muttered secretly. Fortunately, she is prepared. Miss Xiao, thank you this time, Shen Fei said to Jin Xiao with her back. Well, it's just a little effort. Jin Xiao coughed dryly, and she immediately said, I'm very familiar with the manufacturer. Because I bought a lot of weapons this time, they also gave me a gift. You can wait here for a while and I'll send it here. Gift? Shen Fei was slightly stunned. Half an hour later, Shen Fei took a pure black box from a male servant. The box was not made of what material it was, but it felt warm. There is a groove on it, put your finger on it, Jin Xiao said, and Shen Fei didn't think much when he heard this, but immediately did it. However, the moment Shen Fei put his finger on, a series of sounds also sounded in his ears. Diddy, the evolver was detected. Confirmed as a master of the gods. Binding. Binding successfully. Binding. Shen Fei was shocked, and at this time, the box in his hand suddenly turned into a ball of liquid, spreading to Shen Fei's whole body at an extremely fast speed, and finally formed a set of deep black armor that wrapped Shen Fei's whole body tightly in it. The armor is integrated with black as the main color. On the chest, there is an image of a two-horned alien beast. The armor of the armor looks like the head of the alien beast, wrapping Shen Fei's entire head in it. Are you sure this is a giveaway? Shen Fei soon saw it through the mirror that a servant brought over. He is now. Not to mention whether the armor looks good or not, the key is that Shen Fei not only doesn't feel burdened when wearing this thing, but his whole body is 3 points lighter, which is likely to increase speed. Are all the gifts nowadays so outrageous? Jin Xiao didn't answer. She walked around Shen Fei for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, it's not ugly. Jin Xiao said, I thought your weapons in the lineage of gods are all very reckless. Is this a weapon from the god transporting master? Shen Fei was a little surprised. That's what the manufacturer says, it can automatically absorb power from the internal and external circulation of your god-witted people. Jin Xiao said. This armor has no attack power, but it has a very strong defense power. It also has a small increase in speed. You will know when you have used it in the virtual realm. Can this thing still be used in the virtual realm? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao with shock. Do you think of me as a fool? If you say that this thing can only be used in reality, I can barely believe it is a gift, but it can be used even when you enter the virtual realm. It can't be used in the virtual realm, why should I give it to you? Jin Xiao Xiao asked back. Miss Xiao Xiao, even if you give me this, I can't be a dog for you. Shen Fei spoke seriously. A real man is born between heaven and earth. You remove the armor first before you speak. Jin Xiao Xiao walked to Shen Fei. Good. Shen Fei nodded. The armor was a fool-like control. Shen Fei thought it began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a ball of liquid. Shen Fei thought about it and restored the liquid to its previous box shape. And just as Shen Fei put away his armor, Jin Xiao Xiao also tiptoed slightly and grabbed Shen Fei's collar. I said, this is a gift. Jin Xiao Xiao looked directly at Shen Fei and spoke very seriously. What a gift? Shen Fei asked. Really? Jin Xiao Xiao nodded. Bang! Shen Fei slapped Jin Xiaoxio's hand away with a backhand, and he sorted out his collar. Since that's the case, I won't bother you this time. Shen Fei smiled coldly. Jin Xiao Xiao. Chapter 85 on the Void Realm Train. This incident was caused by an accident. The Sky is a sightseeing spacecraft full of passengers. However, when the spacecraft was traveling to a star field that was once very ordinary, it was suddenly disturbed by unknown forces and then forced to land on a strange planet. However, this seemingly ordinary planet is actually not ordinary, and passengers on a boat will also face new challenges. Core Intelligence 1, the planet falling from sky has no name, but in the Galaxy Federation, it is called Planet K098. In the Galaxy Federation, the planet number begins with the word K, which often means that this is a prison planet used to exile prisoners with great crimes. Core Information 2, the gravity of the planet K098 is 1.5 times the conventional gravity. With day and night changes, the maximum temperature can reach 200 degrees Celsius, the minimum temperature is lower than 130 degrees Celsius, and the atmosphere is similar to that of the Earth, but the oxygen content is lower than 1%. Core Information 3, on the planet K098, there are three major forces on the surface, namely the Evil Party led by Kavitana, the Bald Gang led by Teljev, and the Dragon Society led by Gusun. In secret, K098 has an evolutionist laboratory established by the Kodia Company. The person in charge of this laboratory is Gu Mo. Gu Mo secretly colluded with Kavitana and Teljev to obtain a continuous stream of evolutionist experimental subjects. Core Information 4, Kavitana, Teljev, and Gusun are all evolvers and have reached the Sun Realm. Among them, Kavitana is equivalent to Gusun, and Teljev is slightly inferior. Gu Mo is also an evolver and has reached the 4th level of the Crescent Realm. Among the four, Kavitana and Gu Mo are both evolvers of the Source lineage. The evolution methods they practice are Wind and Thunder. Gusun and Teljev are evolvers of the Tianshen lineage, and the evolution methods they practice are True Yuansha and Hercules. Core Information 5, Gu Mo Laboratory was originally the place where the Kodia Company invested in developing new evolutionary drugs, but Gu Mo secretly used it to explore the path to the 5th level of the Crescent Moon, and it has achieved great success. Gu Mo's research results are hidden in his laboratory. Core Information 6. At this time, Shen Fei had already boarded the virtual realm train to Falling Sky. The Void Realm train was moving forward rapidly, and the darkness flowed outside the window, and colorful light kept flashing around. No wonder this exclusive intelligence is worth 150 million imperial coins. It seems that there is a gap between the Twostar virtual worlds. Shen Fei was amazed while looking at this intelligence. Although this information did not require Shen Fei to spend money, and was sent directly to him by Jin Xiao Xiao, Shen Fei was shocked at the terrifying price at the beginning. After all, both Twostar virtual worlds, the exclusive information of Crisis of Change only requires 50 million imperial coins, only Onet heard of the fallen sky. But now it seems that the price is reasonable. Although all the crystal core lives in Crisis of Changes have the possibility of breaking through the Sun realm and crushing everything, they have not made any breakthrough. No matter how much they say it is, they are just the new Moon realm. But this falling sky is different. There are 3 Sun realm evolvers on the surface, which is so terrifying. However, core intelligence is core intelligence. Not only does it have the strength of those key figures, but it also has the intelligence of the evolutionary method they practiced. Shit tisk! Shen Fei was amazed in his heart. This is like playing a game and it's so exciting that it's cracked. You're laughing what? Jin Xiaoxiu's voice suddenly rang beside her. Because Shen Fei and Jin Xiaoxiu have completed the team through the evolutionary certificate, they sit together in the train entering the Void Realm, and when entering and leaving the Void Realm world, they will not be separated like before, but will be together. Ahem, nothing. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he asked immediately, what do you think of this virtual world? I feel it is very difficult. Who asked you, a newcomer who has only passed the Empire assessment for less than 3 months, to come to the Twostar virtual realm world? Isn't it normal to be difficult? Jin Xiaoxiu smiled and she said immediately. But I was too worried about waving manganese. The reason I prepared Mecha was to deal with the difficulty of the Twostar virtual world. With me protecting you, it would be fine. Jin Xiaoxiu did not enter the Void Realm world with a playful mentality. For example, when she entered the world of War on 2 countries, she only made a little preparation. This time, Jin Xiaoxiu specially prepared a killer like a combat mecha because she knew from the very beginning that the Twostar virtual realm world would not be simple. With her strength, if she didn't make any preparations, she would be tortured to tears. Well. Shen Fei paused. Jin Xiaoxiu's impression of him was obviously still at the time when he fought with the God of War. The strength of the God of War is between the 3rd level of the New Moon and the 4th level, and there is indeed a huge gap between it and the Sun realm. Unfortunately, Shen Fei is no longer the same as before. However, Shen Fei didn't say much, because the facts will prove everything. Just as Shen Fei was talking to Jin Xiaoxiu, 4 people were sitting opposite each other about 100 meters away. If Shen Fei was here, he would have discovered that among the 4, one of the 4, a young man with long red hair was Zhu Yan, who was captured by law enforcement officers in the world of Crisis of Changes. At this time, Zhu Yan looked at the other 3, and he was still in doubt. 3, we don't seem to know each other? Why do you save me? Zhu Yan couldn't help asking. It's just someone's entrusting. You should understand that this is not the time to talk about it. A man with a deep scar on his forehead said calmly. Although we successfully boarded the Void Realm train, this does not mean that it is completely safe. During this period, you'd better listen to me, otherwise. I'll listen to you. Zhu Yan interrupted the man and said, "Tell me, what should I do next? You are quite conscious of the current affairs." The man was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "Then let's get to know each other first. I am Xing Zhong." Immediately afterwards, Xing Zhong looked at the other two again. "Yan Peeling, you can call me Yan Lauer." One of the young men introduced himself, and he said immediately, "The person next to me is Xiao Zheng, you can also call her Xiao San or Xiao Blind." Bang! Xiao Zheng, who was blind, punched accurately on Yan Lauer's right socket. "Hello, I am Xiao Zheng." Xiao Zheng nodded to Zhu Yan with his face unchanged. Hello, I'm here to Zhu Yan." Zhu Yan nodded quickly, and he followed and said, "Well, Ms. Xiao Zheng, ask, are you really invisible?" "What, do you have any questions?" Xiao Zheng turned her head and pointed her eyes at Zhu Yan. As with current medical standards, no matter what the cause of blindness is, it is not difficult to cure it, right? Why are you? Zhu Yan did not continue to say it, but the meaning was already very obvious. Even if the third sister is cured, she will be blind again. She will not be able to get rid of this fate. Yan Lao suddenly spoke again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng's expression suddenly darkened, but at this time, Xing Zhong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "Now is not the time to chat." Immediately afterwards, Xing Zhong looked at Zhu Yan again and said, "This time we entered the virtual world, not seeking merit, but seeking no mistakes. It doesn't matter if the task is completed or not. The key is that we have to leave alive. I will give you the information we purchased, and you can just take a look later." Yeah. Zhu Yan nodded repeatedly. He actually had many doubts in his heart, but since things had reached this point, it would be more important to escape first if other things were said. Zhu Yan knew very well that these three must have a complete plan. If you want to escape, you must follow them. Chapter 86 Identity Mission. In the colorful virtual realm, a virtual realm train rumbled into a white light ball. In just a blink of an eye, the Void Realm train left the light ball, but many passengers in the Void Realm train were already left in it. At this time, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao stood in a white light, and many words appeared at the same time in the evolutionary evidence of their two people. Detected virtual world, analysis is underway. Analysis is completed. This world is the world of Fallen Sky recorded in the virtual world. You can choose one of the two major camps of the Sky Passenger and Unknown Planet. It must be noted that choosing the Unknown Planet camp will be randomly assigned to different forces. Please make a choice within 30 seconds. If it exceeds 30 seconds, it will be randomly assigned. Are you sure you want to choose the Tianxian Passenger camp? Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei. Although the two had discussed which camp to choose on the Void Realm train, Jin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Judging from the exclusive information, it is absolutely difficult to choose the Sky Traveler camp, because the strong people in this virtual world are all local to the K098 planet. Don't Miss Xiao likes challenging tasks? Don't be timid, just choose the Sky. Shen Fei didn't say much, and he made a choice directly. How maybe you don't choose the Sky Traveler camp? This powerful man in the virtual realm world is in the K098 planetary camp. If he doesn't choose the Sky Clan, where will he kill people? I wish you could be as strong as you are in the virtual world as you are now. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered, but she didn't hesitate and made the same choice the next moment. In a moment, the white light around began to fade away, and Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao came to a spacious room. The room was luxurious, with crystal lighting emitting soft decorations, wide and soft large beds covered with smooth and delicate silk sheets, and the floor was made of some kind of wood, which felt a faint warmth. This should be the room in the sky, right? Shen Fei looked at everything in the room. Very old style. Jin Xiao Xiao next to her commented. Well. Shen Fei nodded slightly, and thoughtful at the same time. The background of this incident is the Galaxy Federation. It is not difficult to see that this is a human civilization similar to the Empire and should be culturally overlapping with the Empire. However, just when Shen Fei was trying to say something, suddenly, the evolutionary evidence on the wrists of the two people lit up. An ordinary tourist who is traveling to the sky, please use his identity reasonably. This incident will last for 1 month, with a ratio of 3:1 to the outside world. The mission was detected, the sky has already landed in an emergency, and the passengers on the spacecraft are facing many dangers and challenges at all times. Please ensure the safety of the passengers on the spacecraft as much as possible, and try to restore the spacecraft engine to normal, and lead the passengers away from this planet. According to the completion of the mission, you will receive a basic reward. The basic reward includes a ticket for the virtual realm and several other rewards. This mission. Shen Fei looked at the content of the mission and felt his head buzzing. This is simply 2 extremes from the last mission. He walked alone in the last mission and didn't need to think about anything. Just chop and chop, but what about this time? He actually wants to be a nanny? And he is also a nanny for a bunch of people. Fortunately, I only care about dog heads. Whether the passengers die or not, it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Shen Fei thought about it in his mind, and he felt much more relaxed in an instant. Hey, Shen Fei! Suddenly, Jin Xiaoxiu's voice sounded. Shen Fei looked up at Jin Xiaoxiu. He was surprised to find that Jin Xiaoxiu's face was not right, as if he was stolen by food and the blood was accumulated on the face. Simply put, the face turns red. Miss Xiao Xiao, are you? Shen Fei asked immediately. That identity? Jin Xiao Xiao asked with a hint, you won't have any ideas, do you? Identity. Shen Fei instantly understood what was going on. So Jin Xiao Xiao is so thin-skinned? He can react to fake identities. Shen Fei feels a little smirking in his heart. Cough. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he said. This is all an arrangement for the proof of evolution, so I have to temporarily feel wronged Miss Xiao Xiao for a few days. What do you mean? Jin Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. What does it mean? It's literal. Shen Fei looked confused. Jin Xiao Xiao wanted to say something, but at this time, a radio suddenly rang out. Sir and ladies, I am Li Zhang, the captain of the Sky. I believe you have felt the shock just now. I have a very regrettable news to tell you that due to the interference of unknown factors, the Sky power engine has been damaged and has now been forced to land on an unknown planet. It has been forced to land on the planet K098. Shen Fei quickly changed the subject when he heard the radio. After all, Jin Xiao is the financial backer, so it is better not to tease too deeply. Snort. Jin Xiao snorted lightly and did not answer. However, please don't worry, we are already trying to contact the rescue team. At the same time, we are also organizing experts to actively inspect the spacecraft engine. I believe that it will not take long for the Sky to return to normal and take off again. Captain Li Zhang began to appease the passengers on the ship, and Shen Fei was also thinking about what to do next. It is impossible to protect passengers, and it is only the right thing to do when going out to cut off people. But if you go out rashly, you won't have a specific goal. Shen Fei didn't have time to think too much. Less than a minute passed, and an accident happened suddenly. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from the radio. Who are you? What are you going to do? Li Zhang's originally stable and powerful voice suddenly became panicked, followed by a fierce sound of smashing and disdainful sneer. What happened? Shen Fei was shocked at first, and then he was delighted. That's great, isn't this a goal? Miss Xiao, let's go and have a look. Shen Fei said without hesitation. Why are you so excited? Jin Xiao glanced at Shen Fei for some reason, but she didn't refuse. The Sky is a standard tourist spacecraft, divided into multiple areas, including entertainment areas, rest areas, core areas, etc. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao rushed from the rest area to the core area. On the way, many passengers were running around, like headless flies. Some crew members of the Sky are trying their best to dissuade these passengers, but the use is not very good. In addition, there is a problem with the Captain Li Zhang, and the situation becomes even more chaotic. So, the protection mission is the most troublesome. Shen Fei looked at the messy tourists and said helplessly. Yes. Jin Xiao nodded absent-mindedly. Shen Fei didn't say anything more, and the two went straight to the main control room. Chapter 87 Double Kill. With Shen Fei and Jin Xiao's skills, they are in a mess that tourists obviously couldn't get in the way, and they quickly rushed to the main control room in the core area. The main control room of the Sky is not big, about 1,000 square meters. At this time, the not-so-large main control room was already in chaos, and the crew members with little strength were all shrunk into a ball in the corner. More than a dozen security personnel were lying crooked on the ground. All of these security personnel had a large charred hole on their chests, and they were obviously all brutally killed. The worst was Li Zhang, the captain of the Sky. Although he was still alive, his bones were broken and he could only lie on the ground weakly. And the culprit for doing all this was two men dressed in a bit of rags. These two men were tall and short. Among them, the tallest man was sitting on an alloy chair. He seemed to have been hungry for countless years, holding a bottle of wine that had just been unsealed in one hand, and pouring it into his mouth with his mouth. The short man stood in front of Li Zhang, the captain of the sky, who was lying on the ground. The man looked down at Li Zhang condescendingly, and he said with a cold face, "I will say it again last time and hand over the control of the spacecraft immediately, otherwise, I will make you regret still alive." "I'll say it again last time, it's impossible." Li Zhang gritted his teeth and roared. "It seems that there is not much trouble for you." The short man stepped on Li Zhang's head, and a light grey light appeared in his hand. "Next, I will turn your flesh and blood," from the embarrassing man's voice like a devil whispering, and it sounded in Li Zhang's ears. But Li Zhang always gritted his teeth and said nothing. He knew very well that once the spaceship control authority was really handed over, he would be really dead. If he wants to live, he must hold on. Just wait until that man arrives. A majestic figure appeared in Li Zhang's heart. With the other party there is hope. This is also the main reason why he would rather endure torture than die. "Let me see how hard your bones are." The short man was already grinning and leaning down, and the grey light in his hand quickly approached Li Zhang's body. But at this moment, laugh! A sudden sound of a blade entering the flesh sounded. Tick, tick. Drops of blood fell along the tip of the knife and Li Zhang's body, and Li Zhang's eyes widened. That guy came so timely this time? This thought flashed through Li Zhang's mind, and at this time, the short man fell down in disbelief. At this moment, Li Zhang also saw the figure who had just stabbed a short man to death. To Li Zhang's expectations, this figure was not the man he imagined, but a young man who looked very young and handsome. The young man had very white skin, he had broken hair and was wearing a casual outfit. If Li Zhang hadn't felt a little perverted from the smile on his face, from the surface, this person was purely a big boy who was very popular among girls. "Who are you?" Li Zhang asked subconsciously. However, no one answered him. "You kill the target, you gain speed plus 0.3, physique plus 0.3, insight plus 0.3. Your current attributes are: Attack, 23.0. Speed, 28.2. Defense, 22.9. Physical Constitution, 22.8. Understanding, 23.3. Evolutionary Talent, 22.8. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him, and his smile couldn't help but widen 3 points again. Although it is just a purple dog head, the feeling of being away for a month is back. At this time, crackling. An electric current sound came from beside him. Shen Fei turned around and looked at him and found that the head of another tall purple dog had been tied up by an energy light rope. Jin Xiao Xiao stood beside her, and a metal glove appeared on her right hand. The light rope that tied the purple dog's head extended out of the glove. Shen Fei was a little surprised. Judging from his current 2 attribute superpositions, the guys who can become purple dog heads are quite good at it. If they are evolvers, at least they are evolvers of the third level of the crescent moon that have hope to become purple dog heads. Although Shen Fei is only at the second level of the new moon, his basic attributes are much stronger than the ordinary second level of the new moon because of his evolutionary talent, and his attribute bonus is as high as more than 20 times. It is normal for him to kill a purple dog head like a dog slaughter. Unexpectedly, Jin Xiao Xiao could subdue a purple dog head so quickly, and it seemed very relaxed. Can her mecha be used separately? Shen Fei looked at the metal gloves on Jin Xiaoxiao's hand and was shocked. Jin Xiao Xiao also turned her head to look at Shen Fei at this time, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. You just stabbed him to death? Don't you keep asking about the situation? Jin Xiao Xiao asked. Cough, it's a good idea for a moment. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he quickly changed the subject and said, Miss Xiao Xiao, it's good that you are there. That's more to say. Jin Xiao Xiao looked proud, but she didn't say much, and then she turned her head and looked at the tall man. Tell me, who are you? Jin Xiao Xiao asked with a tense face. Laugh. The tall man sneered. Although he was captured, there was no sign of fear on his face. Little bitch, what's the skill of sneak attacking? Just now, it was just the uncle who was careless. He had the will to let me go and we attacked again. The tall man sneered. Don't dare. If you don't dare, go home and have a breastfeed. You're looking for death. Jin Xiaoxiao's face suddenly sank. A stream of water appeared in Jin Xiaoxiao's other hand in an instant, and these substances quickly condensed to form another metal glove. Buzz. A glove emitted light, aiming directly at the tall man. Seeing a terrifying energy about to burst out, Shen Fei suddenly appeared next to Jin Xiao Xiao and grabbed Jin Xiaoxiao's wrist. Miss Xiao Xiao, it's so cheap to kill him like this. Why not give him to me? Shen Fei said furiously. This guy is so ignorant of life and death, I have to let him know what life is worse than death. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at Shen Fei with anger on her face. After a little stunned, most of her dissatisfaction disappeared inexplicably. Then let it leave it to you. Jin Xiaoxiao's expression returned to normal, and she walked aside. He, leave it to me. Shen Fei turned his head to look at the tall man with a grim smile. He had a purple dog head, who actually didn't cherish his life so much that he had to let the other party know what life is precious. What are you doing? A look of panic finally appeared on the tall man's face. If Jin Xiao Xiao looks quite harmless, then Shen Fei's aura is not so kind, and it is even more chilling to cooperate with his slightly twisted smile. Shen Fei didn't talk nonsense to him. He picked up the other party and walked out of the main control room. Shen Fei is preparing to use the techniques practiced on many children of crystal nuclear life to this man. The next picture is too bloody and is not suitable for outsiders to watch. Jin Xiao Xiao walked around the main control room with a boring look, and at the same time, she invited other crew members to give a simple treatment to the tortured half-dead Li Zhang. Li Zhang tried to say something to Jin Xiao Xiao, but Jin Xiao Xiao looked like she was not close to someone else and did not respond at all. Soon, Shen Fei, who had left with the tall man, returned to the main control room. I thought this guy was a tough guy, but I didn't expect that he would use all the tricks before I could exert force. Shen Fei sneered. But Miss Xiao Xiao, don't worry, I have already let him know the consequences of being stubborn. Jin Xiao Xiao was quiet at this moment, just said P.S. Please support. Chapter 88 The Lost Expedition Team 2. After Li Zhang, the captain of the sky, comforted all the passengers with the radio, he was supported by 2 crew members and came to Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao. This time I'm really thanking you too, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Zhang thanked him with gratitude. It's just a simple task, it's not worth mentioning. Shen Fei said with a smile, but the next moment, his tone changed. But according to the news I got from that person just now, it's not time to relax. Please tell me more. Li Zhang said hurriedly. The planet that was forced to land on the sky is actually a prison planet, and all the people are detained are evolutionary criminals. The 2 of them just happened to be near the location where the sky is forced to land, so they couldn't wait to sneak into the spacecraft. In fact, there are a large number of other criminals on this planet. Shen Fei briefly talked about the situation. Of course, not all the information he mentioned came from the tall man just now, and part of it came from the exclusive information that Shen Fei had just read not long ago. However, although Shen Fei just said it simply, the content was too horrifying, and Li Zhang immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. 4 criminals detained here, the sky is simply a hot commodity. The food, passengers on the sky, and the opportunity to escape from this prison planet with the help of sky is definitely attracted by all criminals. The good news is that the 2 of them did not tell the others about the sky number. Shen Fei said again. What you have to do now is to ensure the concealment of the spacecraft. It is best not to be discovered by criminals again. Otherwise, your luck may not be so good next time. After all, there is a mission to protect the passengers of the sky. Although Shen Fei felt a headache about the protection mission, he still had no problem with a simple reminder. However, at this moment, Li Zhang's expression changed. He turned his head instantly and shouted at a crew member, "Hurry, go and contact the exploration team. Let them be careful and return to the spaceship immediately." You sent the exploration team out? Shen Fei looked shocked. What a guy, this is really a tragic death. You can't save it, you can't save it, wait for death. To be honest, the repair of the sky's engine requires a special substance. There is no reserve on the spacecraft, so I had to send an expedition team to search for it. Unexpectedly, it was like this. Li Zhang looked regretful. That's it. Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the passengers of this spacecraft could not avoid dealing with the outside world from the beginning if they wanted to leave this prison planet. What material do you lack? Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly asked. Li Zhang didn't expect that Jin Xiao Xiao, who had not spoken, would suddenly ask. He was stunned for a moment and said, ... Stone? Well, it seems that this Sky uses the 3rd generation dark energy engine, and is still using stone as a medium for isolating space and catalyzing dark energy extraction. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded thoughtfully, and he asked immediately. There is a problem with the stone space. The sky can still land on this planet. It seems that the damage is not serious. It should be a crack. Shenfei? Do you have any research on the spacecraft engine? Li Zhang was overjoyed. To be honest, there were experts in the sky, but his level was a bit weak. Jin Xiao accurately judged the situation based on just one sentence, and obviously she understood it very well. I understand a little bit, I have learned it in school. Jin Xiao said lightly, and when he heard this, Shen Fei became even more confused. Ah? Is this still taught in school? Your school must be a top institution, Li Zhang said, and he suddenly slapped his head. I'm confused and haven't asked the two names yet. Li Zhang said with a shame. Shen Fei can interfere. I'm down to Shen Fei. Shen Fei said quickly, and he then reached out to introduce, this is my fiancé, Jin Xiao. Shen Fei did not use a pseudonym. Since the two of them are tourists from the Tianxing, their names must be recorded on the Tianxing. It doesn't make sense to use a pseudonym now. Moreover, there is not much information that can be leaked based on just one name. Snort. Jin Xiao snorted lightly, but she just glared at Shen Fei and said nothing more. That's probably Mr. Shen is also very knowledgeable. Li Zhang exclaimed, the two are indeed handsome and beautiful, and they are extremely compatible. Li Zhang was so eloquent that he was talking endlessly. Shen Fei listened, although he felt a little embarrassed, he smiled calmly on the surface and accepted Li Zhang's praise. He is proficient in various human cutting skills, and it is not wrong to say that he is well educated. However, this relaxed atmosphere did not last long. The crew members who had just been sent by Li Zhang to contact the expedition team came back soon, and brought very bad news. The expedition team sent out was lost. But after hearing this news, the three of them had different moods. Li Zhang's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Jin Xiao didn't feel much, but Shen Fei was very shameful and happy. Shen Fei also sympathized with the experience of the expedition team, but if they disappeared, it means that a criminal might know the existence of the sky. Doesn't this mean that a criminal will come to Tianxing to cause trouble soon? Good come. Shen Fei was already thinking about how to avenge the expedition team. Captain Li, nowadays, panic is useless. The key now is the key to it. The despise of the sacred sand Liao. A spaceship as big as the sky, is it really powerless to resist and let the criminals be presumptuous? Mr. Shen, the sky is just an ordinary medium-sized passenger spacecraft with more than 1,000 crew members and only 100 security personnel. Li Zhang sighed helplessly. Although there are evolutionists among the security personnel, they are just ordinary evolutionists. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have let those two people be presumptuous before. Where are weapons? Are there any naval guns? Shen Fei asked again. To be honest, this is what Shen Fei cares most about. If there is this thing, he will immediately find a way to repair the sky and then drive the sky and wash the planet with the sky. Mr. Shen, please stop joking. Li Zhang shook his head with a strange expression. Loading a naval gun requires a special energy engine. The value of that engine is so high that it is not enough to sell the entire sky. Li Zhang didn't say anything more. He walked to a dead security officer, picked up a gun, and handed it to Shen Fei. This is a weapon. Li Zhang said something, and a hint of disappointment appeared on Shen Fei's face. This is also an energy gun, but Shen Fei just tried it. No matter whether it is the firing speed or power, it is incomparable to the most ordinary standard energy gun in the Empire. It is simply a hot chick. Jin Xiao looked very interested in this energy gun. She took an energy gun and observed it repeatedly for a long time. The electromagnetic energy gun is old and antique. Jin Xiao sighed. As an evolutionist of the electromagnetic lineage, Jin Xiao knew very well that the upper limit of electromagnetic weapons was still very high, but the structure of this electromagnetic energy gun was too backward, so it can only be said to be average. It seems that we can only rely on the two of us. Shen Fei was a little disappointed with Li Zhang. As the captain of a spaceship, he was so poor that he couldn't even take out a decent weapon. Even if he could take out a nuclear bomb, Shen Fei would respect him 3 points. Mr. Shen, there is actually no need to be too pessimistic. Li Zhang said at this time. Although the sky itself does not have any decent weapons, I have a very powerful friend who is also on the sky now. With him here, there will definitely be no problem dealing with ordinary criminals. Oh! Shen Fei was slightly surprised, but before he could say anything, suddenly, a voice came from the door of the main control room. I heard someone mention me. A rather cheerful voice came. Shen Fei turned his head and glanced, and the next moment, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Dog head, what a big crystal dog head! Chapter 89 Ambush Plan. Ha ha ha, Laoli, I've seen you here again. I miss it so much. What came in was a middle-aged man with a national face. He had a buzz cut and walked, and his aura looked very intimidating. The man said as he walked quickly to Li Zhang and reached out to give him a hug. What are you talking about? Li Zhang was a little confused. Why didn't you see him for a long time? Didn't you play cards together 10 hours ago? And at this time, the man also stopped. I'm sorry, Laoli, I forgot that you are still injured. A hint of apology appeared on the man's face. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Li Zhang felt his head buzzing. He quickly stopped the man who wanted to continue speaking, and at the same time told him the situation here. Mr. Shen, Ms. Jin, he is Gus, and the friend I just mentioned is him. Li Zhang looked at Shen Fei and Jin Xiao, and introduced confidently. Gus once served in a secret force, and he is definitely a master. It's just Mr. Li who is silenced by his performance. Mu Shu. He looked at Shen Fei and said, thank you for your righteous actions, otherwise my old friend would have to suffer another big meal today. It's just a matter of raising hands. Jin Xiao's expression did not change much, she just nodded slightly. You are kind to me, Mr. Gus. Shen Fei was not surprised at all, he just smiled and said. However, At this moment, Shen Fei was a little confused. Judging from the familiar appearance of Li Zhang, this Gus should indeed be a figure in the virtual realm, not an adventurer in the virtual realm. Why is a Void Realm character who can become a crystal doghead not mentioned in the exclusive information at all? Could it be that although this person is strong, he is actually not important in this virtual world? Or, is this Gus disguised? This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and he suddenly became alert. No matter what, be careful. Shen Fei briefly communicated with Gus about protecting the sky. Shen Fei did not mention cooperation, and Gus was the same, so the two sides quickly separated and took action. Shen Fei asked Li Zhang for his authority to move freely in the sky. He took advantage of observing the environment and visited all parts of the sky. Of course, Shen Fei seemed to be observing the environment, but in fact he was investigating whether there were any experts on the sky. This time, entering the virtual world is different from the previous two times. The first time, the Empire prepared for the newcomers by the newcomers, and the second time was for geniuses. Except for the two criminals Yu Liang and Zhu Yan, the two virtual worlds War of the Two Kingdoms and Crisis of Changes will not appear in the two virtual worlds. But this time, this Tuostar virtual realm world is completely open, and anyone can come as an adventurer in the virtual realm. Although the possibility is very small, some very strong Sun realm, and even higher level star level evolvers, are likely to come to this virtual realm world. If there is such a character, Shen Fei would be mentally prepared in advance. However, what made Shen Fei breathe a sigh of relief was that after his observation, let alone masters, except Gus, there was not even a green dog head in the entire sky. This situation is in line with what just happened. Previously, unexpected sounds appeared in the main control room of the sky and spread throughout the spacecraft. If there were other adventurers in the virtual realm, they would probably come. But now, except for Shen Fei and Jin Xiao, none of them came. It seems that only Jin Xiao and I are Ironhead. Shen Fei sighed secretly in his heart. Gus, the crystal dog head, did not even mention it in exclusive information, and it was impossible for a Void Realm adventurer to know in advance. Therefore, from the surface, choosing the sky is indeed a self-inspiring stimulation. Unless a super expert comes to abuse the food deliberately, it is normal that no one is willing to choose. 20 minutes later, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao left the sky and came to a nearby earthen mountain. Tishan is about 70 or 80 meters high. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao stand side by side, looking down below. At first glance, the surface of planet K098 is quite rugged, but it is not a dead land, but a layer of moss-like plants grow everywhere. This plant is blue-green, and countless absent them seem to dye the entire world into the same color. The location where the sky was forced to land was really good. Shen Fei observed the surroundings. A spacecraft that was about 10 kilometers away from the mountain was parked there. The spacecraft is long and round in the middle, and the two sides are pointed cone-shaped. This spacecraft with a strange shape is the sky. The reason why Shen Fei said that the Tianxiang was in a good position is because this mountain is really an excellent ambush location. That's right, Shen Fei planned to have an ambush. The expedition team sent by Li Zhang lost contact, which means that there are likely to be a wave of prisoners who know the existence of the sky, so they will definitely not be able to resist coming to snatch the sky. At that time, Shen Fei can attack from a high place on this mountain. No matter who comes, let me give him a surprise. A smile appeared on the corner of Shen Fei's mouth and it expanded rapidly. Call. Shen Fei clicked on the evolutionary certificate, and suddenly, an energy cannon appeared in his arms. This is the energy cannon that Jin Xiao bought for Shen Fei. According to Jin Xiao, this energy cannon is a standard product. This series of energy cannons all have a common name, Angle Light. Because this energy cannon is the smallest caliber in the Annihilation series, it is also known as Annihilation No. 1. Angkong No. 1 has no cannon stand, the entire cannon body is cylindrical and is about 80 cm long. This energy cannon consumes a lot of energy, and a complete energy core can launch 10 full power attacks. At this moment, Shen Fei was a little expectant. This was a super weapon he bought with a lot of money. How could he be willing to do it if he didn't try it? On the other side, Jin Xiao didn't care about the energy cannon that Shen Fei took out. She sniffed and couldn't help complaining, the air on this planet smells so bad. Well, there is an atmosphere, which is rare to be similar to the composition of the Earth's air. However, if the low oxygen content is not a little disadvantage, the Galaxy Federation will not be willing to use this place as a prison planet. Shen Fei said. The environment of this planet is indeed harsh, with 1% of the oxygen content in the air and a temperature difference of up to 1 or 200 degrees, so evolutionists can survive here. Such a planet is already the best, and it should be transformed into a livable planet. It's a waste to treat it as a prison, Jin Xiao muttered. If Miss Xiao is really not used to it, you can go back to the sky first. Shen Fei said with great concern. This is a financial backer, but you must not make any mistakes. Jin Xiao's real strength should not be very strong, only at the second level of the new moon. Although Shen Fei is also at the second level of the new moon, he has a physical bonus of more than 20 times, which is not comparable to Jin Xiao. Forget it. Jin Xiao glanced at it. She glanced at Shen Fei, but she didn't say much. She felt that Shen Fei was still too confident. This time, there were criminals from the Sun Realm. If a criminal from the Sun Realm really comes this time, even if Shen Fei holds an energy cannon in his hand, he may not be able to kill the other party. Energy cannons require energy storage. In front of the evolvers of the Sun Realm, there is no chance to fire a second cannon. Once they are not killed with one blow, the evolvers of the Sun Realm can instantly fly over from a distance to kill Shen Fei. Therefore, Jin Xiao felt that it was very necessary for her to stay here. Chapter 90 The Bald Gang is Coming. While Shen Fei was silently waiting for the rabbit with the energy cannon in his hand, in the other direction, about 20 or 30 miles away from the sky, a team that spread more than 10 meters came here in a mighty manner. The leader of this team is a strong bald man with a naked upper body. The bald man is extremely burly and over 2 meters tall. His body is covered with high and bulging muscles, full of strength. In fact, this is the leader of the Bald Gang, one of the 3 major Planet K098 forces, Durguf. And this team is most of the members of the Bald Gang led by Durgf. This is also a high ground. At this time, standing on this high ground, with the eyes of the evolvers of the Sun Realm, you can clearly see all the details on the sky. The moment Durgf saw the sky, a light filled with surprise and greed flashed in his eyes. However, after careful observation, Durgf's face suddenly darkened. "Stop!" Durgf shouted softly and the whole team stopped quickly. "Bring it up!" Durgf said coldly, and soon, the team behind him separated, and two men walked over with a bruised and swollen blond man. Durgf stretched out his big hand like a palm fan, grabbed the blond man's head, and lifted him up. Durgf's face was cold and hard, and there was a terrible coldness in his eyes. At this moment, just staring at the blond man, the other party couldn't help but tremble. "The sky you mentioned is indeed here. It seems that you didn't lie to me." A smile appeared on Durgf's face, which made the blond man feel slightly relieved. But the next moment, Durgf's smile suddenly disappeared, and he asked coldly, "But you didn't say that the cabin door of the sky was open? What's going on now? How did I see that there was no gap in its cabin door? This is impossible." The blond man looked disbelief and struggled to look towards the sky, but unfortunately he was just an ordinary evolutionist at the first level of the new moon and could not see the details of the sky, 20 or 30 miles away. "I'm lying to you." A cruel smile appeared on Durgf's face. The next moment, he directly pinched the blond man's arm. Click! Like a fragile bamboo pole, the blond man's arm was easily pinched off. Amid the blond man's scream, Durgf's devilish voice also sounded in his ears, "Next time I dare to lie to me, I will be your head." "I dare not, I really dare not!" the blond man shouted in a little collapse. "Chief, maybe someone else discovered this spaceship first, which aroused their vigilance." Next to Durgf, a somewhat thin man said. Upon hearing this, Durgf's face suddenly darkened. "But it shouldn't be Kavitana and Gusun's people, otherwise they would have brought people here long ago," the thin man said again. "Even if it is not, the news about this spacecraft may have been leaked. There may be others coming to grab this big fish from us at any time," Durgf said indifferently. "But the spacecraft cabin door is closed, so it will take more trouble to go in," the thin man said thoughtfully, but Durgf didn't say anything else. He lifted the blond man's head again. "Where are any masters or powerful weapons on this sky dome?" Durgf asked coldly. "No." The blond man shook his head quickly. "Really not?" Durgf stared at the blond man. "The sky is just an ordinary passenger spacecraft." The blond man was almost crying. He was indeed not lying. "Chief, this guy is just a cartilage, he shouldn't have lied." The thin man spoke again. "It may also be that he doesn't know." Durgf let go of the blond man's head and threw it aside. After thinking for a moment, Durgf turned his head and whispered to the crowd behind him. "Everyone, I, Durgf, have been on this planet where birds do not shit for almost 20 years. Some of you come later than me, and some of you come earlier than me. I believe that like me, you have long forgotten what the real food and wine tastes. Today, a spaceship with no resistance is right in front of us. I believe there is no shortage of food, wine, and women on the ship. Now, everyone will rush with me to take down this sky. At that time, everything on the ship will belong to us. Aoao. Roar and take this ship. Damn, I haven't slept with a real woman in 10 years. I'll have 10 tonight. A group of people screamed, each of them was excited. This planet is indeed not a place for people to stay, even for evolvers. On this planet, food? Only eat some primitive algae plants. Liquor? No. Woman? Rare animals are all occupied by strong people. Now, the opportunity has come. As long as you take down the sky, you can say that you have everything. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost brewing, Durgaf was about to give orders to charge. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone, I have a word. The sound was not loud, but it easily suppressed all the howling sounds. The atmosphere was half destroyed, and a hint of coldness appeared on Durgaf's face, and his eyes suddenly looked at the person who spoke. That was a woman with a completely different style from the bald gang. Others were dressed in rags, but the women were dressed neatly and cleanly without any dust. Others have disheveled hair, like wandering souls, but the woman has exquisite makeup and even crystal earrings on her ears. Most of the eyes looked at the woman, most of which were greedy, but no one except Durgaf dared to look directly at the other person for a long time. This woman just joined the bald gang not long ago. At the beginning, many people coveted her, but unfortunately everyone died miserably. What do you want to say? Durgaf spoke in a deep voice. He knew very well that this woman was probably also an evolutionist in the Sun Realm, and he couldn't understand why the other party chose to join his bald gang just after being sent in by the Federation. This was simply unreasonable. But the fact is that, coupled with the sudden discovery of the sky, Durgaf didn't bother to explore too much, but just agreed to the other party's existence. You have been trapped here for 10 or even 20 years. I understand your feelings very much. The woman smiled and said, but food and wine are not the most important things. The most important thing is that this sky is our hope for escape from here. I think no one doesn't want to escape, right? After occupying the sky, we will naturally escape with the help of it. Durgaf said lightly, isn't this nonsense? But don't forget that this sky is damaged and someone needs to repair it. No one among us can repair the spaceship, right? The woman glanced around, and suddenly, the eyes of a bunch of evolutionists wandered away. Repair a spaceship? What a joke! However, everyone also understood the woman's meaning at this time. Those who can repair spacecraft may only exist on the sky. If they die accidentally, they will not escape. Your reminder is good. Durgaf's gaze at the woman also eased 3 points, thinking about escaping. First of all, it was certain that she was indeed a prisoner sent by the Federation. As for the purpose of joining the Bald Head Gang, it is not too late to observe it later. Durgaf didn't think much, and he whispered again, brothers, enter the sky later, food, wine, women, you can do whatever you want, but there is one thing, you are not allowed to kill people, do you understand? Clear! Everyone shouted loudly, and the atmosphere became anxious again. Rush! Dirk waved his hand, and suddenly, a large number of evolutionists from the Bald Gang rushed out as if they were injected with chicken blood. Chapter 91 Shocking. At this time, in the sky, Li Zhang was covered in bandages. He was sitting in a wheelchair and chatting with Gus. In fact, Li Zhang wanted to talk to Gus about how the Skyco should deal with the upcoming crisis now, but Gus always pulled him to talk about something irrelevant, which made him helpless. Gus, you seem a little wrong today. Li Zhang finally asked out the doubts in his heart. Old Li, you are too slow. Only now do you realize that something is wrong? Gus asked. What do you mean? Li Zhang was slightly shocked, but Gus didn't do anything. He just laughed and said, "What else can I have? I did change a lot today. I don't have time to joke with you every time. Now the sky is in danger." Li Zhang said helplessly, but just when he wanted to say something, a crew member suddenly ran over in a hurry. "Oh no, Captain, we reconnaissed that about hundreds of heat sources were coming towards the sky, which was extremely fast and was about to arrive under the sky," the crew member said, and Li Zhang's expression changed drastically. Needless to say, the prisoners of this planet must have come. Hundreds of prisoners, aren't they hundreds of evolvers? How to stop this? A lot of people came. Gus stood up in surprise, and he quickly walked to the main console, and said to a crew member, "Call out the image." Yes. The crew agreed and started to operate immediately. Soon, a three-dimensional image rose on the main console, and the image showed a flat Earth covered with blue-green algae plants, which was exactly the appearance of the K098 planet outside the sky. When this image first appeared, the vast world was still peaceful. But in just a blink of an eye, figures appeared on the Earth, and large figures roared towards the sky. The terrifying sense of oppression made the crew members sitting next to the main console breathe quickly. At this time, Li Zhang also pushed the wheelchair and walked over. He looked at the scene in the three-dimensional image, his heart full of shock. Hundreds of evolvers, who would have thought that there were so many evolvers hidden on this inconspicuous planet? Evolutionaries are very rare. How many evolvers are there in the entire Galaxy Federation? What to do? Li Zhang became anxious in an instant. Although he was very confident in Gus, and the strength he had shown by Shen Fei and Jin Xiao was also very strong, among these hundreds of evolvers, isn't there anyone who can compete with them? Maybe there will even be more powerful evolvers. However, just when Li Zhang was worried, suddenly, a scream rang out. "Oh my god, what is that?" Li Zhang looked up instantly, and at this time the image cast on the main console had begun to flash violently. Li Zhang only saw a column of light running through the sky and the Earth in the blurry image, immediately followed by an endless burst of white light. Rumble. The image on the main console was completely extinguished, and a violent shaking and dizzy rotation followed. This is not Li Zhang's illusion, but is really moving. The sky docking, which was docking in place, was rolling up under the push of a terrifying force, and rolled dozens of times in just a few seconds. On the other side, above a mountain of earth, there was a grey energy layer in front of Jin Xiaoxiao's eyes at some point. Through the energy layer, Jin Xiaoxiao could ignore the extremely dazzling white light and see what was happening in the distance. About 7 or 8 kilometers away from the sky, a hemispherical milky white energy light ball rose and expanded toward the surroundings at an extremely fast speed, covering an area of more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Is this what you did? Jin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at Shen Fei in disbelief. What I know is that you used a super small energy gun to bomb, but I didn't know that you thought you fired a naval gun. This is the case with some small caliber naval guns at this strength. Shen Fei didn't say anything, he grinned and his smile gradually began to become perverted. Just now, Shen Fei saw a bunch of figures appear, and nearly half of his head were holding dog heads. Although most of them were green dog heads, there were really many people. So, Shen Fei seized the densely populated area and accumulated strength to bombard it with one shot. Result: you kill the target and get it. You kill the target. You kill. The surging prompts came one by one, and Shen Fei's attributes were also growing leaps and bounds. Since Shen Fei started to stack attributes, this is definitely the fastest increase, no doubt about it. In the blink of an eye, your all attributes have reached 27.0, the third stage attribute superposition is completed, and you have obtained 8 free attribute points. A sudden reminder made Shen Fei come back to his senses. From the average point of 22, I jumped to 27 at once, I fucked. Shen Fei was so excited. This was something that only dreams could be imagined. At the same time, on the edge of the spreading white light caused by Shen Fei's shot, a figure was running rapidly towards the distance. This is the woman who just joined the bald gang, but at this time the other party has lost the cleanliness and calmness that he had not long ago. As the woman ran wildly, a thin layer of energy also flashed on her body, resisting the terrifying high temperature and high energy particle flow impacts contained in the white light that was chasing her behind her. Damn it, I thought Derg was too worried about instigating his subordinates to go first, but I didn't expect that he would be right. Okay, Imperial coin player, right? I can't afford to offend you, I'll just leave. The woman was completely gone from being calm before. While running wildly, she cursed the player of the imperial currency who didn't know what it was. The woman was actually an adventurer in the virtual realm. She knew very well that this could not be an attack from the sky. It could only be that the adventurer in the virtual realm used some perverted virtual realm props to send out this terrifying attack. Fortunately, the beam of light just now fell into the densest place in the crowd and fell on her head, otherwise she would have evaporated instantly. In fact, the light that is constantly spreading now is just the aftermath of that column of light. Even the aftermath woman had to rely on the void realm props to block it, not to mention being hit on the front. Once hit on the front, it would definitely evaporate. Therefore, although the woman was not hurt much at this moment, she had no other thoughts, but turned around and ran away. This is respect for the players of the Imperial coin. In fact, there are hundreds of people in the Bald Gang, and this woman is not the only one who survives at this moment. Because of his strong strength and he has not been hit by the front, he is not in danger of his life. Of course, Dergv does not have the virtual realm props like a woman, so he can only rely on his body to resist the aftermath of the shot. The terrifying high temperature made Diaghev's body charred, and countless high-energy particles rushed into his body and destroyed them wantonly, making Diaghev feel weak. At this time, Dergv was already seriously injured. But Dergv was not born to be a person who likes to escape. He has not wiped out the ferocity in his bones in the past 20 years on the K098 planet. After being suddenly attacked such a terrifying attack, Dergv felt fear in his heart, but he thought more about counterattack and revenge. Call. Dergv rushed to the sky with the spreading white light, and he looked into the distance in the direction of the light beam just now. After a search, Dergv found Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao standing on the top of Tishan Mountain in the blink of an eye. Of course, Dergv also saw the energy cannon in Shen Fei's hand. That attack was triggered by this thing. Dergv's heart burst into anger, and at the same time he felt relieved. Since it is such an external weapon, he will never give the other party a chance to attack again. Chapter 92 Jin Xiao Xiao vs Diaghev. Call. Dergv's figure roared through the air, and the evolutionist in the Sun Realm flew at full speed, less than 20 miles away, just a few seconds. When Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao found a figure with charred bodies flying towards them quickly, Ji Erja, my husband has arrived at a place less than 10 kilometers away from the two of them. Crystal Dog Head. Shen Fei was shocked. His third attributes were stacked, and the person who came was still a crystal dog head. Needless to say, he must be an evolver in the Sun Realm. But Shen Fei was not panicked. Call. Shen Fei instantly put away Yang Guang No. 1 and pulled out the knife from his waist with his backhand. Shen Fei's thoughts moved slightly again, and all the 8 attribute points obtained by the superposition of the third stage were completed on the speed. After the 3 attribute superpositions were completed, Shen Fei obtained the free attribute points that had reached 14 points, and all of these 14 free attributes were pointed at the speed. At this moment, Shen Fei's speed reached a terrifying 41. With a speed bonus of 41 times, even an ordinary person has the hope of breaking through the speed of sound, not to mention Shen Fei, who is at the second level of the new moon. It's not enough. Shen Fei continued to stack buff for himself, and countless energy exploded in his body, and he instantly became a small giant nearly 3 meters tall. Call. A grey bracelet on Shen Fei's wrist suddenly turned into fluid substances, and in the blink of an eye, a set of black alien beast armor formed on Shen Fei's body. Even if it is the Sun Realm that breaks through the third level of the new moon, I can fight. Shen Fei's confidence increased greatly at this moment. From the Crescent Moon Realm to the Sun Realm, his power will increase by 100 times. The last time Shen Fei encountered Zhu Yan in the world of Crisis of Changes, although his Void Realm has a weird talent, his power speed will be suppressed by Limuz. It can be seen that he is likely to be the Sun Realm of the second level of the new moon. A new moon second level evolver can have 10 tons of power no matter what. From the second level to the third level of the new moon, the strength will increase by 3 to 5 times. Even if it is only 3 times, it will be 30 tons of power. Therefore, if a third level evolver of the new moon breaks through the sun realm, even if he is poor, his strength is more than 3,000 tons, and it will not be a problem to reach 4 or 5,000 tons at a slightly stronger point. If a terrible genius like Shen Fei with high evolutionary talent, it would be normal for him to break through the sun realm at the third level of the new moon. His strength exceeds 10,000 tons. Therefore, judging from Zhu Yan's performance, he is likely to be in the sun realm of the second level of the new moon. Before, Shen Fei was in the face of Zhu Yan's sun realm, which was worthless. He could fight without any external force. But if it is the third level of the new moon, it will be different. The opponent's simple power and speed will inevitably be stronger than Shen Fei before, not to mention that there are more powerful evolutionary magic bonuses, which widens the gap even further. According to Shen Fei's idea, if you fight against this level of sun realm, you have to place some yin things, such as antimatter bombs and sneak attacks, or smearing organic toxins on a knife. But Shen Fei did not expect that his attributes would be superimposed so quickly. With his current attributes, attack power, etc., perhaps he is still not as good as the sun realm where the third level of the new moon broke through, but his speed is definitely comparable. In addition, Jin Xiao gave him the exclusive armor of the God-transporting man, and it is not impossible to be strong in front of him. Bring it on! Shen Fei looked at the charred figure rushing towards him with confidence. In this virtual realm world, there was no breakthrough in the fourth level of the new moon, and he was not afraid of the person coming at the third level of the new moon or the second level of the new moon. However, at this moment, Jin Zioxio's voice suddenly rang. Shen Fei, you hide first. Followed immediately. Ding, click. A sound of metallic attacks came. When Shen Fei turned his head, Jin Zioxio's body surface was already wrapped in a layer of coat with a strong metal texture. Behind her, a silver-white mecha that was a lot taller than Shen Fei's use of the wild god transformation. This mecha is completely different from the standard mecha that Shen Fei saw last time. It is closer to the human body structure, but the whole body curve is extremely smooth. The entire mecha is integrated, and there is no trace of connection. Call. Jin Xiao opened her hands and immediately floated up, and then merged directly into the mecha behind her. All this only happens in less than 0.01 seconds. What technology is this? Shen Fei was shocked. Let me deal with him. A sound of Jin Xiao becoming mechanically came from the mecha. Before Shen Fei could say anything, a wing-like light emerged from behind the silver mecha. Call. The mecha bent his legs and followed closely. Jin Xiao soared into the sky and headed straight for Turjeff. Shen Fei. The distance between the two sides was not far, and at this moment, Jin Xiao rushed up again. In just a blink of an eye, the two sides met fiercely. Durgaf did not take Jin Zioxio's mecha seriously at all. In his subconscious, iron is a waste, and it is difficult to deal with the evolvers of the Crescent Realm, let alone him. Get out! Turgev shouted coldly, and he rushed forward, trying to knock Jin Xiao Xiao away directly, but the moment Turgev hit him, he knew that he was wrong. Boom! A terrifying force came, and Turgev's rush not only stopped instantly, but he was also thrown away directly. Buzz! The silver-white mecha raised his right hand, and a silver light instantly condensed in his hand. Boom! A silver-white beam of light about 10 centimeters thick burst out suddenly and headed for Turgev, who was knocked away. Although this attack was far less terrifying than Shen Fei's shot just now, it won because it was fast enough that Turgev had no time to dodge and was instantly hit in the chest. In a moment, a blood hole about several centimeters deep appeared on Turgev's charred chest, which was burned by the high temperature. The wound was so deep that it was enough to see the bones. Call! The silver mecha rushed up again. However, this time, Turgev already understood the horror of the mecha in front of him. After suffering a loss, he did not choose to fight hard anymore, but kept on doing so. Dodge and deal with it. At this time, Shen Fei looked at the hot man and mecha in silence. He looked at the knife in his hand again, and then threw it to the ground with a vicious force. Damn, he can't fly! Shen Fei looked at Turgev with a worried look on his face, afraid that Jin Xiao Xiao would really beat him to death. However, after observing for a while, Shen Fei soon found that he didn't seem to have much to worry. The mecha that Jin Xiao Xiao drove was indeed fierce, and it was much more powerful than Turgev in terms of strength and attack, but this mecha also had a big disadvantage, that is, it looked a bit clumsy. Of course, it was not that the mecha itself was clumsy, and Shen Fei guessed that it should be Jin Xiaoxio's problem. After all, Jin Xiao Xiao herself is probably only at the second level of the new moon. Even if there may be an intelligent control system as an auxiliary in the mecha, her reaction speed will not be able to keep up with the battle at the Sun Realm level. In fact, it was not just Shen Fei who discovered this problem. Zergv, who fought against Jin Xiao Xiao, discovered it earlier, so he became more and more calm now. Of course, Jin Xiao Xiao herself knew about this problem, so after being entangled for a while, she took measures to deal with it. Open the energy realm. Jin Xiao Xiao controlled the mecha to rise to a higher altitude, and in an instant a ray of light burst out from the mecha's chest. Immediately afterwards, countless energy light ropes appeared in the air. These energy light ropes are extremely tough and contain terrifying currents. Turgev dared not touch these light ropes easily, so his dodging speed naturally decreased. In an instant, the situation changed again, and Turgev was in a passive state of being beaten again, and Shen Fei was once again worried about him. However, this time Shen Fei's concerns did not last long, and even turned into surprises in a very short period of time. In order to avoid the overwhelming light rope in the sky, Turgev actually headed straight to the ground. Good come! Shen Fei bent down in an instant and picked up his knife, while running wildly towards the landing Turgev. Crystal Doghead, I'm here! Shen Fei shouted in his heart. Chapter 93 The Death of Turgev. Please subscribe. Jin Xiao Xiao was still in midair. She controlled the mecha to condense energy and was about to give Durgaf a meal of fire to stir-fry meat when she ran to the ground. However, the next moment, Jin Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned. That's Shen Fei. Jin Xiao Xiao was shocked. She saw a figure roaring towards Turjeff. The figure was extremely fast, and she could only see clearly with the assistance of the intelligent operating system. The key is that Jin Xiao Xiao is very familiar with this figure. Holding a black knife and wearing pure black alien beast armor. This is definitely Shen Fei. Test his speed. Jin Xiao Xiao thought about it, and soon a data appeared in front of her. 12343M/S. So fast. Jin Xiao Xiao was a little shocked. At this moment, before Jin Xiao Xiao could react, Shen Fei had already arrived at Durgaf. The whistling blade also scared Durgaf. He did not choose to take the first knife head-on, but suddenly rolled and flashed to the side. However, Durgaf reacted very quickly. Call. While rolling, he picked up 2 stones about the size of a human head on the ground and threw them at Shen Fei. The 2 ordinary stones obviously could not withstand Durgaf's huge power, and before they could touch Shen Fei, they turned into large pieces of dust in the air. And it was this dust that instantly made Shen Fei's movements stutter. Next moment. Boom! A figure like a bull rushed out of the dust and rushed towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei did not choose to dodge, but instantly stood his sword in front of him. Next moment. Shen Fei felt an indescribable force coming suddenly, and he directly felt the feeling of flying into the clouds. Boom! 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 Shen Fei was rushed for thousands of meters in an instant, and stopped until he hit the earthen mountain not far away. So fierce! Shen Fei lay on the ground, vaguely understanding who this person was. According to exclusive information, the leader of the Bald Gang, Zergv, is an evolutionist of the lineage of God transporting God, and the evolutionary method of practice is called Hercules. This evolution method has a great amplification effect on power. Durgv should be the sun realm that has been broken through at the 3rd level of the new moon. His own power is at least thousands of tons. After the evolution method increases, it is not surprising that there are 10,000 tons or 20,000 tons. It is normal that such a terrifying power can easily crush Shen Fei. However, this armor is really amazing. Shen Fei was very surprised at this moment. In fact, Shen Fei had the ability to avoid it just now, and the reason why he chose to fight head-on was to try the armor on his body. According to Jin Xiao Xiao, this armor only has a small boost to speed, and the main reason is that it has strong defense. Seeing what Jin Xiao Xiao said, Shen Fei's own defense attribute can provide the armor with a full 27 times bonus, so Shen Fei confidently chose to take over Durgaf's attack. As a result, Shen Fei did not disappoint. He didn't even feel anything when he was pushed away by such a terrifying force. Not to mention being injured, even the skin is not scratched. At this time, Durgaf obviously didn't know that Shen Fei was actually unscathed. The moment Shen Fei landed, Durgaf's figure appeared above Shen Fei again. A punch carrying the boundless terrifying power hit Shen Fei's head fiercely. However, Shen Fei lay on the ground without moving. Oops! Jin Zioxio's face changed slightly in the sky. She quickly drove the mecha down from the sky. But it's too late. Boom! A terrifying punch hit Shen Fei's head fiercely, followed by countless punch shadows. Boom! 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 The entire mountain of earth was cracked, and a happy smile appeared on Durg's face at this time. After being abused for so long, I finally took revenge. However, before Durg was happy for too long, a cold shadow suddenly broke out and headed straight for his head. What? Durgaf was shocked and he instantly hid to one side, but the cold shadow was extremely fast and eventually scratched his right arm. Call! Durg quickly retreated, and he looked at Shen Fei, who had stood up again in surprise. You're okay? Durgaf looked disbelief. He had unparalleled confidence in his strength. Although he didn't have a handy weapon, if he punched dozens of punches with all his strength, Shen Fei could still stand up. Of course I'm fine. Shen Fei rang out with a hint of sneer, and he said, but you are going to have something to do. Just you. Durgaf was disdainful, but before he could say anything, his expression suddenly changed. Durgaf suddenly found that his right arm had lost consciousness at some point. He looked down at him in an instant, and then he realized that a large part of his right arm had turned into a hard grey-white stone at some time, and the grey-white was still spreading towards his body at a rapid speed. Menglu Jingjun. Durgaf's face was gloomy. Can this person be more despicable? It would be fine if you pretend to be dead and attack, but you still poison it. Shen Fei said nothing, and he directly took the knife and killed him. At this time, the anger in Durg's heart seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and he completely lost the intention of revenge. Call! Durg turned around and ran away. At the same time, he grabbed his right arm and pulled it hard. Laugh! One arm was pulled down. Don't try to run. Shen Fei chased after him with a knife, and Durgaf's body was damaged by the flow of high-energy particles in Shen Fei's aftermath, and now he broke his arm again. In the internal and external difficulties, Durg's speed dropped a lot. As he was about to be caught up, Durgaf gritted his teeth and instantly soared into the air. But when he flew together, he happened to run head-on with Jin Xiaoxiao, who was flying down from a high altitude. In terms of pure power, Durg could not compare to Jin Zioxio's mecha, and Jin Xiaoxiao also had a huge advantage from top to bottom. In an instant, Durgaf was severely suppressed back to the ground. Shen Fei was overjoyed when he saw this, and he lifted his knife and slashed without hesitation. Shen Fei and Durgaf are both evolvers of the lineage of God Transporters, and they are both good at melee combat. In this case, one has weapons and the other has no weapons, which has a great impact. Even though Durg was extremely powerful, after seeing the terrible toxins on Shen Fei's sword, he did not dare to touch Shen Fei's sword at all. Shen Fei's speed was obviously faster than Durg now, and he was very cautious and did not give the other party a chance to seize the sword. So at this moment, Durg faced Shen Fei's crazy offensive, and he could no longer have the power to counterattack, so he could only keep dodging. If you keep a long time, you will lose it, not to mention that Durguf is injured. His condition is already extremely poor. In addition, Jin Xiao Xiao is eyeing him in the air. Durguf's dodging can only be said to be struggling to death. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, Shen Fei suddenly stabbed Durguf's chest with a knife. With the powerful physique in the Yangri realm, if you don't stab it into the brain, even if the heart is pierced, it is not a big deal, but Shen Fei's knife is poisonous after all. The moment he was pierced by Shen Fei, Durg's chest began to turn grey quickly. Bang! Durg fell down powerlessly. For my sins of Durg, I should have died long ago, but the federal abolished the death penalty, which allowed me to live 20 years more. Durg opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky. Soon, his head was also eroded and quickly turned grey and white. Diajev, die! Chapter 94 Banquet. Please subscribe. You killed the target and obtained all attributes +3. Your current attributes are: Attack, 30.0. Speed, 44.0. Defense, 30.0. Physical Constitution, 30.0. Insight, 30.0. Evolutionary Talent, 30.0. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him, and his heart was filled with joy. How long has it been to enter this virtual world? The attribute points he got were 50 points in total, which was outrageous, and it was a bit outrageous. And just as Shen Fei was secretly amazed, Jin Xiao Xiao, who had been in the air, also fell down. Jin Xiao Xiao floated out of the silver-white mecha, and the layer of metal coat attached to her body quickly faded away, and the mecha behind Jin Xiao Xiao also disappeared. Seeing this, Shen Fei also moved slightly, and the black armor on his body also turned into liquid, and finally condensed into a bracelet and appeared on his wrist. Miss Xiao Xiao, your mecha is so strong. This Gurguf should be the sun realm that was broken through at the 3rd level of the crescent moon, but he was actually fleeing by the squid. I admire him, I really admire him. Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao who was walking towards him, and immediately praised him. The exaggerated words made Jin Xiao Xiao, who was extremely confident, feel a little embarrassed. After all, this person is just a whiteboard sun realm without any weapons, and it will definitely be difficult for her to kill him alone. The reason why this person died was mainly because Shen Fei used too much poison. Thinking of this, Jin Xiao Xiao reacted instantly. I overdrawn my pocket money for the next half year to build a mecha that can be used in the virtual realm. I have been practicing mecha control for 2 months to achieve today's results. Jin Xiao Xiao hugged her chest with her hands. She looked at Shen Fei up and down, and then said, "But you are too fast to become stronger, right?" Jin Xiao Xiao was indeed quite shocked. When the last time the Void Realm world ended, Shen Fei's strength was stronger than the 3rd level of the new moon, but 2 months later, he was able to fight against the Sun Realm and go back and forth. This is really a bit outrageous. My strength is really not worth mentioning. Shen Fei sighed and said. If Miss Xiao Xiao blocked the sky and helped me with the armor, I would never be able to beat Durg. Serious? Jin Xiao Xiao couldn't help but step on Shen Fei. Have Miss Xiao Xiao ever thought about a possibility? When you are working hard quietly, I have not been idle in the past 2 months. My strength will naturally improve after breaking through. Shen Fei asked back, and then he stretched out his 2 fingers and made a little move, and said at the same time. In addition, my Void Realm talent has improved a little bit. I have the current strength, so there is nothing strange about it, right? Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned. Is that true? Jin Xiao Xiao fell into deep thought. Although the breakthrough in the new moon realm is not as large as that of the sun realm, for some people with extremely strong evolutionary talents, they will also achieve a significant improvement in their strength. Moreover, every breakthrough in the crescent realm will enhance the evolutionary method once. Jin Xiao Xiao knew very well that Shen Fei's evolution method itself was amplification type, so if he broke through it once, his progress would indeed be very large. As for the progress of the virtual realm talent, some people's virtual realm talent will indeed continue to improve. Is this a genius? Jin Xiao Xiao felt deeply envious for the second time in her life. The last time she envied was Shen Fei's talent in the virtual realm, and this time she simply envied Shen Fei. It's so outrageous. How could there be such a person in the empire? Unfair. Too unfair. Jin Xiao Xiao was not too entangled with Shen Fei's strength. For her, it is of course a good thing for Shen Fei to become stronger. This not only means that she will be easier in this virtual world, but also means that Shen Fei will achieve higher success in the future. Well, it is better to be a high point. Jin Xiao Xiao seemed to be in a good mood, and Shen Fei had just killed a lot of dog heads and gained a lot of attribute points, so he was in a better mood. The 2 people in good mood chatted all the way and soon returned to the sky. However, the situation of the sky at this time was completely different from the good mood of the 2. The environment inside the sky became a mess, and many passengers were hung with lottery, and some seriously injured passengers were even carried into the emergency room. Seeing everything in the spacecraft, Shen Fei immediately understood that this should be the credit for his shot. For a spacecraft that can navigate the universe, radiation resistance is the most basic. The high-energy particles in Shen Fei's aftermath did not affect the spacecraft. But that gun also produced a huge impact force, which would inevitably make the spacecraft undergo a violent dizziness. Even if there were preventive measures in the spacecraft for similar situations, if it suddenly experienced such a flip without any preparation, most passengers who were ordinary people would still be prone to accidents. The result is only normal. Shen Fei looked like he didn't know anything, and after they returned to the sky, they soon met Captain Li Zhang again. Li Zhang did not mention the trouble caused by the terrifying explosion outside to the sky. After using all kinds of praises to praise Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao, Li Zhang asked carefully. Who are the 2? The explosion just now was so terrifying, which shows that these 2 people were carrying destructive weapons on their bodies, which could blow hundreds of evolvers into the sky in an instant. For normal passengers, who would carry that thing with you? Captain Li, this is not what you should ask about, Shen Fei said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Li Zhang decisively didn't ask any more questions, but he knew in his heart that these two people were either senior federal agents or terrorists. The good news is that Shen Fei and Jin Xiao are currently standing on the side of the sky, which is actually enough. I have someone prepare a banquet. Mr. Shen and Ms. Jin will definitely come later, Li Zhang said again. Banquet. Shen Fei looked strange. Is the sky number suitable for this now? This is also to express your gratitude to Mr. Shen, Li Zhang explained. No need to be so troublesome. Shen Fei wanted to refuse, but Jin Xiao nodded and said, well, the preparation is more grand, I like the excitement. Okay, sure. Li Zhang nodded repeatedly. Well. Shen Fei glanced at Jin Xiao and didn't know what she was selling. However, since Jin Xiao agreed, Shen Fei naturally did not refuse. Others can't give face, but Jin Xiao still needs to give face. Half an hour later, in the rest area of the Tianxing, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao's rooms. Shen Fei sat on the leather sofa, supporting his chin with one hand, constantly thinking in his mind what to do next. If he shot, the Bald Gang should have been destroyed, but the K098 planet has two other forces. Although the superposition of Shen Fei's attributes has once again reached a new stage, there must be many dogheads among these two forces. Of course, Shen Fei wanted to cut these dogheads. However, after the destruction of the Bald Gang, as long as the remaining two major forces are not stupid, even if they discover the sky, they will probably not rush over again. It is obviously impossible to easily knock them out. Then I can only use a trick. Shen Fei fell into deep thought. However, Shen Fei didn't think about it for too long, and the door of the fitting room in the room was pushed open and Jin Xiao walked out of it. When the two of them first entered this virtual realm world, the virtual realm war suits on their bodies automatically turned into casual clothes that matched the identity of tourists, but at this moment, the clothes on Jin Xiao had completely changed. Jin Xiao put on a red and white dress, her cute pretty face was light makeup, two shiny sapphire earrings in her ears, and her hair was neatly combed neatly. Miss Xiao, what are you doing? Shen Fei jumped up from the sofa suddenly. If I remember correctly, we are still in the virtual world, right? Of course, it's preparation for attending the banquet. Jin Xiao walked towards her with a very small step. She looked at Shen Fei, who had no change and couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Don't you ask you to prepare too? You haven't done anything in the past half an hour, right? Is it necessary? Shen Fei was a little confused. After all, you are my only teammate. What if you need to attend in the future? Jin Xiao snorted and said. This time, I'll just treat it as an exercise. This. Shen Fei wanted to speak but stopped, but looking at Jin Xiao's expectant eyes, he finally nodded. Oh well. Chapter 95 The Boy Appears Again. Please subscribe. Mr. Shen, I heard that there are many evolutionary prisoners on this planet. You repelled them? It is my honor to be on the same spaceship as you. It's over reward. Mr. Shenfei, I will send you 10 million federal credit points to hire you American Samoa my bodyguard until the sky takes off again. What do you think? Roll. Brother, you are so handsome. This is my room number. I'm the only one tonight. Miss Xiao Xiao, don't be excited, don't be excited, she rolled her eyes. In the vast hall, big red carpets cover the ground, and quiet and soft lights are sprinkled little by little, making people feel comfortable. Air conditioning constantly immersed in the hall. Although it was not long and the sky had just calmed down from the chaos, the banquet environment prepared by Li Zhang was still very good. It is the upper people among the passengers invited by Li Zhang, and there are many things that are not very useful. I already regret it. Jin Xiao Xiao sat in the corner hatefully, and she was eating a piece of cream cake in big mouthfuls to vent her displeasure. Maybe it was the culture of this Galaxy Federation, Shen Fei said with a deep thought. Among the passengers who had just communicated with him, some of them could communicate normally. Shen Fei had a rough understanding of the Galaxy Federation from these passengers. It does not have a strict identity hierarchy like an empire, but instead emphasizes equality for everyone. Under such a system, the federal people naturally made the imperial noble Jin Xiao Xiao unhappy. Of course, the inexplicable girl who really made Jin Xiao Xiao burst out was the inexplicable girl. At that time, Jin Xiao Xiao was with Shen Fei. The two were still an unmarried couple on the surface. The girl really didn't take Jin Xiao Xiao seriously at all. It's not that Jin Xiao Xiao wanted to strangle her to death. Of course, Shen Fei was not very concerned about the system of the Galaxy Federation. What really interested him was that according to what he learned from many passengers, the Galaxy Federation, which is just the background of this virtual world, had an extremely perfect culture and system. It also has defects and problems derived from its cultural system. It's as if this Galaxy Federation really existed or existed. But the Milky Way is under the control of the Empire from beginning to end, and no Galaxy Federation was born. Shen Fei thought in his mind. At the beginning of the banquet, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were the protagonists, so naturally a large number of people came to chat and talk, but because Jin Xiao Xiao had just exploded, they scared all the latecomers away. Shen Fei had no feelings about this. Although he was quite interested in this Galaxy Federation, he had already gained a general understanding of it in previous exchanges. It is estimated that it would be difficult to get any useful things from other people. Unless, you can actually go to the Galaxy Federation to take a look. Unfortunately, there is definitely no chance in this virtual world. However, just when Shen Fei thought the banquet would end like this, suddenly, this gentleman look like a waste. Ah! What are you doing? Stop him! A noise suddenly appeared, and Shen Fei saw a very familiar young man rushing into the banquet. The boy's eyes swiftly around the banquet. In the blink of an eye, he saw Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao sitting in the corner. The boy came straight to the two of them without any nonsense. Is it for us? Jin Xiao Xiao was a little confused. A purple dog head. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this an acquaintance? Miss Xiao Xiao, be careful, this person has a grudge against me. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and suddenly stood up and clicked on the proof of evolution. Call. A black knife appeared in Shen Fei's hand instantly. With the knife in hand, the murderous intention arises. What's more, the visitor not only has a big grudge against Shen Fei, but also a purple dog head. No matter what the situation is, let's kill it. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's heart, and the young man was trembling at this moment. He felt the crisis of death the moment he saw the black knife in Shen Fei's hand. Without caring about too much, the boy shouted directly, Shen Fei, the law enforcer of the virtual realm, I have something to say. In an instant, Shen Fei's movements paused slightly. After a moment, I'm this guy, I'll talk to him, please trouble you. Shen Fei said to the security personnel chasing him. Although the few people were a little surprised when they heard this, they didn't think much about it. Mr. Shen, then we won't disturb you. Several security personnel bowed slightly and left directly. Shen Fei also turned his attention to the boy who was running hurriedly. Brother, I didn't expect to meet you in the virtual realm world. However, I haven't seen you for only a month. Why are you so hot? Where is your virtual realm talent? Shen Fei put one hand on the boy's shoulder and asked with a smile. This young man was in the world of Crisis of Changes, the young man who had teleportation ability but was sneak attacked by Shen Fei and stabbed him to death. Shen Fei really didn't expect that he could still see this person here. The wise man doesn't say secret words. In the last virtual world, you killed me, right? The young man stared at Shen Fei and asked directly. Although the boy was stabbed through the head from the back, he had no idea who killed him. After the world of Crisis of Changes, the boy finally determined the biggest suspect, Shen Fei, after some consideration. First, Shen Fei had the motive to kill him, and second, Shen Fei had the strength to kill him, which made him 80% sure that Shen Fei killed him. No wonder I have never seen you again. It turns out that you were killed. Shen Fei looked dazed. Not you. The young man looked at Shen Fei with a sudden look on his face, and he also had some suspicion in his heart. Did he guess wrong? No, right? Of course it's not me. Shen Fei shook his head, but the next moment, his tone suddenly became dangerous. Although I didn't kill you in the Void Realm last time, it's not certain this time. You'd better explain what happened just now, otherwise, don't blame the knife in my hand for not having eyes. As he said that, Shen Fei's hand holding the knife shook slightly, and the blade shining with cold light also made the boy swallow subconsciously. I don't know why, but I just feel a little scared. Don't worry, I'll explain it clearly. The boy quickly said, and he waved to ask for a glass of wine from a waiter. After taking a sip of it, he explained. The young man was named Wang Xianying. He was already desperate when he was killed last time, but within a few days, he was found by the Starry Sky Bank. Star Bank is the second largest bank in the empire, second only to the Imperial Bank controlled by the empire. It can be said that it has quite strong strength. Starbank didn't know where to learn about the boy's death in the virtual realm. They said they were optimistic about the boy's potential and were willing to invest in him. So, at the cost of signing a contract that was almost sold within 10 years, the boy obtained a repair potion and regained the qualification to enter and exit the virtual realm. After regaining the qualification to enter and exit the virtual realm, the boy learned his lesson and decided to resolutely stop touching the 2-star virtual realm world in a short period of time, but to start with the 1-star virtual realm world. The boy used his savings to buy a ticket to the world of Shadow City in the 1-star virtual world, and he has been preparing for it. Then why are you here? Shen Fei's face was a little strange. The world of Falling Sky is not only a 2-star virtual world, but also a much higher level of danger than the world of Crisis of Change. This is why I came here to find you. The boy didn't say much, and then explained. Chapter 96 The Void Realm Fugitive. Please subscribe. Wang Xuanying lives on a planet called Titan. After Wang Xuanying made many preparations, the Void Realm train to Shadow City is about to arrive. Wang Xuanying arrived at the Void Realm station half an hour in advance to wait, but before the Void Realm train he was waiting for arrived, he suddenly received a message from the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau. The Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau told Wang Xuanying that a group of fugitives fled to the Void Realm train that was about to go to the Void Realm world of Falling Sky. Because time was tight, the Law Enforcement Bureau did not have time to send people, so they had to choose personnel on the spot among the Void Realm adventurers who had already entered the Void Realm station. The Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau learned that Wang Xuanying had a strong Void Realm talent and happened to be in the Void Realm station, so he asked him if he was willing to perform a mission to prevent the gang from escaping. If you are willing, even if you fail, the Law Enforcement Bureau will give you a good reward. Not to mention if you succeed. Wang Xuanying was not a person who was willing to be ordinary in his bones. He quickly realized that this might be his chance to turn over, so he decisively agreed. Afterwards, Wang Xuanying gave up the opportunity to go to the virtual world of Shadow City and instead took the ticket to Fallen Sky issued to him by the Law Enforcement Bureau and boarded the virtual train to Fallen Sky. The Law Enforcement Bureau knew that I would definitely not be able to stop that group of people by myself, so I gave me information about the two of them. Wang Xuanying explained. These two people have the ability to fight against the evolutionists of the Sun Realm, and they also happen to be law enforcement officers in the virtual realm, and they also want to go to the virtual realm adventurer in the virtual realm world of Fallen Sky. One of them is me, right? Shen Fei interrupted Wang Xuanying. Last time in Crisis of Changes, several virtual law enforcement officers in the world kept staring at him, knowing that his strength was normal. Yes. Wang Xuanying nodded, and he said, I noticed the terrifying explosion here, so I came over to investigate. Unexpectedly, I happened to hear about you, so I came here. Why didn't your Taitongxing's Law Enforcement Bureau contact me directly? Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. According to Wang Xuanying, the so-called Titan Star's immortal rotary arm in the Milky Way inside, since it is in the Milky Way, there is no communication barrier at all. How convenient is it for Titan Seeing Law Enforcement Bureau to contact Shen Fei directly? Do you still have to let this Wang Xuanying turn around? Is it possible? You were already on the Void Realm train at that time? It is impossible to communicate with the outside world in the Void Realm train. Wang Xianying asked. Huh? Is that true? Shen Fei was slightly shocked, but he nodded immediately. Shen Fei didn't try to communicate with people outside on the Void Realm train, and he really forgot about this. But when Xiaoya gave a lecture in the Void Realm class, he did say that the Void Realm train is completely closed like the Void Realm world and cannot get any contact with the outside world. Well, since that's the case, I have to say something. I am not a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, but just a non-staff member. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he immediately asked. The girl must have made a mistake in the game. I don't know if you made a mistake, but this task itself is voluntary. It's good to complete it, and it's nothing if it can't be completed, otherwise I won't take it. Wang Xianying asked directly. Are you sure you don't understand? Since you said so, it's okay to understand. Shen Fei changed his tone in an instant. Since it is not mandatory, he is not so repulsive. They sent me a piece of information and I'll send it to you to see. Wang Xianying said, and he directly clicked on his own evolutionary proof. Soon, a piece of information was sent to Shen Fei. This is the information of the 4 people. What shocked Shen Fei was that these 4 people were actually all in the Sun Realm. Wait, Zhu Yan. Shen Fei looked at the information of this person carefully and confirmed that it was the person he knew. Shen Fei looked up at Wang Xianying. If he remembered correctly, in the world of Crisis of Changes, Zhu Yan was originally an undercover agent in Limu's camp, and Wang Xianying really chose Limu's camp. No matter what, the two must have worked together. Oh? It seems that you know Zhu Yan too. This person was also in our virtual realm world last time, but I really didn't expect that he was actually an evolver in the Sun Realm. Wang Xianying shook his head and sighed. Then did you expect that he is actually an undercover agent? Shen Fei smiled. Undercover? Wang Xianying was slightly stunned. Yes, his real purpose is actually Limu's. The undercover entered Limu's camp just to find out Limu's true identity. In the end, Limu's broke out in a shocking battle with this person. I watched the whole process. Shen Fei said seriously. Aren't you still wondering who you were killed? In my opinion, this is this person. He. Wang Xianying was stunned. He had suspected Shen Fei before because Shen Fei had both motivation and strength. But now Zhu Yan seems to be in line with his motivation and strength. The key is that he was attracted by the dam Xia Qiang, and then he was attacked and killed by a sneak attack. Zhu Yan has known Xia Qiang from the beginning, and this person has obviously had a better chance of getting in touch with Xia Qiang and colluding with each other than Shen Fei. It seems that it's him. Wang Xianying said, gritting his teeth. Brother Shen, you don't know that there is another person named Xia Qiang in the Lim's camp. She is gentle and kind on the surface, but she is actually extremely dark-hearted. I was killed by them. Is that true? Shen Fei pretended to be surprised. Brother Shen, you don't know that this person is normal. Xia Qiang also has the talent of the virtual realm, and is very strange. She can become an invisible state. In addition, she can also be invisible and even teleported at a short distance. Wang Xianying said. If she hides her, no one can find her. She can still track Shen Fei added silently. Shen Fei did not keep talking nonsense with Wang Xianying. They left each other's contact information. After agreeing to contact him after having a clue, Wang Xianying left. The camp that Wang Xianying chose was obviously not the sky. He could appear here, probably because he teleported in. But what made Shen Fei strange was that when this guy left, he completely lost his elegance when he teleported the last Void Realm world. Shen Fei found that Wang Xianying's face turned red, so he barely teleported and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei finally understood why Wang Xianying didn't teleport directly to the banquet hall just now, but chose to break in. There was something wrong with this guy's Void Realm talent. Is it because I've died once? Shen Fei was secretly shocked, not knowing whether this situation could be recovered. And at this moment, Jin Xiao Xiao, who had been watching from the wall next to her, suddenly spoke. You joined the Law Enforcement Bureau. The non-staff member is not considered to be officially joined. Shen Fei said, and he asked immediately, what do you think about this matter? To be honest, Shen Fei was really moved by the Four Sun Realms, but his own strength was obviously not enough, and he had to have Jin Xiao Xiao help. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with the matter that the other party could fly. This is a good opportunity. Jin Xiao Xiao put her hands on her chest, and she said without hesitation. As long as you can make a little contribution to this matter, you have the hope of becoming the captain of the law enforcement officer directly. Captain of the law enforcer. Shen Fei was slightly stunned, he was a little surprised. It's not that easy, right? Humph, it's not that easy to rely on yourself. Even if all the fugitives you deal with are evolvers in the Sun Realm, the probability they give you is only a reward of money and citizen points. After all, you are not even a real law enforcement officer. You have too little experience. Jin Xiao Xiao smiled, and she immediately said, but I can find someone to help you and let the rewards given to you by the Law Enforcement Bureau change. This. Shen Fei looked shocked. Can you also go through the back door in the Empire? Tisk, this is just a trivial matter, there is nothing to make a fuss about. Jin Zioxio's face was calm. Shen Fei. Chapter 97 Shen Fei's Plan. Mr. Shen and Ms. Jin, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect it to end up like this. When we leave this prison planet, please invite Tu to my hometown, and I will definitely invite Tu to have another drink. Outside the banquet hall, Li Zhang sat in a wheelchair and kept apologizing to Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao. When the chaos of the sky was settled, Li Zhang held this banquet, essentially to express his importance to Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao, and at the same time, thanked them for helping the sky was blocking so many evolved criminals. As a result, Li Zhang naturally found a way to make up for it. After all, on this planet, the entire ship was waiting for them to help. Snort. Jin Xiao Xiao had a tense face and said nothing. Captain Li, we all know that you didn't mean it, and you don't have to take it to heart. Shen Fei smiled and comforted him. When Li Zhang heard this, he immediately smiled bitterly. To be honest, he can't understand the brain circuits of some people. Do you know that his wealth and life are all in the hands of these two people? Without their help, how could these people survive safely on this prison planet where evolutionists were walking all over the ground? By the way, Captain Lee, where is that Mr. Gus? Why didn't I see him? Shen Fei suddenly asked again. Gus has left the sky and went to find the stone. Li Zhang said immediately. Oh. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, but he didn't say much, just nodded. Given the situation of the K098 planet, ordinary crew members leave the sky and go out, they are indeed seeking death. Gus, a crystal doghead, chose to find a stone that can repair the spacecraft's engine, which is reasonable. I originally wanted to have a good chat with Mr. Gus, it's so regretful. Shen Fei pretended to sigh. It's not too late for Mr. Shen to find him again when Gus comes back. You are all powerful evolutionists and you will definitely be able to chat. Li Zhang also smiled. Shen Fei didn't say more. It would be great if this Gus was really pretended by someone else, then he could kill the other party openly. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. On the planet K098, Shen Fei drove a grey-brown planet adventure vehicle and galloped on a vast plain. Suddenly, Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not do anything, but continued to drive the adventure car and move forward quickly. Next moment. Boom! A low muffled sound suddenly appeared above the planet adventure car. Immediately afterwards, the roof of the car was violently torn apart, and a hand suddenly stretched out from it, grabbed Shen Fei's collar and carried him out. Shen Fei had a look of terror on his face. He struggled twice, and then a voice sounded in his ears. If you don't want to die, be honest. When Shen Fei heard this, he immediately went to be honest. After a moment. Boom! The planet adventure car hit a huge rock because no one controlled it, and Shen Fei was also taken to the other side by a man with a fierce expression. Bang! The man threw Shen Fei to the ground and asked viciously, "Boy, say, there is a handsome man in the lemon sheath. Don't kill me, I'll say it all. I'm an ordinary crew member of the sky. Captain Li Zhang knew that this planet was full of dangers, but he threatened me to come out and find the stone." Shen Fei paused with resentment, but the man was confused when he heard it. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? The man suddenly picked up Shen Fei's collar and spoke with an angry look on his face. Well. Shen Fei felt speechless. What a good guy, I met someone who is not very good at it, and I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Brother, if I guess correctly, are you a prisoner on this prison planet? Shen Fei said quickly. I wonder if you have any companions, brother? We can do a big deal together. At that time, there will be food, wine, and beauties. Brother, you even have the hope of escaping from this prison planet. Escape from this prison planet? The man's eyes widened slightly. He instantly let go of Shen Fei and pulled Shen Fei up at the same time. Tell me in detail. The man stared at Shen Fei tightly. This is how it is. Shen Fei also explained to the man. After a while, Shen Fei said with a smile on his face, so, as long as we take down the sky, we will have a chance to escape from this planet. Where is that sky dragon? The man couldn't wait to ask. Brother, don't worry, first of all, there is a very powerful defensive force on the sky. It's not enough to just rely on us. Brother, do you have a brother who can trust? We must unite it together. Shen Fei said in a deep voice. Yeah, it makes sense. The man nodded thoughtfully, and then he said, I have 3 brothers who share life and death. Their strength is second only to me. In addition, they are enough. Just 3 brothers? The eldest brother didn't join any powerful organization or something. For example, the Evil Party and the Dragon Club, Shen Fei asked. Do you still know the Evil Party and the Dragon Club? The man was slightly surprised. He immediately said, it will be safer to join them, but I will lose my freedom. I am too lazy to join, but don't worry, the 4 of us brothers are not weak either. The man wanted to say something, but the next moment, his voice came to an abrupt end. At that moment, when the man was not able to react at all, a black knife had already pierced his head from the front. You kill the target and get speed plus 0.1, defense plus 0.1, physique plus 0.1. Then what else are you? Shen Fei pulled out the knife, and he looked at the man who fell to the ground and couldn't help but snorted coldly in his heart. Damn it, it's a waste of time again. And at this moment, call. Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky and landed quickly. This is Jin Xiao Xiao. She flew into the sky with a prop that looked like a wing, following Shen Fei from afar. Seeing that Shen Fei stabbed someone to death again, Jin Xiao Xiao appeared. Why did you kill him again? This person is not from the Wicked Party and the Dragon Society. Jin Xiao Xiao had an indescribable weird expression on her face. Yes. Shen Fei felt a little depressed. Since he solved the Bald Gang, he has been thinking about the dog heads among the other 2 major forces. After some hard thinking, Shen Fei had a wonderful plan, disguised as a crew member who was forced by Li Zhang, the captain of the sky, to find the Shishi, so as to contact the other 2 major forces, and finally acted at the opportunity, and it would be best to have a sneak attack. Shen Fei thought his plan was perfect. After all, the exploration team sent by Li Zhang was discovered by the Bald Gang members not long after, and then led the Bald Gang to the vicinity of the sky. But now it seems that last time was a pure coincidence. In fact, this is a complete planet. Even if all those living here are evolvers who surpass ordinary humans, the range of activities of a group of people will not be much larger. It is indeed not that easy to meet people from the Wicked Party and the Dragon Society within the scope of a planet. Since you can't find it, then go back. Jin Xiao Xiao said speechlessly. I've said a long time ago that after destroying the Bald Gang, even if we don't do anything, the chance of completing this mission is very high, so there is no need to take the initiative. How could I not understand this truth? But I stayed in the sky and didn't have a dog head to cut off. Shen Fei was unwilling to do so. He immediately said, Even if we can't find the traces of the Dragon Gang and the Wicked Party, we can also find the 4 fugitives in the Sun Realm. Wang Xianying has not had any news for so long, so it may not be reliable. That's true. Jin Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully. Then there is nothing to say, keep looking for. Anyway, she left Li Zhang with contact information. If something really happened to the sky number, she could fly back at any time. Chapter 98 anew. Tick, tick. In the dim ground, the sound of water drops kept coming, and Shen Fei walked down a soiled staircase. Shen Fei didn't look at him, but he was secretly surprised that the old nest of the evil party was actually underground. No wonder he searched for so long before he met the people from the evil party. It turned out that they were usually in the local rats. It has been a full week since the Bald Gang was destroyed. Shen Fei persisted in wandering on the planet K098. Finally, not long ago, he met people from the Wicked Party. After nearly a week of training, Shen Fei has developed a superb acting skill. Repeating the same script again and again, even Shen Fei himself almost thought that he was an ordinary crew member who was forced out by Li Zhang to find the she. Under Shen Fei's superb acting skills, the people of the Wicked Party did not see Shen Fei's identity, and Shen Fei was also brought here by the other party. This is a very vast underground space, but it is yin and erotic. The main reason is that the people from this evil party don't know what's wrong with it, and they actually put more than a dozen gallows around this underground space, and a body was hung on each gallows. Some corpses have become mummies, while others are still alive. Hanging this in a dim environment naturally makes people feel gloomy. Shen Fei followed the members of the evil party who caught him and came all the way outside a stone gate made of some kind of rock. Gil, it's not time for your rotation yet, why are you here for? The 2 men guarding in front of the stone gate reached out and stopped them at the same time. I'm here to meet the leader, I have important things to say. The man who brought Shen Fei here, Jill, said directly. What is important? Hearing this, the 2 guards subconsciously placed their eyes on Shen Fei behind him. The next moment, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. Fuck, where did you find this little face? The leader does like this. When the leader sees him, he will definitely reward the girl with a good reputation. The blue collar condemns her voice, and her voice is full of envy. But when he heard this, the member of the evil party named Jill just sneered. I'm too lazy to say more, but this person's value is more than that. Is the boss there? Go and report it. Jill said impatiently. It's not possible now. The boss just told me that no one is allowed to go in without her permission. The 2 guards immediately shook their heads. I have a very important situation to report. Jill said in a deep voice, I promise that the boss will not blame you after he knows this. You just want us to take this risk for you. The 2 guards refused. Do you remember the news brought by that woman named Anu? Jill whispered, the person behind me is the one who came out of the sky. Didn't the spaceship of the Bald Gang? The 2 guards were shocked. Will I still lie to you? At this time, Shen Fei stood behind Jill in a regular manner, looking like a harmless person on the surface. In fact, he was holding his ears and listening attentively to the communication between the three of them. The wicked party has indeed known the news that the Bald Gang was destroyed, but who is this Anu? According to Jill and the others, this person should have just joined the wicked party, so he is probably an adventurer in the Void Realm. Shen Fei thought about it for a moment in his mind, and he quickly shook his head. 2P has so many, and later he will contact Kavitana, the leader of the evil party. As long as he can find a way to kill the leader of the Sun Realm, no matter what his identity is, he will do whatever he wants. Hehe, it will be another feast of dog heads. Shen Fei's face unconsciously showed a hint of greed. However, at this moment, a sound of footsteps suddenly appeared. What are you doing? A cold shout sounded, and then a female figure walked out of the darkness beside her. This is a woman dressed in exquisite clothes, with a faint smile on her face. She walked step by step, and immediately made this originally gloomy and dim space brighter. A golden dog head. Shen Fei looked at the woman with a secret surprise. He has just finished the third stage attributes. It is definitely not easy for someone who can become a golden dog head. At this time, Jill and the other two changed their expressions slightly when they saw the visitor. Ms. Anu. All three saluted slightly. The evil party has a clearer hierarchy. Although Anu just joined, she is too strong. No one can suppress her except their boss Kavitana. In addition, Kavitana attaches great importance to Anu. She has been talking to her frequently recently, and sometimes she only talks for half an hour or an hour, which makes many members of the evil party unconsciously respect her. I heard you just talk about the sky. Anu said with a smile, then looked at Shen Fei. Shen Fei immediately showed a look of dodging and not daring to look at him. Although it was a golden dog head in front, Shen Fei had a bigger goal, and it was obviously not the time to chop her up now. That's it. Jill quickly explained, and when Anu heard this, she said directly. Even if you bring this person back, the matter of the sky will not be solved for a while. Since the leader is not available for the time being, you can take this person to rest for a while. It will not be too late to come when the leader has time. This is not necessarily true. Jill hesitated, obviously quite reluctant, and he couldn't wait. I brought the information from the sky, and I saw it with my own eyes. Anna's face darkened slightly, and she sneered. Doesn't I better understand? No, that's not what I mean. Jill shook his head quickly, his form was better than that of a human and had to bow his head. Bitch, wait for me to make great contributions, and see how you are still rampant in front of me, Jill snorted in his heart. Come with me. Jill said to Shen Fei, and he followed him to the darkness next to him. Seeing this, Shen Fei was speechless. He was about to see Kavitana, the leader of the evil party, but unexpectedly he was destroyed by someone. A Void Realm adventurer, right? You wait for me, and Shen Fei snorted secretly. Jill and Shen Fei disappeared into the darkness, but Anu was not in a hurry to leave at this time. Ms. Anu, please come back later. The leader said no one. The two guards thought Anu was staying here to see Kavitana, so they also spoke. I'm not here to meet the leader. Are you interested in coming to talk to me? Anu said in a charming voice. In an instant, the two guards widened their eyes. Damn, this woman usually looks like she doesn't want to be a stranger, but she didn't expect that she is such a person. No, we still have to be on duty, why not change the time? The two guards didn't think about refusing at all. They just asked for a change of time. I may not be interested in it after that. Anu pointed to the darkness not far away, and she said, then be there. If you have any questions, you can come back at any time. Gilu. The two guards swallowed, and after they looked at each other, they nodded immediately. So the three of them walked into the darkness over there together. However, in less than 3 seconds, Anu walked out of it and headed straight for the direction where Jill and Shen Fei had just left, but the two guards never appeared again. Chapter 99. Are you interested in doing something big together? Jill took Shen Fei to a dark underground room. He let Shen Fei stay aside, and he was a little annoyed and walked around the small room for a few times. You stay here, I'll go out and have a look. Jill looked at Shen Fei and warned. Don't think about running away, don't blame me for not reminding you. Without me, I will be miserable. Mr. Jill, don't worry, I sincerely surrender and want to help you get the sky. Shen Fei's face turned gloomy in an instant, and he said. Only in this way can I let that damn Li Zhang taste my despair at that time. Well, don't worry about this. As long as you can occupy the sky, Li Zhang will do whatever you want. Jill agreed with great care. To be honest, he was quite at ease with Shen Fei. Shen Fei's emotional expression was too real, which made him empathize. Although I haven't seen Li Zhang yet, Jill has already had a great disgust towards him. Jill had already determined in his heart that this person named Li Zhang must be a cold and cruel guy. Jill didn't say much to Shen Fei, and he quickly walked out. However, before Jill could walk out of the room, a figure suddenly walked in from outside. It's Anu. Ms. Anu, do you have any more things? Jill asked in confusion. Although he had already held a grudge against Anu in his heart, he still had to maintain respect on the surface. I borrow something from you. Anu smiled. What? Jill wanted to ask, but the next moment. Laugh. A lightning flashed by. Jill didn't react at all at that time. A charred hole suddenly appeared on his head. Your life. Ling said softly, and Jill fell down in confusion. I fucked Shen Fei and looked at this side in amazement. He didn't react. Jill was killed in an instant just now. Of course, Shen Fei didn't have time to think too much at this moment, because Ling had already walked towards him. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over, I'm going to call. Shen Fei looked horrified on the surface. It's useless to call you a broken throat. Anu smiled slightly. Why did you kill me? I'm here to help you. Shen Fei shouted unwillingly. You don't need to know. Anu raised her hand, and suddenly, rays of lightning flashed on her fingertips. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei knew that he could not get any useful information from Anyu's mouth. Now that things have come to this point, I can only talk about it first. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind and he rushed towards Anyu. Of course, Shen Fei only used a little bit of strength and acted like an ordinary evolutionist's desperate attempt. Overbile power. Anyu didn't take Shen Fei's resistance to heart. The lightning in her hand burst out in an instant. Almost instantly, the lightning reached Shen Fei's head. But the lightning did not penetrate Shen Fei's head. At that moment, a layer of black fluid material instantly condensed into a black head armor, blocking Anyu's Shirlu's attack. What? Anyu was shocked, but Shen Fei, who had been ready to go, did not give her a chance to react. He burst out at the highest speed in an instant. Call. Shen Fei came to Anyu in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, he punched Anyu in the head with a fierce punch. Because he was lurking, Shen Fei's sword was always placed in the evolutionary certificate and he was not available for removal now. But even if you only use your fists, Shen Fei's attack is definitely quite terrifying. Even if an evolver in the Sun Realm is hit head-on, it will not be unscathed. But what surprised Shen Fei was that when his fist reached about an inch in front of Anyu's head, countless lightnings suddenly appeared. Under what principles these lightnings interacted with each other, and actually generated a huge repulsive force field, which made Shen Fei's punch slow down by 3 points. Call. Anyu's whole body was shrouded in lightning. She made 7 or 8 beautiful backwards in an instant, and distanced herself from Shen Fei. So fast. Seeing this, Shen Fei was secretly shocked. Although he did not use Huangshi to transform into a god, his speed bonus had reached 41. His speed was faster than Zhu Yan's level, but Shen Fei still felt that Anyu's speed was amazingly fast. That's right, it's a golden dog's head after all. Shen Fei nodded in his heart. After all, he just finished folding the attributes once. Logically speaking, even Zhu Yan is just a golden dog head. Anyu should at least be at the same level as Zhu Yan. Maybe even better than Zhu Yan. After all, even with the same identity, there may be a big gap between the golden dog heads. For example, Lim's children. The combat machines created by Limus and the cold men guarding the Limus building are both golden dog heads. They are also Limus subodi, with similar identities, but the strength of the two sides is very different. This is a typical example. How much does it cost to come to the world of Void Realm? Anyu looked at Shen Fei, who was already covered in black armor, and she was startled in her heart. Then, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she understood something vaguely. Rich people are from the Tianxian camp. Are you that Krypton gold guy? Anyu was shocked. No. After finally escaping, she met this guy again? What a mess! Shen Fei snorted coldly, "You woman has made me bad things twice and twice, I can't spare you." As Shen Fei said, he directly clicked on the evolutionary certificate, and in an instant, a black knife appeared in his hand. "Brother, you can discuss something. I didn't know it was you before." Anyu quickly explained, but Shen Fei just sneered and was about to step forward with a knife. "Wait. Anu shouted loudly, and she said, "Brother, you must be an undercover agent. If you take action now, are you sure you can kill me quietly? If not, then you will attract Kavitana. By then, you will lose all your efforts. If I don't do it, you won't spread the news." Shen Fei asked back. "This time I entered the virtual realm world, the camp I was assigned is not the evil party. The evil party cannot die, and it has nothing to do with me." Anu made a statement directly. "It's not a bad party. Are you here to be an undercover agent?" Shen Fei smiled. "Does this person treat him as a fool?" "I am from the Bald Gang camp. I was destroyed and I came to the wicked party." Anu explained, and she said immediately, "I saw that shocking blow with my own eyes." Ling quickly described the scene at that time, and Shen Fei fell into deep thought when he heard this. "I know so clearly that it seems that I am indeed a person who has experienced it myself." However, in just a moment, Shen Fei suddenly sneered again. "It's still wrong. If you are from the Bald Gang camp, then the Bald Gang will be destroyed and your mission has basically failed. Why are you joining the Bald Gang? You also deliberately told the Bald Gang that the Bald Gang was destroyed, and I don't believe you are idle and do good deeds." Shen Fei analyzed it and changed Anu's expression slightly. "Indeed, normally, the Bald Gang has been destroyed, so she's a Void Realm adventurer, the mission has basically failed. At this time, it is normal for her to get up alone and wait for the mission to be over. Then she joins the wicked party? That's thankless." Anu's eyes lit up quickly as he thought quickly. "Brother, are you interested in doing something big with me? As long as you succeed, the benefits will definitely be huge." Anu began a passionate speak. However, at this moment, Shen Fei's expression under the armor was a little strange. "This sounds familiar. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month and report the results by the way." The difference between the 800 items I expected was quite high, and the maximum order was less than 600, but I was very satisfied. I don't count the fan. I wrote original works and had such results when it was first released. It can be said to be a record high. Thank you very much for your support. After that, I will update stably according to the plot development every day, striving to make this book better and better. That's it. Chapter 100 Bold Ideas. When Anu saw Shen Fei silent, she thought he was already moved. She immediately rang the railway while the hot, "A person like you, who is not short of money, must have purchased exclusive information. Brother, you should know that in addition to the three major forces of the Bald Gang, the Evil Party, and the Dragon Society, there is also an evolutionary laboratory. In that evolutionary laboratory, there is a research data of the 5th level of the new moon. This information is extremely precious. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can exchange it with the source quality and use it for your relatives and friends, it will definitely not be a loss. Of course, if the elder brother is always thinking of hitting the 5th level of the new moon, then this information is even more worthless for you." Anu talked endlessly, and Shen Fei also understood that this guy's purpose was actually the research materials of the 5th level of the new moon. According to the information mentioned in the exclusive information, the entire K098 planet was colluded with the Bald Gang leader Durgv and the leader of the evil party Kavitana and the evolutionary laboratory. At this moment, Durgv was dead, so the clues to finding that laboratory were only found from Kavitana. No wonder Anu chose to join the wicked party. Are you still in the Crescent Moon realm? Shen Fei suddenly interrupted Anu and asked in surprise. Yes. Anu nodded directly. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately understood that this guy was a real genius. Judging from Anu's performance, it doesn't seem like she has the talent of the virtual realm. She can have the strength of the Sun realm in the New Moon realm alone. This is definitely the top 4th level evolver in the New Moon realm. Like Limu's 3-headed combat machine, although it is already a master in the 4th level of the Crescent Moon, it is definitely not the top one. Even compared with Zhu Yan's level, there is still a clear gap. Not to mention the level of Durgv. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, but he didn't care too much. So what about genius? As long as you are chopped, you will die. If I remember correctly, the person in charge of that laboratory is Gu Mo. He is an evolver of the source lineage. The evolutionary method of cultivation is called thunder. Shen Fei smiled and said. Your evolutionary method is also like this, right? Brother, I have good eyesight. Anu nodded calmly. This is a data that is completely suitable for you. Of course you will be interested in that data, but I am not that interested. Shen Fei smiled calmly. When Anu heard this, she immediately said, this is a bad statement. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. How can I know that the information of the source lineage is useless to you? No need to do this. Although I am not interested in that information, I am a little interested in this evolutionary laboratory. Shen Fei suddenly said. Hi. Anu was overjoyed when she heard this. Unexpectedly, things would have reversed. Shen Fei didn't say anything more. In fact, he had the intention to find that laboratory. The purpose is to find Zhu Yan and several others. You should know that although Wang Xianying's Void Realm talent has something wrong, he can still teleport, so his ability to detect intelligence will not be too weak. But so many days have passed, but Wang Xianying has not heard any news, which makes Shen Fei vaguely realize that Zhu Yan and his group must have hidden it. This is not surprising. If it were Shen Fei would do the same. After all, it doesn't matter whether you do the virtual realm mission or not, and escaping is the first priority. With the body of the Sun realm, it is easy to eat or drink for a month. Finding a corner without anyone else for a month is definitely the safest choice. In this case, finding these people on a huge planet is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. So, Shen Fei made his idea to Gumo Laboratory. As a cutting-edge laboratory, there might be some very powerful instruments in it that can help them find Zhu Yan and others. In short, in Shen Fei's opinion, if Zhu Yan and others really hide it tightly, then Gumo Laboratory is the only hope. Shen Fei lurked into the evil party this time, and was thinking of beating a rabbit with the intention of catching a rabbit. While harvesting the dog's head, he could see if he could find the Gumo Laboratory. Now it seems that this clue is in Anu. Although he decided to do something big together, Shen Fei and Anu were still alert to each other, and the two continued to communicate 2 meters apart. You have joined the wicked party for so long, But what clues are there? Shen Fei, who had already turned his armor into a bracelet again, asked An Ling. I have a good relationship with Kavitana, said An Yu. I'm asking for clues. Shen Fei emphasized. Kavitana has already gained a lot of trust in me now. An Yu said again. In other words, do you have any clues? Shen Fei was furious. Damn, if he hadn't really had the confidence to kill An Yu quietly, he would have really wanted to kill the other party. There was no clue at all, so he fooled him into joining the group. What a waste of money. Brother, I'm much more anxious than you. An Yu said helplessly. My mission has failed, which means I can't get the source quality anymore. Even if I get that information, I can only watch and learn in this virtual world. The longer the time goes on, the less valuable that information will be to me. It is because I know that I will stay in the evil party for a long time. I just thought about silence. I am really afraid that Kavitana will find the opportunity and will go to trouble the sky again, and then repeat the mistakes of the bald gang. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded. From this point of view, An Yu is quite miserable. Then what are your plans? Shen Fei asked again. Upon hearing this, An Yu hesitated for a moment, and she followed. Before, I really didn't have any good solutions, so I could only try my luck to see if Kavitana would contact Gu Mo. But now, I have a bold idea. An Yu stared at Shen Fei. Your bold idea is better not to let me seduce Kavitana. Shen Fei was shocked when he saw An Yu's gaze was wrong. If An Yu dares to say this, he will definitely kill the other party. Of course not. Although you are the type Kavitana likes, she is the leader of the evil party and is also an evolutionist in the Sun Realm. If you can become Sun Realm, your will not be too bad. It is impossible for seduction to be effective. An Yu said, looking at Shen Fei with some surprise. She didn't understand why Shen Fei had such an idea. Cough, I just said it casually. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he immediately said, then let me express your bold thoughts. It's actually very simple. If Kavitana doesn't take the initiative to contact Gu Mo, then we will create a desire to contact Gu Mo for her. For example, her heart must be eager to get the sky, which is where she can use it. An Yu confidently told her plan. Shen Fei also fell into deep thought as he listened. This was really a bold idea. Chapter 101 Shen Fei, I have a plan. In the old lair of the Wicked Party, there is an extremely vast hall, supported by more than 10 rough stone pillars, and on both sides of the hall, there are more than 20 stone seats. At this moment, these stone chairs were already full of people. These were all important members of the Wicked Party, and they were all powerful evolvers who could be 10. An Yu was also among them. She sat upright on the first stone chair on the left, and glanced at the middle of the hall from time to time. There was a wider stone seat, on which a woman with bare shoulders, thighs, and a little fabric on her body was lying lazily on it. This is the leader of the evil party, Kavitana, who is also one of the 3 major Sun Realm evolutionists. Why are Jill, Coles, and the others missing? No one knows. Although Kavitana's voice sounded very calm, the trace of anger contained in it could be heard by anyone. I'm too lazy to care about you infighting in normal times, but Coles and the others are on duty for me. Do you dare to attack them? Do you take me seriously? Kavitana's voice suddenly became cold, and she said. No one wants to admit it, right? Okay, then wait until I find out who did it, don't blame me for being ruthless. After a moment of silence, suddenly, next to Anu, a man who looked a little fat suddenly stood up and said. Chief, Jill and the other three are not weak. There are not many people who can make them disappear silently. Even if they attack, our entire evil party will not exceed the number of 5 fingers. Moreover, leader, don't you know us? No matter how much we fight in our daily lives, it will not affect you. No matter how we think about it, it is impossible for us to do it. The chubby man said, his eyes looking at Anu calmly. And as the chubby man kept speaking, the others also turned their attention to Anu. Yes, leader, we all have a lot to do where the bottom line is. I think this person must be someone who doesn't know the rules, and he is simply lawless. Everyone was talking, and they were more or less spiked in their words, and their targets were directly aimed at Anu. Fart. Suddenly, Anu slapped the stone chair angrily, and she got up furiously, and said, Do you think I'm new here to bully me? What's the point of saying it clearly, who is the yin and yang that is dependent on me? Anu glanced around and no one spoke again in an instant. Her strength was there, and the members of the evil party dared to siege her together, but no one dared to really stand up and confront her. Anu, Meng Rong. Kavitana's voice sounded. Hearing this, Anu sat down with an unhappy look on her face. She looked at Kavitana and said, Chief, I'm a newcomer. Why do I kill 3 guys I don't even know? It's obvious that someone is jealous of me sitting higher than him as soon as I came, so she deliberately designed to frame me. Anu said, and the chubby man sitting next to her suddenly turned dark. Good guy, is the blame on him? Don't swear. The man glared at Anu. Do you know if you are slandering? You don't know if you are so anxious, come and take the seat. Anu sneered. You. The man was shocked and angry. Has the blame really hit him? To be honest, Anu treats her slander sounds more credible than his slander of Anu. He has indeed had this idea, but he really didn't do this. Snort. Anu sneered, and she turned her head and was not talking. At this time, Anu looked like she had eaten her stool, but she was filled with joy. She had long discovered that Kavitana was strong and she couldn't manage it at all and was too lazy to manage it. This evil party is usually in chaos, and fighting and killing people are just ordinary. This is also the reason why she dared to kill the 3 of them directly when she saw something wrong. As long as you are not caught on the spot, it is too easy to throw out the blame. Everyone accused me and I accuse you of you. After a long time of trouble, Kavitana finally stopped the farce with some headaches and said that she would investigate the matter personally. And just as Kavitana wanted everyone to scatter, an evolutionist outside suddenly ran in. Chief, be overjoyed, overjoyed. The evolver had an excited expression on his face. What's the matter? Say it. Kavitana was already upset by the quarrels of the crowd. She was even more unhappy when she saw that the evolver was so unstable. What else can you do if you stay on this extremely desolate planet? After finally falling off a spaceship, it still has the power to destroy the entire Bald Gang. It's bad luck. The evolver also felt a hint of impatientness of Kavitana. He didn't dare to keep it in hiding again, and said directly. While our men were patrolling outside, we found a man who claimed to have come out of the Sky Dome. Sky? Kavitana was stunned, and then she suddenly sat upright in the seat. Below, the rest of the members of the Wicked Party also showed surprise on their faces. The sky represents the opportunity to escape from this planet. None of them desires it. But the power of the sky was even more terrifying. Although the Bald Gang was slightly inferior to theirs, the gap was not big in general. As a result, it was completely destroyed, which made them not dare to act easily. At this moment, I caught a person who came out of the sky, which meant hope. Quickly, bring it here. Kavitana immediately ordered. After a moment, Shen Fei was escorted to the hall by two members of the evil party. Shen Fei saw Anu at a glance, but now he naturally pretended not to know the other party. Anu was the same, showing no abnormality at all. In fact, before Shen Fei was caught in the Wicked Party's lair, only Jill and the two guards knew about it. Anu told Shen Fei that in order to silence her, not only Jill, but also the two guards were killed by her. So Shen Fei left the Wicked Party's nest under Anu's escort, and once again played the role of the crew member who was forced by Li Zhang, and wandered around the Wicked Party's nest for several times. As expected, he was arrested again. So many dog heads. Shen Fei looked at the figures on the stone chairs in the hall, and his saliva was about to flow out. One crystal dog head, one golden dog head, 3 purple dog heads, and 1 green dog head. Hold on, even if you put the dog's head here, it's the same as chopping it early and late. Are you a crew member of the Sky? Kavitana's voice suddenly came, and Shen Fei quickly came back to his senses when he heard this. I used to be a crew member of the Sky, but now, I am willing to join the evil party to solve the problems of all the heroes. Shen Fei said with a sigh. I have a plan to help you take down the Sky. Everyone? Chapter 102 A Clever Plan. Shen Fei's sudden surrender naturally made the members of the evil party feel confused, but with Shen Fei's tearful explanation, they quickly understood the reason. Of course, even though Shen Fei has honed this acting skills to the point of being pure in his actual combat, the people of the abominable party did not trust Shen Fei easily. What is the evil party? They know exactly how could someone cry and shout to join the evil party? Shen Fei was so anxious to join them, and his dissatisfaction with Li Zhang, the captain of the Sky, may be just one aspect, and the biggest reason is to save his life. This is a cartilage that everyone has the same idea in their minds. Of course, Shen Fei is a cartilage, which is beneficial to them without any harm, which means that they can at least fully understand the Tianxing first. What's your name? Kavitana looked at Shen Fei and asked at the same time. I'm safe. Shen Fei spoke immediately. Okay, from now on, you will be a member of my evil party. As soon as you join, you will start with a third-level member. Kavitana said lightly, and she followed. Talk out everything you know. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly, and then he started talking. There was also a gust outside on the sky, and there was no possibility of leaking information. In order to avoid the evil party getting news about the sky from other channels, Shen Fei had no reservations and told everything he knew about the sky. What is the best lie? 9 is true and 1 is false. Except for not telling everyone that he was Shen Fei, everything else he said was true. He also said all the reasons why the sky was safe and sound. Of course, it is from the perspective of a crew member of the sky. 2 very powerful passengers suddenly appeared in the sky, one was Shen Fei and the other was Jin Xiao Xiao. The captain of the sky, Li Zhang, also held a banquet specifically for the two. So, the sky itself has no threat. Are the 2 passengers threatening? Kavitana's face was slightly dark, which made it even more difficult. You said before, do you have a way to help us take down the sky? Kavitana suddenly looked at Shen Fei. Captain, I only need 2 things to take down the sky. Shen Fei said confidently. What? Kavitana asked. First, stone. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he said directly, this time Li Zhang sent me out to find the stone that can be used to repair the spacecraft engine. As long as I can return with the stone, my status in the sky will immediately become different, and it will be easier to help you at that time. Second, anesthetics, poisons and other things. Shen Fei said again. The 2 passengers were not as powerful as the leader, but were so powerful with the help of external objects. If they were drugged, they could kill them. And after I returned to the sky with the stone, my status increased greatly, and I had this opportunity. Boy, are you playing tricks on us? A sneer came, and then, a chubby purple dog head sitting next to Anu shouted coldly, we are on this planet where birds do not shit, and we don't even have to wear clothes. Where can we find these 2 things for you? Chief, in my opinion, I have to give this kid some color to see so that he can't talk nonsense anymore. The purple dog head looked at Kavitana again. I'm just asking a solution. Leader, you can't put this pot on my head. Shen Fei shouted unjustly, and he followed. Besides, if you want to leave this planet, stones are originally necessary. Without stones, you cannot repair the spacecraft engine, so naturally it is impossible to leave this planet. Let's talk about poison and anesthetics. Even if there is no such thing that directly poisons the evolutionists, it's just a medicine that makes people's condition worse. Chief, let me say my heart, it is almost impossible to take down the sky number. The plan I proposed has made the impossible possible. Could it be that I will not do it just because it is difficult? I believe that as long as I want to do it, there will always be more solutions than difficulties. Yes, as long as you want to do it, there are always more ways than difficulties. A smile appeared on Kavitana's face, and she glanced at Shen Fei with great appreciation. When Shen Fei saw Kavitana's expression, he was half happy and half sad. What I was happy was that Kavitana seemed to have listened to his plan and trusted him a little. What I was worried about was that this person would not covet his male sex, right? No, Anu saves me. Shen Fei quickly glanced at Anu quietly, and the other party nodded slightly to express his understanding. Fei Shen, right. Kavitana said at this time, you can live here first, and I'll arrange a place for you. And just as Kavitana was talking, suddenly, Anu stood up. Chief, why not give this person to me? I will definitely look at him. Anu licked her lips and showed a slightly perverted smile. Kavitana looked at Anu with some surprise. She originally planned to use it herself, but she didn't expect that Anu actually had this hobby. After a little thought, Kavitana nodded immediately. Anu's strength is there, and she attaches great importance to Anu. Later, Anu is an indispensable force against the two powerful men of the Tianxing. Just a man is a trivial matter. Keep his safety, I don't want to hear unexpected news. Kavitana said in a deep voice. Chief, please rest assured, I will stare at him all the time. Anu's voice appeared in her voice. Shen Fei. 10 minutes later, Shen Fei was taken to a separate room by Anu. Seeing Anu close the stone door, Shen Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. You acted like this, I admire you. Shen Fei sighed. Does it happen? Who told you that it was the show? Can't it be true? Anu said, with a perverted smile on her face. Fuck. Shen Fei was shocked. However, at this time, Anu returned to normal. She coughed dryly and then said, You didn't seem to follow my plan. Nonsense, your plan is too cumbersome, and there are too many things to pay attention to. If one is not good, it will fail. Shen Fei said speechlessly. According to Anu's plan, they first helped Kavitana get the sky, and then Anu ran away Kavitana and sold the minions of the evil party to Gumo Laboratory. Kavitana is definitely not a good person. If she has the chance to leave the K098 planet, then the ordinary evolvers of the evil party will be useless to her. It's better to take the opportunity to make a fortune. What Gumo Laboratory needs is these evolvers, so Kavitana will most likely choose to follow Anu's advice and sell her younger brothers. However, this plan is too cumbersome and there are too many intermediate links. If it is not good, it will reveal flaws, so Shen Fei improved it. Your plan is simple, but are you sure Kavitana will contact Gumo Laboratory? Anu asked. My teammates have a little knowledge of science. According to her, this planet may have stones, but it is definitely difficult to find. However, Gumo's laboratory has stones 100% because they also need to use this substance to extract dark energy. In this case, Kavitana is extremely likely to hit Gumo. Shen Fei said confidently. Besides, don't forget that there is a second condition. The anesthetics and poisons that deal with the evolvers are impossible to find on other places on this planet, but Gumo Laboratory, as a place specializing in the research of evolvers, will definitely not be missing, so Kavitana cannot ignore Gumo Laboratory. Besides, even if my plan fails, we can continue to implement your plan. There is no difference. Shen Fei finally added sentence. His. It's amazing. Anu suddenly slapped her thighs, and she stood up and turned around with excitement, always feeling that the information that broke through the 5th level of the new moon was right in front of her. Brother Shenfei, what a plan! Anu looked at Shenfei with admiration. Oh! Shenfei smiled indifferently. Chapter 103 Polar Reversal. P.S. Because I posted these 3 chapters incorrectly, the titles of the next 3 chapters are wrong, but the content has been corrected and you can watch it with confidence. Shenfei knew very well that things should not be too proud before they were finished. It is too easy to become a clown when he opened champagne in the first half. So, after briefly saying a few words to Anu, he began to study the most critical step in the plan, which was to keep an eye on Kavitana, and always look at the melons and find Gummo Laboratory when Kavitana communicated with Gummo Laboratory. Leave this to me. As I said earlier, I have a good relationship with Kavitana. Look, I didn't say anything when I competed with her for a man today. Anu spoke confidently. Well, it's not that I don't believe you. Shenfei coughed dryly, and he followed. It's just that this fact is too important. I have hired a helper for you, Sang Jun. Help? Is it the teammate you mentioned? Anu asked curiously, but she didn't mind Shenfei's obvious distrust of her behavior. For her, getting that information was the most important thing. In comparison, it's okay to just have a little dignity. She can't do it. She is too straightforward and can't do such a thing. Shenfei shook his head without hesitation, and he followed and said, the person I mentioned has a strong talent in the virtual realm. I have contacted him before, and he will arrive soon. Virginal realm talent. Anu's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She said angrily, the environment of the Krypton Gold Guy and the cheating dog's virtual realm world has been destroyed by these people. What did you say? Shenfei's expression suddenly changed. Who are you talking about? Well, brother Shenfei, you dare to take huge risks to come to the undercover agent of the evil party. In essence, you have already drawn a clear line with the Kryptonian. I'm not talking about you. Anu quickly explained. I am cheating, what does Krypton Gold have to do with me? Shenfei snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't say anything else, but secretly wrote a note to Anu. When you have the chance, you will be finished if I cut you or not. The helper Shenfei mentioned was naturally Wang Xianying, who had been looking for Zhu Yan and his gang on the K098 planet. This guy has been searching for nearly 10 days, but there is no clue at all. When Shenfei said there might be clues, he naturally came without hesitation. Although there was something wrong with Wang Xianying's void realm talent, he could still teleport, and the wicked party's nest could not stop him. Shenfei and Anu didn't wait long, and a figure suddenly appeared in this dark room. Brother Wang, I've finally waited for you. Shenfei stood up with a smile. He pulled over the dusty Wang Xianying and said to Anu, Mizan, this is the person I mentioned, Wang Xianying. Brother Wang, I'll introduce you to me, she's. Shenfei wanted to introduce Wang Xianying again, but at this time, Wang Xianying suddenly spoke, Anu, Zi Kuoxing's virtual realm law enforcement officer. Shenfei was slightly stunned, and Anu was also slightly stunned. Do you know me? Anu pointed at herself, her face full of confusion. Is this the second person you mentioned? Shen Fei finally reacted. Wang Xianying said before that there was another law enforcer in the virtual realm who entered this virtual realm world. Unexpectedly, it was Anu. I have been looking for you, Ms. Anu. Wang Xianying stepped forward with excitement on his face, trying to hold Anu's hand, but Anu took 2 steps back quietly. As soon as we meet, I want to hold the girl's hand. Are you perverted? Anu's face turned cold. You think I don't know, you just look young, but in fact you're enough to be my mother. Wang Xianying was speechless. Cough. Shen Fei coughed dryly, and he said, stop talking nonsense, let's explain it to her first. Good. Wang Xianying nodded quickly. No matter what, finding Anu would be a huge surprise, which means that the possibility of success will be greater than that of Zhu Yan and others next. 10 minutes later, under Wang Xianying's explanation, Anu also knew the whole story. It's so troublesome that I actually encountered such a thing. Anu walked around the place with some annoyance. Although Wang Xianying said that this task was not mandatory, she was different from Shen Fei. She was a formal virtual law enforcement officer and had been in this industry for nearly 20 years, so she naturally had a responsibility in her heart. It would be fine if she didn't know about it. When she knew about this, she seemed to have a lot of hope of success. If she didn't do it, she always felt that her conscience could not be overcome. If you can really find those people, then I can take action. Anu looked at Wang Xianying and said, if you can't find them, don't bother me. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianying was a little embarrassed. The problem now is that he couldn't find anyone at all. By the way, Brother Shen, you said there is a clue. What is the clue? Wang Xianying suddenly looked at Shen Fei. The clue I'm talking about is Gumo Laboratory. Shen Fei didn't keep it a secret, and told his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wang Xianying and Anu nodded. A good idea, much better than looking for a planet, and trying your luck. Anu nodded thoughtfully. That's natural. Shen Fei smiled and then said, but, you two must keep a close eye on Kavitana. I don't need this little devil's help, I can do it alone. Anu was still full of confidence. Wang Xianying. Finally I was willing to admit that I was an old ant, right? Time passes day by day. Anu and Wang Xianying go every day. He told Shen Fei with confidence that they had discovered clues that Kavitana and Gumo Laboratory were in contact, and they probably would be able to find Gumo Laboratory soon. Shen Fei believed it at first. After all, his plan was perfect, and Kavitana would secretly contact Gumo Laboratory, which was completely within his expectations. However, gradually, Shen Fei realized something was wrong. I don't know when, some inconspicuous figures appeared in the Wicked Party's nest. If ordinary people saw these figures, they would probably think they were small people from the Wicked Party and would not take them to heart. But Shen Fei is different. He looks at people in the virtual realm, first looking at the dog's head, then looking at his identity. Among these inconspicuous figures, there are several purple dog heads and a crystal dog head. That's right, it's the crystal dog head. This discovery directly scared Shen Fei. After the third stage of attribute superposition is completed, the ones who can become crystal dog heads must at least be strong people at the level of Durgf. Such strong people, except for the possible virtual adventurers, there are only 3 in this virtual world. The dead Tirjef, Kavitana, and Gusun of the Dragon Society. In this case, there are only 2 possibilities for that crystal dog head, one is Gusun, and the other is a Void Realm adventurer. If it is the latter, it is not too strange that there is a Void Realm adventurer. But if it is the former, there will be a big problem. Gusun, the boss of the Dragon Society, suddenly played a role in the evil party. What is the purpose? Who are you trying to plot against? Chapter 104 The Death of Kavitana. The Wicked Party's nest is still in the vast hall. At this time, important members of the Wicked Party were all sitting on stone chairs, and Shen Fei also got a stone chair in the last place. At this time, someone placed 2 boxes in front of Shen Fei. Fei Shen, this is what you want? Kavitana was still lying lazily on the top seat, and when she heard her words, Shen Fei also opened 2 boxes respectively. The first box was a grayish-white stone about the size of a fist, and the second box was a small bottle of colorless liquid. I don't need to say more about the stone. That small bottle of liquid is a powerful anesthetic. The third-level evolutionist of the crescent moon will be instantly paralyzed after being attacked, and the fourth-level new moon will feel weak all over. Kavitana smiled. I have found these 2 things for you. Now, it's your turn. Don't worry, leader, I will do my best. Shen Fei immediately stood up and promised with confidence. At the same time, he looked at Anu who was in front of him without any hesitation. They got all the things, my Song Gu Hui Jiao Bao Laboratory? It's a waste. It's right away, it's right away. Anu gave Shen Fei a look of peace of mind. I have never doubted people, I don't need to doubt people. Kavitana suddenly said again, I believe you will not disappoint me. Thank you for your trust, the leader. Shen Fei looked extremely moved, and at this time, Kavitana clapped her hands again, and soon someone brought thick cups, but a strong smell of wine wafted out of the cups. The cups were sent to every member of the Wicked Party sitting on the stone chair, which also made everyone's eyes wide open. Fuck, it's actually wine. It's been so many years, but I didn't expect that I could still smell this. Chief, where did this wine come from? One by one, 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 and a little confused voice sounded. When Kavitana heard this, she smiled and said, this wine is my treasure for many years. As long as you take down the sky, it will be useless. Now, I will take it out and share it with you, and I will cheer for Fei Shen. Hearing this, although everyone was still confused, no one said anything else. They were just secretly shocked. The boss was too optimistic about this boy named Fei Shen, right? Not only did he give him the greatest trust, he also took out his own treasures. Many members of the evil party felt sad. Everyone, let me drink this glass full of money. I wish us a victory in this action. Kavitana stood up, and after saying passionately and generously, she drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. breaking the flag and winning. Everyone also stood up instantly and couldn't wait to drink the wine in the glass in one gulp. Thank you for your attention, the leader. Shen Fei was full of excitement, and when he raised his head, the wine in the glass instantly left no drop. Seeing this scene, the smile on Kavitana's face became even brighter. The next moment, an accident happened suddenly. Ouch! Suddenly, a member of the evil party staggered and then fell weakly. As this man fell, the other members of the evil party quickly changed their faces, like dumplings, falling to the ground one by one. Shen Fei also fell down together, and the only one standing in the field was An Yu. But An Yu also felt waves of weakness coming from her body at this time. There is poisonous in the wine. An Yu was shocked and felt something was wrong. It's not poison, it's anesthetic. Kavitana had a deep smile on her face. She walked down from a high place step by step. After crossing An Yu, she came to Shen Fei. At this time, as Shen Fei fell to the ground, the 2 boxes he had just obtained also fell to the ground. Kavitana bent down and picked up one of them and took out the bottle of colorless liquid. This bottle is just water, the real anesthetic is in the wine you have drunk. Kavitana smiled and An Yu also understood something. Chief, what are you doing? An Yu Huanxi had a glimmer of hope. After all, it was not only her and Shen Fei who were poisoned, but the rest of the evil party were obviously also hit. Perhaps, it's not their exposure, but for other reasons. You ask me why? Kavitana sneered. Jin Xiao Xiao, now, are you still pretending to me? What? Jin Xiao Xiao? An Yu looked confused. You think I don't know, you are Jin Xiao Xiao in Fei Shen's mouth, and Fei Shen himself is Shen Fei. Kavitana said confidently. You two are the 2 passengers of the sky that destroyed the Bald Head Gang. Before An Yu could react, Kavitana followed and said, you acted pretty well. At least I used an irrelevant fake name. At first, I didn't find anything wrong, but Shen Fei was a little insulting. He actually used the name backwards directly. After hearing this, An Yu also knew that she must have been exposed. Although she was not Jin Xiao Xiao, she was an undercover agent. Shen Fei misled me. An Yu sighed to the sky. You're wrong. Kavitana said, at the beginning, I didn't doubt his name, nor did I think about it. It was you who really revealed your flaws. Me? An Yu couldn't believe it. You asked me for this man, but you did nothing. But you came to see me every day, and I know your condition very well. Kavitana said in a deep voice, since then, I have become suspicious of you. Can you see this? An Yu was a little disbelief. An Yu couldn't accept it because she was defeated. It seems that you don't know much about men and women's love. Don't worry, after this time, I will find someone to teach you well. A cold smile appeared on Kavitana's face. The leader is wise, I am willing to serve. A member of the evil party suddenly spoke. Although they were knocked down by anesthetics, they were just physically paralyzed. They could hear the conversation between Kavitana and Anu clearly. You guys are afraid you have no chance. Anu suddenly sneered. Bitch, how dare you be stubborn? When you fall into my hands, you will suffer. Members of the evil party cursed one after another. Hee. Anu sneered again, and she said, you are afraid you don't know that there is a laboratory specializing in researching evolutionists hidden on this planet. Kavitana has always colluded with this laboratory. Now, she is going to get the sky to leave this planet. What's the use of you people to her? The only use is probably to sell it at a good price. Anu added at last. Fart. Bitch. We have followed the leader for more than 10 years. How could you provoke it if you want to? Of course, the members of the evil party did not believe Anu at all, but Kavitana didn't say anything, she just clapped her hands. Soon, a man in a black windbreaker walked in from one side of the hall. The man looks only in his 30s, his face is very long, his beard is unshaven around his mouth, and he looks very sloppy. Kavitana, it seems that your plan is very successful and I don't need to take action. The man smiled. I'm just asking you to come here just to be in case. Kavitana said with a smile, and she followed. These people, except Jin Xiao and Shen Fei, are all yours now. I don't want anything else this time, I just need a federal credit point. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in escaping. The man sighed, and he asked immediately, but, aren't you going to sell those two people to me? I keep them useful. Kavitana didn't say much, and the man didn't worry about it anymore. In fact, he has succeeded. The reason why he is still collecting experimental subjects is just because of his interest. Chapter 105, Anu, the Law Enforcer in the Virtual Realm. Kavitana and the man completed the distribution of everyone in a few words. For a moment, the other members of the evil party were dumbfounded. Even if they were beaten to death, Kavitana really sold them. Chief, you can't do this. I have followed you loyally for more than 10 years, and I have worked hard without credit. Chief, give me another chance. I will definitely repay you as a cow or a horse. Leader. All the members of the evil party began to beg for mercy, but Kavitana was unmoved. A group of trash people who only know about internal strife, I want my sister to sneer. Gumo, I've left it to you. Kavitana suddenly said to the man. Good. The man nodded slightly. You are indeed Gumo. Anu looked at the man and suddenly shouted, don't you want to break through the 5th level of the crescent moon? I can help you. I reached the 4th level of the crescent moon at the age of 25. I have been studying this for nearly 20 years. I have a lot of experience to share with you. Anu quickly talked about her advantages. If Gumo was really moved and was willing to pull her, there was still hope. Oh? I didn't expect you are also a person with aspirations. It's really rare. Gumo glanced at Anu with some surprise, and then he smiled. But you said it too late, I've succeeded. You succeeded? Impossible. Anu was a little unbelievable. The information clearly stated that Gumo was still at the 4th level of the crescent moon. Although his research on the 5th level of the crescent moon was already very deep, it was not that easy to make a breakthrough. That's the 5th level of the new moon. How many days have these been? It was impossible. A trace of solemnity appeared on Gumo's face, but the man brought a miracle. I've said almost all nonsense, it's time to end this farce. Kavitana suddenly spoke, and she walked straight towards Anu. Anu still did not give up. She mobilized the last strength in her body to try to see if she could escape. Although there is little hope, only fight it. However, just when Anu was extremely nervous, suddenly, a black hole appeared under her feet. Call. A suction force came, instantly sucking Anu in. Kavitana was shocked in her heart, but she was in the sun realm after all, and her strength was stronger than Durgaf. A blue light flashed around Kavitana, and she instantly arrived near the entrance of the black hole. Call. Kavitana grabbed Anu's arm in an instant and tried to pull it out, but at this moment, lightning surging on Anu's left wrist, and she slashed on her right arm without hesitation. Laugh. Anu's wrist broke instantly. Kavitana only pulled out one broken arm, and the dark hole disappeared at this moment. What was that just now? Gumo also instantly appeared where Anu was just here, but Anu had indeed disappeared without a trace. Kavitana looked ugly and she didn't say much. Is it the ability of some kind of evolutionary method? Gumo said in shock. Some of the previous rumors are true. Has the Federation created the evolutionary method of the 3rd largest school outside the lineage of the God Conjuring Master and the Source lineage? No, this Jin Xiao Xiao is like you. The evolutionary method is the thunder of the Source line. Kavitana said, but just as she wanted to say something, her expression suddenly changed. She suddenly turned around and looked at where Shen Fei was. Shen Fei had disappeared from the spot at this moment. He turned into a small giant nearly 3 meters tall, heading out of the hall frantically. And in place, only a deep purple ball was shining. He doesn't have Chinese anesthetics. Kavitana's expression changed slightly, but without hesitation, she chased after another green light flashed by on her body. However, Kavitana had just chased out, and the flashing speed of the deep purple ball in the place suddenly increased countless times. In an instant, a white light burst out. When the white light burst out, Shen Fei had already rushed out of the hall of the evil party. Shen Fei turned his head and looked at it, with a smug smile on his face. No matter how cunning you are, but if I cheat, how will you deal with it? Not long ago, Shen Fei became cautious after discovering that there was a crystal dog head in the evil party. Kavitana suddenly invited him to drink. Even if Shen Fei had a 30-fold physical bonus, he could not have taken a sip and tried to see if there was really a problem. So, at that time, he seemed to have sipped the wine in his glass, but in fact he secretly used the evidence of evolution to transfer the wine into his storage space. To be honest, Shen Fei was beaten to death, but he didn't expect that it was Kavitana who could tell at a glance whether Anu had experienced a man and a woman. But no matter what, Shen Fei, who found something wrong with his dog's head, was indeed alert. Not only did Kavitana fail to make him secret, he was eventually rebelled against him. The last thing Shen Fei left was the special antimatter bomb provided by Jin Xiao Xiao. This special antimatter bomb is much stronger than the standard antimatter bomb, and now it has received a 30-fold attack bonus from Shen Feizhu. Hehe, do I think you will die? Shen Fei turned his head and looked at the hall behind, with an exaggerated smile on his face. At this moment, where the white light spread, everything was disappearing quietly, as if the lines in the picture were erased without leaving any trace. The standard antimatter bomb has a small explosion range and a diameter of only about 10 meters. Even if the special antimatter bomb has received Shen Fei's attack bonus, the scope is still very small, and it just barely covers the entire hall. But that's enough. You kill the target and get it. You kill the target. You kill. A series of words flashed rapidly in front of Shen Fei, but Shen Fei was not too excited. With his current attribute superposition level, only elites in the evil party are qualified to be dog heads. At this moment, the green dog heads and a few purple dog heads are all dead. The attributes added to him are not many, and the average is less than 2 points. But suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed across Shen Fei's face. You kill the target and get all attributes plus 3. This is a crystal dog head that died. Shen Fei was also filled with shock. The two crystal dog heads just now, one was a powerful Sun Realm evolver, and the other was likely a 5th level New Moon evolution. No matter which one was a very terrifying existence, someone would be killed directly. In Shen Fei's expectation, he would be very satisfied if he could seriously injure him. On the other side. Call. The white light quickly dissipated, and everything had disappeared in the hall at this time, leaving only a huge deep pit about 100 meters deep. Sudden. Bang. A crack was cracked under the deep pit, like a mirror, and then a figure shining with lightning all over his body emerged. It is Ancient Ink. It seems that Kavitana is dead. Gu Mo glanced around him, but he was not surprised at this time. The moment the white light burst out, Gu Mo was shocked to discover that it seemed to be an annihilation antimatter bomb. In the federal theory, antimatter bombs are divided into two types. One is explosive, that is, they rely on the huge energy generated by the collision of positive and antimatter to cause damage. This is also the antimatter bomb that most of the Federal Army is now in service. The second type is the annihilation antimatter bomb. Its killing comes from the annihilation of antimatter against positive matter. It is logically still in theory. It not only appears in front of you, but also has such a large range. The material bomb is simply incredible. Gu Mo was of course shocked by this. But although he was shocked, in an instant, he made the most correct choice. That is, drilling into the ground. Annihilation antimatter bombs, the more matter it touches, the slower the spread speed. Like Kavitana, she chose to run straight to the distance, so she died. And he chose to drill into the ground, so he survived. The Federation has actually created this weapon? Who is the person who uses this weapon? Gu Mo fell into deep thought. However, at this moment, Shen Fei also appeared there at the edge of the pit. Shen Fei looked to the bottom of the pit, and Gu Mo also looked upwards. In an instant, the two people's eyes collided. Let's explain it. Because of my operation error, the order of the previous 3 chapters was reversed. I'm sorry, because the chapter names cannot be changed, so I only changed the content. Looking from the beginning will not affect the viewing. Some people may find that there are duplicate chapters, which is because I changed the chapters. Just refresh them. Chapter 106 Follow-up. It was this Gu Mo who is still alive. Shen Fei quickly estimated the opponent's strength in his heart. The 5th level of the new moon. First of all, if your body is strong, it will definitely be stronger than the Sun Realm evolvers at Zuyan's level. Whether you can compare with Durgv, Kavitana, and others depends on Gu Mo's evolutionary talent. If it is average, it may not be as good as Durgv, but if you can be like Shen Fei, it is not impossible to crush Durgv. Secondly, the evolution method of the 5th level evolver of the new moon is usually extremely strong. The evolutionary method will only undergo qualitative changes in the crescent moon realm. Like Shen Fei's wild god transformation, when he broke through the 2nd level of the new moon, his total attributes changed from increasing by 50% to double. Correspondingly, break through to the 3rd level of the new moon, the 4th level of the new moon, and the 5th level of the new moon, and the increase will increase. But if you break through the Sun realm, this multiple will not change. Of course, this is not because the evolutionary method has not been enhanced. After all, the Sun realm is much stronger than the new moon realm. If the evolutionary method is not enhanced, it will have very little effect on the evolver. It is just that the Sun realm is broken through, and the evolutionary method will not have essential improvement. Therefore, a new moon level 5 will inevitably bring its own evolutionary method to its extreme existence. Call. Shen Fei thought about it, and a black armor quickly appeared on the surface of his body. Shen Fei, who suddenly felt that his safety had increased significantly, did not hesitate anymore, and he jumped directly from the edge of the deep pit. Did you put that annihilation antimatter bomb? Where did you get this weapon? Who are you? Gu Mo stared at Shen Fei and instantly raised a series of questions. The servant of the servant is gathering the salary and bridles. Shen Fei sneered, holding the black knife that had just been wiped with poison, and pointed the tip of the knife straight to Gu Mo. We don't seem to have a deep hatred, right? Gu Mo said inexplicably. You are here, aren't you going to help Kavitana deal with me? Shen Fei sneered. Kavitana is dead. Then you die for me too. Shen Fei stopped talking nonsense. He rushed out in an instant, and the black knife came over Gu Mo's head in an instant. Seeing this scene, Gu Mo frowned slightly. There was a thunder net condensed on his body. Laugh. Thunder net was extremely tough. Shen Fei was stopped by this knife. What a lunatic! Gu Mo saw that Shen Fei would not give up until he cut him to death, and he also felt like he was retreating. To him, this battle is meaningless. Although Kavitana was blown to death by Shen Fei, he and Kavitana were just a simple cooperative relationship. He didn't feel much in his heart if the other party died. In Gu Mo's eyes, Shen Fei's strength was average, but he was quite afraid of Shen Fei. He was also afraid that Shen Fei would take out any devastating weapon to escape the first time, but he might not be able to escape the second time. After a moment, boom, boom, boom. Endless lightning suddenly enveloped the entire pit. Call. Relying on the terrifying defense provided by the armor on his body, Shen Fei rushed out of the sea of thunder with many terrifying lightnings. But after Shen Fei rushed out, he looked around and did not find Gu Mo's figure. Run so fast! Shen Fei showed regret on his face, but it was a pity that a crystal dog head was a crystal dog. However, after a brief fight, he had to admit that the 5th level of the new moon is really strong. Unless it is a sneak attack, it will be really difficult for him to kill the other party even if he has poison on his knife. Your current attributes are: Attack, 35.1. Speed, 59.6. Defense, 34.9. Physical Constitution, 35.3. Understanding, 35.2. Evolutionary Talent, 35.1. Shen Fei grinned and walked out of the evil party's lair with a smile. Because the attribute superposition is completed, the requirements for the dog head are higher. Although the growth of the attributes this time is not as good as the time when the bald head gang was wiped out, because Kavitana, the crystal dog head, Shen Fei's attributes have also increased by more than 4 points on average, which can be said to be a big deal. And at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, and a pair of metal wings fell from the sky behind it. Shen Fei, what's going on? I rushed over immediately after receiving your help signal. Jin Xiao looked at Shen Fei up and down. After she found that Shen Fei's clothes were not wrinkled at all, her face suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, she was worried along the way and didn't dare to stay at all. Miss Xiao, listen to my explanation. Shen Fei immediately explained when he saw this. In fact, according to the original plan, Shen Fei planned to immediately find an opportunity to attack Kavitana after entering the wicked party's nest. So, at that time, Jin Xiao was always in the old nest of the evil party. Nearby, once a fight breaks out, she can come here at any time. But because he met a new, Shen Fei also wanted to find Gu Mo laboratory, so he postponed his plan. Shen Fei explained the situation to Jin Xiao, so she returned to the sky and waited. If she needed to take action, Shen Fei would contact her. What happened today was actually completely unexpected by Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei noticed something was wrong, he did not expect that Kavitana actually realized his undercover identity with a new, and set up a trap, and even called a 5th-level helper from the new moon. After detonating the antimatter bomb, because there was still a crystal dog head alive, Shen Fei immediately notified Jin Xiao and asked for support. As a result, Gu Mo had no intention of fighting at all, so he ran away after finding an opportunity, which made Jin Xiao go for nothing. After hearing Shen Fei's words, a hint of astonishment appeared on Jin Xiao's face. The undercover agent was discovered, but then he fought back. Is it so outrageous? I told you not to go undercover. If you are less lucky, you will be dead. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted. The key is that Shen Fei didn't take her with him in this undercover operation, which is what made her most unhappy. Although Jin Xiao Xiao could understand that places like the Wicked Party were indeed not suitable for her to go, she was still unhappy. It's all my fault that I believed in you incorrectly. He is such a teammate of pigs. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh to the sky, and he followed. In comparison, Miss Xiao Xiao, you are much more reliable. Humph. Jin Xiao Xiao looked a natural look, and she followed, just take it as a lesson. Next time, don't easily believe this kind of woman who doesn't know where she came from. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. And at this moment, call. Next to Shen Fei, a wave flashed. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xianying suddenly appeared here. Brother Shen, you're okay. Wang Xianying immediately looked surprised on his face when he saw Shen Fei safe and sound. Of course I'm fine. When you come to save me, the daylily will be cold. Shen Fei smiled. Because he realized something was wrong, Shen Fei reminded Wang Xianying in advance that if he saw something was wrong, he would pick him up with a new. Wang Xianying's teleportation talent is still very strong in terms of escape. Sure enough, at the critical moment, Wang Xianying took action to save An Yu's life. However, Shen Fei was still pretending to be paralyzed at that time. This guy actually chose to save An Yu first, and he was indeed a man who forgot his righteousness when he saw the beauty. Well, that's because I know Brother Shen must have a way to escape. Look, Brother Shen escaped intact. Wang Xianying coughed dryly and tried to defend himself. Stop talking nonsense, where is An Yu? Shen Fei asked. She was very miserable. She broke her arm, and the medicinal properties were still there. I put her on a mountain. Wang Xianying said a few simple words, and Shen Fei was also a little surprised. When he heard this, An Yu was really miserable. Of course, seriously speaking, breaking an arm is actually nothing. In the virtual realm, as long as you don't die on the spot, everything will recover when the virtual realm world ends. Moreover, even if the arm is really broken, it is probably not difficult to rebirth the broken arm with the Empire's technology. At this time, he kept wrapping his hands around his chest and listening to Jin Xiao Xiao with a calm expression, suddenly asked, So, did your plan succeed? Has Gumo laboratory been found? Well. Wang Xianying glanced at Jin Xiao Xiao. He knew that this was Shen Fei's teammate, but his temperament felt like he was not allowed to enter, and he didn't talk much. At this moment, when Jin Xiao Xiao opened her mouth, Wang Xianying was really uncomfortable. However, Wang Xianying did not hesitate. He said directly, if everyone is fine now, it should be successful. I did find the Gumo laboratory. You found it? Shen Fei was slightly surprised. He thought it was a waste of time this time. That Kavitana should be trying to numb us, and the flaws she exposed are all real. Wang Xianying said a little embarrassedly. These days, the few people have been fooled around. Fortunately, Shen Fei found something wrong and reminded him, otherwise, this trip to the virtual realm would be over again. Chapter 107 Gus and Gu Mo. Planet K098, inside a giant mountain, has an alloy building completely made of alloy. At this time, in the core of this huge building, with a thick alloy door opening, Gu Mo, who had just escaped from the wicked party's nest, walked into a dim room. The room was empty, with only a metal seat in the center of the room, and on the metal seat, a middle-aged man was firmly tied to it by alloy chains. At this time, as Gu Mo approached step by step, the middle-aged man who had been keeping his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. "How does the 5th level of the crescent moon feel?" the man asked with a smile. Gu Mo did not answer. He brought a chair and sat down in front of the middle-aged man. "Gus, I have something to ask you," Gu Mo said directly. "You ask," the man, or Gus, said with a smile. "You are obviously still in the 4th level of the crescent moon, so why do you know the key to the evolutionary method Thunder reaching the 5th level of the crescent moon? Also, why can anyone on the K098 planet be able to come up with annihilation antimatter bomb? Why do anyone have the ability to evolve the lineage of the God Transporter and the Source lineage?" Gu Mo asked many questions in a row. He stared at Gus tightly, his eyes flashing with a light, and there was an inexplicable look of fear. Gus did not answer immediately. He thought for a while before slowly saying, "Missy, K098 has been studying for many years, about how to break through the new moon. The 5th level research has finally come to an end. You urgently need to verify your theory. You were planning to try it yourself, but at this time, you suddenly thought of me. You and I are the closest relatives of bloodline, and I am also the 4th level of the crescent moon, and the evolutionary method of practice is also the source line. For you, I am simply a perfect test piece. Just as you learned that the sky I was riding on will pass by the K098 planet in the near future, so you sent someone to tamper with the sky I made it to force it to land at K098. I don't remember, I told you all this." Gu Mo's face turned gloomy. "You actually told me a long time ago." Gus smiled, and he followed, "If you develop normally, your experiment will have an accident. I have reached the 5th level of the crescent moon by accident. At that time, I will destroy your laboratory and capture you. According to federal law, what you do is enough for you to be imprisoned for life, but because you miraculously reached the 5th level of the crescent moon in prison, the Federation valued your talents, and transferred you to a certain most dangerous battlefield to atone for your sins. I am also there, and we, who were originally hating each other, became comrades in our army. Don't think I'll let you go by making up some inexplicable things," Gu Mo said coldly. Gus smiled slightly, he didn't say anything. Gu Mo stared at Gus, but Gus's eyes were consistent without any fluctuations. After a while, Gu Mo suddenly fell limp. "I'm already dead, right? I'm a void realm now?" Gu Mo asked with some difficulty. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Gus's face. "The void realm has a strong suppression force. Even if there are many unreasonable aspects, most of the lives in the void realm will still act according to the established trajectory and will never doubt their own situation," Gus said. "Gu Mo, the fact that your life mark is indeed in this virtual realm world, you are also qualified to leave the virtual realm. Leave the virtual realm. Gumo suddenly looked up. I'm here to pick you up, Gus said, and the alloy chain that had originally bound him tightly suddenly broke silently, and Gus also stood up. You? Gumo looked at Gus in disbelief. These alloys are the hardest super alloys, which can withstand tens of millions of tons of huge force. Even if he breaks through the Sun realm now, it will be difficult for him to directly do anything to the iron chain, but it was easily broken by Gus. Let's go to the sky first, there is an old friend waiting for us. Gus didn't say much, and he walked out directly. Gumo was silent for a moment, and he stood up silently and followed Gus, who had left. After half a day. Near this giant mountain, waves of fluctuate. The panting Wang Xianying finally brought Shen Fei, Jin Xiao Xiao, and a new here. I said to Brother Wang, is your talent in the virtual realm so bad, is it okay? Even if we really find Zhu Yan, you can't help, right? Shen Fei asked with contempt. This is just a sequelae of repairing potion, and it will be completely recovered in a few months. Wang Xianying followed. Besides, I brought a medicine in. As long as I take one, I can temporarily exert my full strength. If I really want to deal with Zhu Yan, I will definitely be fine. How many medicines do you have? I'm afraid it will be a tough battle to attack Gumo Laboratory next. Now you should take one first. Anu's voice suddenly rang out. At this time, Anu had completely recovered from the paralysis of the anesthetic. Apart from breaking one of her arms, she could be said to have been resurrected with full blood. In Anu's own words, she can continue to fight. I really need it, I will eat it. Wang Xianying said with a bitter face that the medicine was given by Xing Bank, which funded him, but it was not free and required money. Miss Xiao Xiao, that Gumo is at the 5th level of the new moon. He is really strong. To deal with him, we have to rely on the two of us. Shen Fei said quietly in Jin Zioxio's ear. After the loss between Wang Xianying and Anu once, Shen Fei has deeply realized the value of Jin Xiao Xiao. No matter what, Jin Xiao Xiao would not cheat him. Don't worry. Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Shen Fei and signaled that there was no problem. Although he felt that Wang Xianying was a little trick, Shen Fei had to admit that his Void Realm talent was still easy to use. Attacking Gumo's laboratory, according to Shen Fei's plan, Wang Xianying first took him to find Gumo and used antimatter bombs to attack him unexpectedly. Then Jin Xiao Xiao and Anu rushed in again, and everyone went up side by side to surround Gumo. The plan was perfect, but problems arose when it was executed. Wang Xianying tried his best to teleport in Gumo's laboratory, and even knocked a medicine in the middle of the way, but he never found Gumo's trace. Finally, the few people came to a conclusion that Gumo was not at home. The reason why they are half worried and half happy is that they are happy is Anu, Wang Xianying, and others, because it means that they can take down the Gumo laboratory without any effort. How can they not be happy? The one who was worried was Shen Fei. He was so good at making a crystal dog head, but he missed it. How could he not worry? It's not right. Maybe Gumo came back in the middle. He would definitely be extremely angry when he found out that his home was attacked by a sneak attack. It would not be too late to kill him when the time comes. Shen Fei comforted himself in his heart. No matter what, after planning for so long, they finally took down Gumo Laboratory. Whether they can find Zhu Yan and the others next depends on this wave. Chapter 108 Supermagnetic Radar. Although Gumo, the strongest man, is not here, there are still some defensive forces in Gumo's laboratory, but some defense forces were not strong, and Wang Xianying led Shen Fei to slash and slash, which quickly completely disintegrated the defense of the entire Gumo laboratory. During this period, Shen Fei also harvested several green dog heads, which was better than nothing. Half an hour later. In Gumo Laboratory, in a room wrapped by a wall of several meters thick, Shen Fei was staying next to him with a blank look on his face, while mechanical arms appeared on Jin Xiao. Under Jin Xiao's control, these mechanical arms skillfully dismantled a large instrument similar to a CT machine into tens of thousands of pieces. Finally, Jin Xiao took out something that looked like a black box from it. It should be it. Jin Xiao let out a deep breath. Miss Xiao, can you find Zhu Yan and the others with this thing? Shen Fei immediately walked up and asked at the same time. After conquering the Gumo laboratory, they divided into two groups. Yu went to find the information that broke through the fifth level of the new moon, while Shen Fei and others began to look for instruments that could help them find Zhu Yan. Shen Fei caught several staff members for interrogation and asked if there were any detection equipment here, but the answer he got was no. Unwilling to give up, Shen Fei searched it himself, but after searching the entire laboratory, he couldn't find any instrument related to the investigation. However, just when Shen Fei thought this trip was in vain, Jin Xiao suddenly told him that she had a solution. So, this scene happened. However, after hearing Shen Fei's words, Jin Xiao rolled her eyes immediately and said, "Why is that simple? This is just a supermagnetic core. I need to change its operating direction and operating power next, and I also need to find a matching diverter. Then you can find Zhu Yan and the others?" Shen Fei asked again. "Then we will make a supermagnetic radar with a detection range of 3,000 kilometers and a precision of 3 meters. As for whether people can be found, it depends on whether they have corresponding preventive measures. To be honest, this kind of radar is very backward and can easily be blocked," Jin Xiao said in contemplation. "So that's it." Shen Fei nodded thoughtfully. "So, why does Jin Xiao know so much when she doesn't look very smart?" Previously, my understanding of the Sky Engine was an unexpected surprise. This time I could actually make a radar by hand? What's on your mind? Jin Xiao suddenly asked. Why did she feel that Shen Fei was thinking of something bad? "I'm thinking, thanks to Miss Xiao this time, relying on us alone, there is really no hope at all." Shen Fei sighed. "Just you know." Jin Xiao smiled and she followed and said, "Let's go and find the next part with me." Okay. Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. As time passed, Jin Xiao quickly found all the parts she needed, and she officially began to manufacture the supermagnetic radar he mentioned. While Shen Fei was waiting bored, Wang Xuanying, who was dejected, and Yu, who was smiling, slowly walked over. Seeing the expressions of the two, Shen Fei knew that Wang Xuanying had indeed not found useful instruments, while Yu had already got what she wanted 100%. These are two pieces of information from Miss Enzyme Jin. Yu handed the two crystal-like screens to Shen Fei. Shen Fei turned on the screen switch, and dense text suddenly appeared on the screen. I didn't expect that you found these information so smoothly. Shen Fei looked at Yu with some surprise. Luck. Yu smiled first, and she followed. Brother Shen Fei, I have a win-win proposal. Do you want to listen? What? Shen Fei asked. The missions between you and Ms. Jin are likely to be completed. Your mission is not low, and the source quality you get will definitely not be small. Then when you leave this virtual world, can you exchange this information? Yu said immediately. After that, I will use imperial currency to buy this information. Generally speaking, the value of virtual objects exchanged with source quality will increase several times. Do you really want to buy it? Shen Fei asked in a deep thought. Prodigal businessmen, we have been undercover together, and we didn't talk about any comrades. Yu cursed Shen Fei in her heart, but now only Shen Fei can ask for help, so she just cursed in her heart. On the surface, Yu not only had no strange colors, but instead nodded without hesitation. Buy. I'll buy. Yu smiled. Ms. Yu, it's so satisfying. Shen Fei said with a smile on his face. Fine. Yu's mouth twitched. At this time, Wang Xuanying, watching the two people from the side, finally couldn't help it. 2. It's not the time to talk about this. Wang Xuanying said in frustration, it seems that there is no instrument for detection in this laboratory. You are blind, you can't see this guy. No, this little brother Shen Fei is not in a hurry at all. He must have gained something. Yu said directly. Yet. Wang Xuanying instantly widened his eyes and looked at Shen Fei. I just knew I couldn't count on you. Shen Fei smiled coldly, and he followed. Although this laboratory does not have a direct detection instrument, we can completely build it ourselves. There is a cell-level scanning machine in this laboratory with a super-magnetic core. Using this super-magnetic core, we can completely create a super-magnetic radar. Brother Shen, you are so awesome. Wang Xuanying said something with some admiration. I just understand a little. Shen Fei said calmly, my teammate Jin Xiaoxiao knows more. She is transforming now. You wait, it will be done later. Okay. Wang Xuanying repeatedly pointed the expression on his head and face instantly turned from gloomy to sunny. He was desperate at first, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. Yu looked at Shen Fei with some surprise, but she finally said, Brother Shen Fei is a bit powerful. In the old lair of the evil party, the extremely treacherous Kavitana was played with by Shen Fei in the applause. It's a pity that a generation of powerful people in the Sun Realm died silently. Now Brother Shen Fei has created a super-magnetic radar again, which is just a routine operation, okay? She still wants to ask Shen Fei for help now, no matter whether he is bragging or not. Let's talk about it first. Ahem, it's good that you know it in your heart, don't say it out. Shen Fei coughed dryly and quickly reminded him. Okay, I understand, I understand. Wang Xianying nodded. And you? Chapter 109, The Key to the Fifth Level of the New Moon. The handmade super-magnetic radar is probably really not easy. Jin Xiao locked herself in a room for an hour, but she had not come out yet. Shen Fei, who was idle, watched the information Anu had just given him. The information is very professional, and Shen Fei can't understand many things. He flipped through them, and soon, a few passages suspected to have left by Gu Mo attracted Shen Fei's attention. To reach the fifth level of the new moon, you must first understand the essence of evolutionary law. The so-called evolutionary method is an energy cycle. The seemingly simple energy cycle contains incredible information. For example, my evolutionary method Thunder, which contains a large number of descriptions of the natural phenomena of thunder and lightning in the universe. Energy cycles in a fixed way, which is interpreting thunder and lightning. Of course, any evolutionary method will incredibly improve the physical body of the evolver. This can be said to be the commonality of each evolutionary method, or it is the commonality of the human body. Like my evolutionary method Thunder, if it is simply an interpretation of thunder and lightning, then even if this energy cycle is not built in the human body, but in a dog or a stone, they will also have the ability to control lightning. However, because it has common characteristics against the human body, even if the energy cycle of the evolutionary method Thunder appears in non-human matters such as dog and stone, it will not have much effect. I have personally tried it and confirmed that my guess is correct. So, is it possible to establish a kind of commonality outside the human body, specifically targeting the commonalities of non-human creatures such as dogs and stones, and then integrate the information about lightning in the evolutionary method Thunder into it to create an evolutionary method that is specifically applicable to them? It is completely possible in theory, but I gave up after preliminary experiments. The difficulty contained in it is almost unimaginable. I can't help but wonder, are the scientists from the Federation hundreds of years ago really capable of creating such exquisite evolutionary methods? I think I am not weaker than others, but the gap with them is still so big. The experiment returned to the right track, and I gradually began to realize that the information about human commonality in evolutionary law is not something I can understand deeply now. What I need to study is the interpretation of lightning information in the evolutionary law Thunder. I need to understand how the seemingly ordinary energy cycle is related to lightning. I need to truly understand the evolutionary law Thunder, so that all the remaining internal cycles can be truly established in my body. Okay, it seems that I am arrogant again. In the evolutionary method Thunder, even if it is just information about lightning, it is not something I can fully analyze now. I gradually realized that reaching the fifth level of the crescent moon does not require a complete understanding of this evolutionary method. I only need to be able to figure out the little connection between the complete energy structure of the evolutionary method Thunder and lightning. I am increasingly doubting the origin of these evolutionary methods. I can't believe that this evolutionary method containing countless information was actually studied by federal scientists hundreds of years ago. Compared with boring research materials and texts, these words like ancient Moses and even diaries can be said to be much more interesting. Shen Fei also saw a lot of things from it. An evolutionary method is usually divided into two parts, the common part of human beings. This part can greatly enhance the body, followed by the special effect part, such as the control of lightning, and the transformation of the wild god who can greatly grow the attributes of the whole body. This part is adapted to all life in Gumo's speculation. Shen Fei knew this, and Gumo's speculation was correct. Because Shen Fei personally fought against the non-human evolutionists, the three-headed combat machines of Limus were obviously not human, but they all could use the evolution method Black Heavenly God armor. It is obvious that some of the evolution method are universal. In addition, whether it is the common part of human beings or the special effect part, it is contained in a simple energy cycle, or in other words, the seemingly simple energy cycle contains countless information. The key to reaching the fifth level of the new moon is to figure out why simple energy cycles produce these special effects. In fact, to be precise, it is to figure out a little bit of the fur. Shen Fei thought for a moment in his heart, and then he walked towards An Yu, who was also looking at the information with relish. Of course, the content An Yu looked at is different from Shen Fei. Shen Fei just looked at Gu Mo's self-talk, while An Yu was completely studying the main text. Ms. An Yu, you are a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm. Does the Law Enforcement Bureau have no such information? Do you still need to come to the virtual realm world to find it? Shen Fei asked. Yes, of course there is. An Yu nodded and said. And the resources that the Law Enforcement Bureau has are countless times more detailed than those of a wild path like Gu Mo, and I have the honor to watch it. An Yu didn't continue talking, but Shen Fei also knew Dao. She must have realized everything, otherwise she would have been at the fifth level of the crescent moon at this time, so she would not need to come here. This time I came to this void realm world. In fact, a senior from the Law Enforcement Bureau gave me some advice, so I came to try my luck. An Yu's face appeared with a hint of sadness, and she said. If there is no hope this time, I will break through the Sun Realm. You are reluctant to break through the Sun Realm. Shen Fei's face was a little strange. Is this Versailles? Moreover, generally speaking, the success rate of the crescent moon state breaks through the sun state is not only not 100%, but also very low. Moreover, the more internal circulation is established, the lower the chance of it being built. There is a big difference between the fourth level breakthrough of the new moon and the fifth level breakthrough of the new moon. An Yu sighed to the sky. Then I wish you success. Shen Fei said with a smile, and at the same time he was thinking, when An Yu left the virtual world this time and asked him to buy this information, would he sell the other party's personal favor? It would be amazing if this guy really reached the fifth level of the new moon and then broke through the sun realm. Even in the Empire, she is still a character. Brother Shen Fei, it turns out that he can still speak. An Yu said in surprise. I just think you are praising me. Shen Fei smiled. Time passed, and soon, 3 hours passed. Jin Xiao finally walked out of the room. Is this the supermagnetic radar? Shen Fei looked at a square instrument about the size of a human head handed over by Jin Xiao. There were 2 red round holes above the instrument, and a crystal screen on the front. There are no good materials, so I can only make it shoddy. Jin Xiao said indifferently, and she immediately told Shen Fei about the use of this supermagnetic radar. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he directly used the supermagnetic radar to find Wang Xianying. The maximum range of this radar is only 3,000 miles, and it cannot cover the entire K098 planet. Naturally, Wang Xianying has to constantly teleport to find it. Besides, this guy is a little useful in this teleportation skill. When he really fights, he can't rely on him 100%, so he has to deal with this matter. Wang Xuanying was also very conscious. As soon as he got the super magnetic radar, he left Gumo's laboratory without hesitation and headed straight for the outside world. Chapter 110 I'll solve them. On the planet K098, there is a huge cave with a footprint of 20 kilometers underground. At this time, 4 figures were sitting around, playing card games. 3 meteorite-class battleships bring a star-level evolutionist. Don't anyone care about it? I won again. Zhu Yan threw down the last card with a smile on his face, then raised his hands and signaled that he had finished. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people fell into deep thought. Xing Zhong, who had scars on his face, couldn't help but lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath with a heavy look, and then slowly exhaled a circle of cigarettes. Damn it, why did you win again? Did you cheat on your kid? Yan Lauer, who looked quite young, picked up Zhu Yan's collar and his face was filled with anger. Second brother, I'm all playing under your nose. How can I have the chance to cheat? Zhu Yan explained. I'm just lucky. Yan Lao Er, is it that you still have the face to find a sense of existence here? A sneer rang out. Sister 3, we have to speak with conscience. If you didn't cheat me just now, I would have won this game. Yan Lauer let go of Zhu Yan with a look of bad luck, and he sat back to his original place with some reluctance. Suddenly, Yan Lauer seemed to have thought of something, and he said, I have been there for more than half a month. Are you 3 tired of it? Why don't we go out and have a look? If the Empire really sends the power to deal with us, they probably have found us long ago. Since we are safe now, it means that the Empire has not sent anyone at all. In fact, they all knew very well that if the Empire really sent pursuers, they would definitely be well-equipped virtual realm law enforcement officers. Some equipment that is outrageously expensive for ordinary virtual realm adventurers or have no channels to purchase, but virtual realm law enforcement officers can easily bring in a bunch of them when performing tasks. If there were really people who were well prepared to come in, they would have been useless to hide anywhere and would have been found long ago. They are still safe at this moment, which naturally means that the Empire did not react and their original plan was very successful. However, as soon as Yan Lauer finished his words, Xing Zhong, who had been silent, suddenly said, No, this month, you will stay here for me. If you really want to go out, I will break your legs first. Boss, I just said it casually, Yan Lauer laughed awkwardly. Cough. Zhu Yan coughed dryly. He glanced at the 3 of them and then asked, Then let's continue. You kid is still addicted, right? Okay, then I can't beat you up. Yan Lauer rolled up his sleeves, and the 4 of them started to touch the cards again. Just as Zhu Yan and the other 4 were still immersed in playing cards, on the ground 20 miles above their heads, Wang Xuanying, Shen Fei, Jin Xiao, and Anu had already appeared here. The 4 of them are here underground, are you sure? Shen Fei looked at Wang Xuanying. Unless this supermagnetic radar fails. Wang Xuanying handed the supermagnetic radar to Shen Fei, and Shen Fei saw 4 big red light spots flashing wildly on it at a glance. According to Jin Xiao, this kind of radar can detect the magnetic field of life. The more it is, the stronger the life, the stronger it will react. This supermagnetic radar has become so dynamic that it must have encountered the evolutionist of the Sun Realm, and the 4 Sun Realm evolvers are staying together. Looking at this point, they are really here, it's great. A cold smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. Now it's time to consider how to deal with them. Anu looked at Wang Xianying and asked, the main task given to you by the Law Enforcement Bureau is to stop Zhu Yan from escaping, right? Yes, Zhu Yan is the main target, and the other 3 are not that important. Wang Xianying immediately nodded. It's actually not difficult to understand. Zhu Yan must have something unusual, otherwise there wouldn't be 3 Sun Realm evolvers taking huge risks to save him. Wang Xianying followed and said, according to the Law Enforcement Bureau's speculation, Zhu Yan and his group should be preparing to escape on another Void Realm train. If we want to stop them, the best way is to kill them directly, so that they can only be taken back by the Void Realm train when they arrived. But, Zhu Yan has a Void Realm talent with strong ability to save his life. Even if he is alone, it will not be so easy to kill him, let alone he is still under the protection of the other 3 Sun Realm evolvers. Upon hearing this, Anu's face suddenly appeared with a sad look. This task is very difficult at first glance. Normally, the Law Enforcement Bureau will probably send 2 to 3 elite law enforcement teams to cooperate with each other to complete this task. But now, Anu looked at the power on her side. Wang Xianying, except for his good talent in the Void Realm, is not worth mentioning. Jin Xiao Xiao usually looks at people with the slightest view, and is quite arrogant, but judging from her usual performance, her strength seems average, and she may not be as good as Wang Xianying. Shen Fei, this guy is pretty good. With strength and brain, the key is to have money. His weapons can kill a Sun Realm evolver like Kavitana. It's really outrageous. I have thought of many ways before, and finally came up with the greatest hope of success, that is, to use the independent space generated by my talent in the virtual realm. Wang Xianying said. If we can trick Zhu Yan into my independent space, we can find a way to kill him in it without worrying that he will escape. Zhu Yan knows very well what your Void Realm talent is, right? He won't be fooled. Shen Fei sneered. The possibility of this plan being realized was too small. How could Zhu Yan know this little ghost's talent in the virtual realm? Anu asked in surprise. Because the 3 of us in the last Void Realm world are also in the same world, and I was killed by this Zhu Yan last time. Wang Xianying said, gritted his teeth. Yet, Anu was a little stunned. This is not the key is that this is the best way I can come up with. Wang Xianying looked at Shen Fei and asked. Otherwise, what trick do you have? My trick is. You all have to listen to me next, and I will solve them. Shen Fei smiled coldly, and at the same time, he also pointed out the evolutionary certificate. The next moment, the energy cannon Yang Guang No. 1 appeared in Shen Fei's arms. Is this your weapon to destroy the Bald Head Gang? It looks very similar to the standard energy cannon of the Annihilation series. Anu looked at the energy cannon in Shen Fei's hand with a deep thought. Shen Fei didn't say anything, so he naturally couldn't take the initiative to explain his abilities to others. But there is one thing I have to remind you. Anu said. According to my experience, evolutionists like those who have planned to commit crimes have definitely dealt with all their property before committing crimes and replaced them with what they need. They are not Durgv and Kavitana, and they must also have some virtual realm props on them. Don't be careless. I know this. Shen Fei nodded, but unless it is a wealthy woman like Jin Xiao Xiao, even if the ordinary Sun Realm Evolver spends all his money, he will not be able to buy many perverted weapons. The number 1 of the angle light in Shen Fei's hand can get his attack bonus 35 times now, and he has sufficient confidence. Everything goes as planned. Shen Fei said simply, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth widened 3 points. All fear came from insufficient firepower, and he was full of firepower. Chapter 111 Sudden Attack. At this time, in the cave 20 kilometers underground, Zhu Yan and the other 4 were still unaware of the danger approaching, and they were still playing cards happily. Sudden call. At the edge of this underground cave, a wave flashed by, and Wang Xianying appeared there. It turned out to be an underground cave. Wang Xianying looked around, and at this moment, 4 gazes instantly focused on him. This cave is not big. 4 Sun Realm Evolvers can sense any movements here at any time. Wang Xianying suddenly appeared, so it is impossible for him to hide it from them. Who are you? Xing Zhong and the other 3 felt a sudden appearance of strangers. Could it be that the Empire had sent someone after all? Wang Xianying, is it you? Why are you here? Zhu Yan was full of surprise. Zhu Yan, cute and fresh. Xing Zhong immediately turned to look at Zhu Yan. Of course I know that in the last Void Realm world, I would like to thank Zhu Yan for his care for me. Wang Xianying said with a sneer, and he focused on the word care. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yan frowned slightly. Why did he feel that Wang Xianying's tone was full of resentment? Could it be that he killed Lims as an undercover agent, causing his mission to fail? It's not right. This man and the guy who had an immortal body disappeared later. He should have been hacked to death. He shouldn't have known that he was an undercover agent. Zhu Yan was still confused, but the other 3 had already turned against him responded. It turns out that there are grudges in the previous virtual world. Yan Lauer felt a little relaxed, and he immediately said, "This little brother, no matter how you found this place, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's still time for you to leave immediately, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." "Don't worry, I'll give you a gift, and I'll leave immediately after giving it." Wang Xianying sneered. The next moment, a dark crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The crack expanded rapidly, and a dark space appeared there. At this time, Shen Fei, who was carrying angle number 1, was standing at the entrance of this dark space. At this time, Yang Guangwan had already completed energy storage. Almost the moment the space crack appeared, Shen Fei pressed the Yang Guangwan's launch button, and as the crack expanded, a terrifying column of light burst out from it instantly. Not good. In an instant, Zhu Yan and the other 4 changed their expressions. On the surface of the planet K098. Call. Wang Xianying, who had cold sweat on his face, appeared there in an instant. He hit the ground with his hands and knees, and he kept breathing heavily. Then what is it? Even though he had already received Shen Fei's instructions and teleported away the moment Shen Fei broke out, he was almost affected. Wang Xuanying could clearly feel that if he was really affected, he would be 100% dead. No wonder Shen Fei asked him to take medicine in advance. If it weren't for not taking medicine and his talent in the virtual realm was delayed for a moment, it would have really killed himself. Why are you so embarrassed? Anu, who was waiting here, pulled Wang Xuanying up, and she immediately asked, "How is it?" "It's indeed going according to the plan," Wang Xuanying said, and the ground suddenly shaking violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake occurred. This power is indeed terrifying. Wang Xuanying wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he remembered correctly, the main killing method of energy cannon is high temperature and high energy particle flow impact, an explosion only comes with the effect. But just the side effect, this kind of earthquake was triggered within 20 kilometers, and you can imagine the horror of that shot. Without thinking too much, Wang Xuanying quickly opened his space and Shen Fei walked out of it. However, Shen Fei was filled with surprise at this time. He actually didn't receive a kill prompt, which means that none of the 4 people died. The last shot near the sky did not kill Turjev, because the shot was not aimed at Turjev at the beginning, otherwise the other party might not be able to withstand it. This time, Shen Fei's attack power increased by more than Onet heard compared to before, and the targets he was Zhu Yan and the other 4 were targeted. But it wasn't blown to death. It seems that these people have life-saving equipment. As this thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. So what if you have life-saving equipment? If one shot doesn't work, then let's take another shot to see if he has more energy reserves in Yangguang 1, or if Zhu Yan and his others have better life-saving equipment. After a moment, none of the few people died. Wang Xuanying's somewhat shocked voice sounded. He looked at the 4 moving light spots displayed by the super magnetic radar in his hand, and was stunned. It's normal not to die. After all, they are prepared, Shen Fei said lightly. You go and keep an eye on these people. After they relax, we will take action. I don't believe it. They are a tough fight. Brother Shen, your move is so poisonous. Wang Xuanying swallowed. I'll give you another chance to organize language. Shen Fei glanced at Wang Xuanying sideways. But I like it. Ha! Shen Fei sneered. Half an hour later, Zhu Yan and 4 others who escaped from K098's eastern hemisphere to the western hemisphere in one breath finally stopped. The 4 of them came to an empty plain and landed from the air at the same time. Just here, Xing Zhong said with a serious look on his face. He immediately looked at Zhu Yan and asked, who has the talent for the virtual realm? His void realm talent is teleportation, and he has a private space that can carry people and objects. Zhu Yan nodded directly. Boss, the key is not that boy, but the man hiding in the other party's private space. Yan Lauer said in a trembling voice, and then he took out a silver crystal from his body. There were wisps of silver light flashing in the crystal, but it could be clearly seen that a large part of the silver crystal had already dimmed. Seeing this scene, Xing Zhong's expression changed slightly. "Brother Yan, what is this?" Zhu Yan asked immediately. "This is what just helped us block that blow," Yan Laoer said. "We forcibly break into Titan to save you. All our property in the Empire will definitely be frozen, so before we start, we simply sell all the property and change some things that can be used later. This energy core was exchanged for most of our property. This is the energy core used for small frigates. It can generate super energy shields and theoretically resist naval guns." Yan Laoer followed. "According to our idea, if there is really a law enforcer in the virtual realm chasing us, we will rely on it to delay time. If I were asked to attack this energy shield, it might not be able to break it in a month. With this thing, we have every hope of dragging it until the end of the virtual realm. But now, under that blow, nearly half of the energy in this energy core was consumed. That attack is so much stronger than the attack of the Sun Realm Evolvers." Zhu Yan looked so bold. Change, he didn't know much about the strength of this second brother Yan, but at least he was in the Sun Realm. The energy shield that can withstand the attack that lasts for 1 month in the Sun Realm was actually half destroyed by one blow. Then wouldn't they be dead when facing that shot? "Strong is definitely strong, but it is not as much as you imagined," Xing Zhong said. "The energy shield has an upper limit. When the upper limit is not exceeded, its energy consumption will be very slow. Once the upper limit is exceeded, its energy consumption will accelerate sharply. The second brother's attack is far from reaching the upper limit of the energy shield, so naturally he can only slowly grind it. That shot should have exceeded the upper limit of the energy shield, so it will consume so quickly." "So that's it." Zhu Yan nodded, and he felt relieved, but at this time, Xing Zhong said again. "But even if its power is not as great as you think, once he hits any of us head-on, except for Zhu Yan, you can live by relying on the Void Realm talent, all 3 of us will die. Therefore, next, we have to think about how to deal with that terrible attack." "Boss Xing, Wang Xuanying's hatred for me shouldn't be that great, right? Will he definitely come?" Zhu Yan asked with a frown. "At this point, do you still think he found you because of the grudges in the Void Realm world last time?" Xing Zhong asked back, and he immediately said, "My intuition tells me that they were sent by the Law Enforcement Bureau. There are 13 days left before the end of this Void Realm world. Let's prepare for the next hard battle." Chapter 112 Flaws and Traps. The night is as dark as ink. Shen Fei and others stood on the top of a mountain, and their eyes looked into the distance, which was a canyon sandwiched by 2 giants. "My brain tells me that the more normal it looks, the more abnormal it is." Shen Fei suddenly spoke. "What's the meaning?" Wang Xuanying was slightly confused. He followed Zhu Yan and 4 others all the way with the super magnetic radar, and finally found that several people stopped here. "This canyon can be called One Sky. The canyon is extremely narrow and can only accommodate 1 person." Zhu Yan and the other 2 were chiseling a hole about half a meter on the rock wall in the middle of the canyon, and the 4 of them squeezed into it. Such an arrangement is quite beneficial to Zhu Yan and others. Because in such a narrow terrain, it is difficult for Wang Xuanying and Shen Fei to copy the previous operations. Even if Wang Xuanying teleported over such a narrow space, he would not have time to use the Void Realm talent to release Shen Fei. 4 Sun Realm evolvers can kill him 100 times in an instant. However, after careful consideration, Wang Xuanying was surprised to find that Zhu Yan and others ignored an important fact. Even if they can't attack from the front, they can fly quietly over them and fire from an inclined angle. In this way, the energy cannon may be blocked by a little rock, but the problem is not big. With the horror of the Shen Fei energy cannon, it is easy to penetrate a mountain with one cannon. Needless to say, it is just a small number of rocks to block it. However, just after Wang Xuanying brought Shen Fei and others here and told him what he thought, Shen Fei did not act immediately. Instead, after pondering, he said these words that made Wang Xuanying feel confused. What is the more normal it is, the more abnormal it is. What about you put this doll? What do you think about Ms. Yu? Shen Fei looked at Yu. Brother Shen Fei said it well, there may be a problem here. Yu said first, and she sneered and looked at Wang Xuanying, and said, "Boy, your brain really should be learned from Brother Shen Fei. From my years of experience as a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, this group of criminals will definitely not be fools. They have suffered a big loss once. How could they leave such obvious flaws for you? Since there are flaws left, it must be a trap. What if they are really stupid?" Wang Xuanying couldn't help asking. Or, Mo Na Yun Yuzhou is so stupid that she is so stupid. Forget it. Wang Xuanying shook his head immediately. What a joke. What if he gets hit and dies? What should I do? Do I just fight? Jin Xiao Xiao, who had been listening quietly, suddenly asked. Her tone was full of desire to try. The 4 Sun Realm evolutionists are not ordinary challenging. She is quite looking forward to it. Whether she can beat it or not, it is a wonderful enough experience. No hurry, we have to seize the opportunity to weaken them again. Shen Fei immediately shook his head, and he followed and looked at the giant mountain where Zhu Yan and the other 2 were. This mountain is not small, with a thickness of several kilometers. Miss Xiao Xiao, ask you a professional question. Shen Fei asked directly, when my energy cannon passes through this mountain, how much lethality is left? Jin Xiao Xiao was slightly surprised, but she immediately said, it depends on what the main components of this mountain are. If it is a substance with a very small density, it will not have a great impact on high-energy particles. However, if the density is too high, the energy of high-energy particles will be completely consumed in the collision with the mountain, and it is not impossible to completely block your attack. The probability of encountering that kind of substance is so small that it can be ignored? I think we are not so unlucky yet, just follow the normal mountain. Shen Fei interrupted Jin Xiao Xiao. Although he was asking professional questions, he only wanted to know the result, not why. The power will drop by 10 to 30%. Jin Xiao Xiao pondered and gave the answer. If it was normal, the angle light number 1, it is likely that it would not be able to penetrate the mountain. The best use environment for the energy cannon is in a vacuum. The more contact with matter, the more serious the power decreases. But Shen Fei's ability adds energy cannons to the terrifying bonus. It's easy to penetrate a mountain, and it won't even lose much energy. That's good. A sneer appeared on Shen Fei's lips, even if he lost 30% of the money, there is still 70% of the power left, which is enough for them to drink a pot. Brother Shen, are you planning to attack directly from here? Wang Xianying suddenly reacted. Certainly. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and he took out Yan Guang #1 with his backhand. Regardless of whether there is a fraud or not, it is absolutely right to choose the most stable way. Brother Wang, report the location. Shen Fei said directly. Hold on. Wang Xianying picked up the super-magnetic radar and glanced at it. He followed and said, it is about 100 meters above the ground, in the middle of the mountain. Wang Xianying said, and Shen Fei also adjusted the direction of the firing. Buzz. After a buzzing sound, Angle Light 1 began to accumulate energy. At the same time, on the other side, in the small cave in the middle of the mountain, the boss Xing Zhong was sitting cross-legged in the middle, while Zhu Yan, Xiao Zheng, and Yan Piling stood around with a vigilant look on his face. At this time, Xing Zhong's body was filled with a light yellow light, and there was an invisible force spreading towards the surroundings with him as the center. Under the influence of Xing Zhong, the whole mountain was quiet, especially above the mountain, as if there was no vitality. I don't know if they will fall into the trap. Zhu Yan sighed in a low voice. It felt so uncomfortable to wait so passively. Be patient, now we are the hunters. Yan Piling smiled and said. If that Wang Xianying is really as weak as you said, then no matter whether he teleports directly to us or over the sky, he will be instantly oppressed by the gravity field created by the boss. As long as he kills his man hiding in his independent space, he will not be able to come out again. Most of our crisis will be basically resolved. Second brother, I really envy your mentality. Zhu Yan was still a little frowning. He felt that it would not be so simple. Even if we fail, we may not lose. There are many ways. Yan Piling smiled and he followed. In addition, even if they are not fooled and choose to attack directly from a distance, our energy shield is enough to block this attack with the weakening of this mountain, so you don't have to worry. Zhu Yan nodded. But our energy shield can only resist another attack, so if the plan fails this time, we must fight with them. A faint voice sounded. Sister 3, don't worry. These people probably have a bad strength, otherwise they would have rushed up and taken us down long ago. I will let them know how powerful I am. Yan Piling immediately patted his chest and promised. Xiao Zheng didn't say anything more. After her blind eyes turned to Yan Lao for a while, she returned to her initial vigilance. The entire cave fell into silence again. Chapter 113, The Stupidest Way. Buzz. After several seconds of energy storage, Angle Light 1 finally reached its limit. As Shen Fei pressed the launch button without hesitation, a terrifying beam of light appeared again on the K098 planet. It was as if the snow pile encountered a hot iron rod, and the thick mountain was instantly melted, and an extremely deep cave appeared in the middle of the giant mountain. Rumble. The terrifying energy exploded at the terminal, and the giant mountain began to tremble violently in an instant. Countless rocks kept falling, even though they were separated by a mountain. Shen Fei and others could clearly feel the terrifying vibration. Brother Shen Fei, I have a question that I want to ask for a long time. Where did you buy this weapon? How much imperial coins? Anu asked in shock. Seeing this small energy cannon erupting such a terrifying attack with her own eyes, even if she was prepared, she still had 10,000 fucks in her heart. However, in the face of Anu's inquiry, Shen Fei did not answer. Let's withdraw. Shen Fei turned his head and said to Wang Xuanying. Is it withdrawn? Wang Xuanying had not reacted yet. If you want to complete the task, just listen to me. Shen Fei didn't say much. This time is different from last time. Last time, he was teleported away by Wang Xuanying after firing, but this time he fired the gun on the spot. After a shot just now, Shen Fei did not receive any killing prompts, which means that Zhu Yan and the other two are still fine. Then, if they continue to stay where they are, Zhu Yan and other 4 Sun Realms may come to kill them with the traces of the energy cannon. They have an intelligence advantage and can find traces of Zhu Yan and others at any time, so there is no need to fight them head-on at this moment. The best choice is to withdraw with just one shot. Of course, although Shen Fei did not explain, Wang Xuanying cooperated and immediately teleported away from the place with the 3 of them after muttering. After what happened before, Wang Xuanying also realized that Shen Fei was very reliable. Whether he could complete the task this time depends on him. So, even though he hadn't reacted in his heart, Wang Xuanying did it tactfully. After Shen Fei and others teleported away from their original position, just 1 or 2 seconds later, 4 figures suddenly rushed out of the shaking mountains in front and headed straight to where they were. Of course, these are Zhu Yan and 4 others. However, the scene in front of them made them feel slightly sank. They left very decisively, which shows that they are very confident that they can find us no matter where we hide, so they are unwilling to meet us. Xing Zhong said with a serious expression, and he followed closely, this is the worst case. Despicable villain, no courageous rat. Yan Peeling gritted his teeth. This move was too poisonous. He had only enough strength, but had nowhere to use it. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Zheng asked. You can only use the stupidest method. Xing Zhong sighed. The stupidest thing to do, law? Several people were confused. Fly non-stop, wait until the end of this void realm world. Xing Zhong said with his eyes narrowed. On the other side, Shen Fei and others were led by Wang Xuanying to 100 miles away. Brother Wang, it's still the same as before. Keep staring at them. As long as they relax, we will continue to attack. Shen Fei pulled Wang Xuanying and said, and he followed inside. In order to complete the task, I can only work hard and play tricks. This is nothing. My chances of turning over are all in this mission. Wang Xuanying patted his chest and promised, and then teleported away. Shen Fei looked at Wang Xuanying, who left without hesitation, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. As long as Wang Xuanying is not lazy, then it will be safe to deal with Zhu Yan and others next. However, Shen Fei's confidence did not last long, and Wang Xianying brought news that shocked everyone. You mean, for most of the day, the four of them flew around the K098 planet for dozens of times, and they didn't stop at all? Shen Fei asked in shock. I've been hanging behind them by teleportation, and there's basically no mistake. Wang Xianying followed and said, I suspect that they plan to fly there until the end of the virtual realm world. Shen Fei didn't say anything, even Wang Xianying could think of it. This matter was probably the same. Does their flight have no rules? Shen Fei asked. Yes, flying everywhere, flying irregularly. Wang Xianying nodded. It's impossible to squat them in advance. Shen Fei suddenly felt a headache. Fortunately, ordinary Sun Realm evolvers were far faster than running on the ground. They did not have the ability to get rid of the gravity of the K098 planet, otherwise Shen Fei would have suspected that they would choose to fly out of the K098 planet directly. Who knows the evolutionists of the Sun Realm? Are they not tired when they fly like this? Shen Fei glanced at Anu and the other three. The energy core is already used to store energy. If they just fly slowly, they will definitely be able to hold on and fly at high speed. Anu pondered for a moment, and she followed. It's hard to say whether you can hold on or not, but you will definitely be exhausted. Then we will find a way to make them fly at full speed next time and dare not stop at all. When they are about to die of exhaustion, we will defeat them from the front. Shen Fei immediately proposed the plan. It sounds feasible, but have you ever thought about what if they can hold on forever, but they just don't come down from the sky? Anu said thoughtfully. It seems that no one can fly for us, right? You're too underestimating us. Shen Fei sneered, and then he turned to look at Jin Xiao Xiao. Miss Xiao Xiao, is there no problem? Shen Fei asked. Just leave it to me. Jin Xiao Xiao said confidently. Miss Jin has a solution. Anu asked in surprise. Oh. Jin Xiao Xiao glanced at Anu, looking disdainful. Anu was speechless. It seemed that Jin Xiao Xiao had never seen anyone directly except Shen Fei. I am a genius, a 4th-level evolutionist in the new moon, and may even be a super genius at the 5th level of the new moon in the future. Do you still look down on it? Ms. Anu, this is what you are without eyes. Shen Fei smiled. Then I'm waiting to see Miss Jin show her power. Anu's face showed a smile. Okay, don't have any eyes, right? I want to see what you have. If you perform normally then, don't blame me for criticizing others. Anu's heart is full of psychological activities. Well, why did you force them to fly at full speed? Wang Xianying suddenly asked. This requires you to do your best, Brother Wang. Shen Fei said in a deep voice. Brother Wang, you must stare at them next. As long as they dare to slow down or stop, you will take me over immediately and I will attack them from the ground. Even if they fly without rules, if they don't have enough flight speed, it will be difficult to avoid the energy cannon. To put it more vividly, they are prey, I am a hunter with a gun. Hunters don't have to shoot, but when they see me, they will immediately escape with all their might. If they don't escape, they will have to bear the risk of being hit by energy cannon. I see. Wang Xuanying nodded thoughtfully, but then his expression changed slightly. Doesn't this mean that he would teleport with the 4 people one after another in the next 10 days, and he couldn't stop for a while? This will be exhausting. Brother Wang, I believe in you. Shen Fei patted Wang Xuanying on the shoulder with a sincere look on his face. All right. Wang Xuanying nodded with difficulty. What else can I say at this point? He could not let go of this opportunity to turn things around, so he could only fight. Chapter 114, Starting a War. Time passed, as Shen Fei and the others guessed, Zhu Yan and others had been staying in the air, without any intention of falling. It became impossible for Shen Fei to find an opportunity to suddenly attack a few people with an energy cannon. Shen Fei had no good idea about this, so he could only try his best to consume Zhu Yan and his men's physical strength as much as possible according to the original plan, and then fight them head-on. Time flies very quickly, and in a flash, another 10 days passed. At this time, there were only less than 3 days left before the end of the virtual realm world. Although they could continue to consume a wave of physical strength of Zhu Yan and others for the remaining 3 days, Shen Fei decided to take action in advance after careful consideration. So Shen Fei summoned everyone. Are you going to do it so soon? There are not 3 days left, so you won't waste them anymore. And you asked. We have to leave some time just in case. Shen Fei explained, although again after waiting for 3 days, their chances of winning will be greater, but they will also be more likely to have accidents. It's not a bad thing to leave some time just in case. That's right. Anu nodded and said nothing more. Miss Xiao Xiao, how is the Tianxing? Shen Fei turned his head and looked at Jin Xiao Xiao. In the past 10 days, Shen Fei and Wang Xuanying have been putting pressure on Zhu Yan and the others, making them afraid to stop, and Jin Xiao Xiao was not idle either. She took the stone that Shen Fei tricked from Kavitana back to the sky to help the sky to repair the damaged engine. After all, this is a basic task, so it is better to complete it naturally. Of course I'll do it. Jin Xiao Xiao said with a confident look on her face, and she immediately said, the sky engine is not severely damaged. If there are enough stones, it is not difficult to repair it. Now there is only a little finishing work left. During the mission period, the sky can definitely take off. Very good. When Shen Fei heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. In this way, he would have no worries. Then let's do it. Shen Fei suddenly spoke. 10 minutes later. In a high altitude of the planet K098, Zhu Yan, Xing Zhong, Yan Piling and Xiao Zheng were maintaining super high speed, flying aimlessly. At this time, the 4 people's faces were full of fatigue visible to the naked eye, especially Zhu Yan and Xiao Zheng, who would be pulled a long distance from time to time by Xing Zhong and Yan Piling. With the deliberate care of Xing Zhong and Yan Piling, the 2 of them could barely keep up with the team. Stand with it, there are only less than 3 days left. After this period of time, we will win. Xing Zhongqiang was energetic and shouted softly at Zhu Yan and Xiao Zheng behind. Zhu Yan and Xiao Zheng didn't speak. They didn't want to speak at all now. If they could save some energy, they would save some. Boss, that guy hasn't appeared for a long time, otherwise we will stop and rest? Even if it's only 1 minute, it will be very effective. Yan Peeling's voice sounded. No, those people must be staring at us. Once we stop, we will inevitably be attacked. Xing Zhong shook his head immediately, and he shouted, have you forgotten what happened a few days ago? Hearing this, Yan Peeling immediately stopped talking. A few days ago, they also relaxed their vigilance, but just slowed down their speed slightly, and they were attacked by a guy holding an unknown energy cannon. Fortunately, they discovered it in time, and they were in the sky again, and there was a lot of room for evasion, so they were not hit by the front, but were just wiped by the aftermath. At that time, if they discovered it a little later, the 4 of them might have lost their employees. Yan Peeling also understood that if they stopped to rest or slow down, they would have to bear the risk of being attacked. Once the other party successfully attacked, it would be done. What a group of despicable villains, they only know how to do these tricks. Yan Peeling gritted his teeth with hatred, but at this moment... What is that? Yan Peeling suddenly looked ahead with a shocked look. About 10 kilometers away from them, a silver-white Iron Man appeared there. If they continued to fly in this direction, they would definitely bump into the other party. It seems to be a mecha. Yan Peeling was stunned. With the background of this virtual world, it was not impossible for such a thing to exist, but it should not be much stronger. Be careful. Xing Zhong's expression became solemn in an instant. It would be fine if it was really the local mecha in this virtual realm world, but if it was something brought in by the virtual realm adventurers, it would be scary. The mecha of the Empire, even the most ordinary standard mecha, is also a benchmark for the Sun Realm Evolver. After all, for the Empire, a mecha that is too weak is meaningless and cannot play a big role. The mecha in front does not look like a standard mecha no matter how it looks. Boss, what should I do? Yan Peeling asked in an instant. If it is the mecha of the virtual realm law enforcement officer, it means that those people are ready to take action, and it is meaningless to escape. Xing Zhong instantly judged the situation. The other party had been flying kites for so long, and now the virtual world is about to end. It is highly likely that he is preparing to take action head-on. Second, third brother, Zhu Yan, let's rush forward together and kill these damn Void Realm law enforcement officers. Xing Zhong shouted softly. Even after the past half-month's experience, even he had already accumulated a sense of anger. At this moment, this mecha was the target of venting his anger. It should have been like this long ago. Yan Peeling yelled excitedly, and he had endured it for too long. Fight! Zhu Yan and Xiao Zheng, who had been silent, were no longer silent, and a glimmer of light was shining on their originally tired faces. As long as you kill those law enforcement officers in the virtual realm, you can rest, right? Then what are you waiting for? On the other side, Jin Xiao stayed in the mecha. She looked at the 4 figures rushing towards her in a mighty manner through the auxiliary system, and a serious look appeared on her face. No matter what, after all, there are 4 sun realms, so I can't be careless. Open the energy realm. Jin Zioxio's thoughts arose, and the special energy generated by the internal circulation in her body was immediately transmitted to the mecha. This energy does not provide energy to the mecha, but transmits information. In a moment. Buzz. The mecha's chest lit up, and then countless energy ropes surged out, and in an instant it spread throughout the sky. Almost at the same time, Zhu Yan and others also launched an offensive. At that moment, Xing Zhong had a light yellow light flashing all over his body. Silently, around the mecha controlled by Jin Xiao Xiao, the gravity began to increase significantly, and instantly soar at it has increased dozens of times. Zhu Yan raised his hands high, condensed a pale flame spear and threw it out. Xiao Zheng and Yan Peeling also used their own methods and blasted the mecha controlled by Jin Xiao Xiao without hesitation. A big battle in the air broke out. Chapter 115 Xing Zhong's Death. When the battle broke out in the sky, on the ground, Shen Fei, An Yu, and Wang Xuanying were also watching the battle in the sky. Although the battle took place at a height of thousands of meters, Shen Fei and others could still see clearly with the eyesight of them. I'm not blind. An Yu was simply shocked. She actually started the mecha in the virtual realm world, and it was not an ordinary standard mecha. How much does it cost? The 100 billion imperial currency is just the beginning, right? He thought Shen Fei was outrageous enough, but Jin Xiao Xiao was also outrageous. No wonder you two can form a team, the eldest master and the eldest lady come to practice, right? Can Miss Jin solve 4 Sun Realm Evolvers by herself? Wang Xuanying didn't care whether Jin Xiao Xiao was driving a mecha or something. He only cared about whether he could solve these people. If she can solve it herself, what else can we do? Shen Fei asked back. Brother Shen Fei, can you fly? An Yu asked. I can't fly, but as long as Zhu Yan and the others are not stupid, they will definitely come down. Shen Fei said confidently. Will definitely come down. An Yu's face showed a trace of thoughtful look. Wang Xuanying? Time passed by seconds, and in a blink of an eye, several seconds passed. 4 battles at the Sun Realm level, a few seconds are enough for them to fight hundreds or thousands of times, but the 4 Sun Realm Evolvers including Zhu Yan always stayed in the sky, showing no sign of landing. They don't seem to have the idea of coming down. Wang Xuanying looked at Shen Fei, with a strange look on his face. Good guy, you have times when you guess wrong. This is not taking me seriously. Shen Fei was furious. After the previous confrontation, he thought that the opponent this time was very cunning, but he didn't expect that he would be a group of idiots. Without any hesitation, Shen Fei directly made a little bit of evolutionary evidence, an angle light one instantly appeared in his hands. Miss Xiao Xiao, I will use energy cannons to attack these guys, Miao. I gave the evidence of mediation to Jin Xiao Xiao. Good. Jin Xiao Xiao simply replied with the word good. Obviously, she was not relaxed in the face of the siege of 4 Sun Realm Evolvers. Of course, Jin Xiao Xiao should be no danger. Jin Xiao Xiao once said that the biggest advantage of her mecha is that it is strong enough. As long as she is inside the mecha, ordinary Sun Realm Evolvers will never do anything to her. At this time, Shen Fei, who received Jin Zioxio's reply, also had a grim smile on his face. These 4 people were so arrogant that they forgot so quickly who threatened them the most. The reason why Shen Fei just judged that the 4 people would definitely land was because after Jin Xiao opened the energy field, the dodging speed of the 4 Sun Realm Evolvers was greatly slowed down. In this way, staying in the sky would be a living target. Judging from the cunning these people showed before, they could not be unaware of this, so Shen Fei judged that they would definitely land, and then the war would enter a new stage. But now, these 4 Sun Realm Evolvers were just staying in the sky carelessly, without any intention of descending. This really didn't take him seriously at all. Since that's the case, then pay the price. Shen Fei sneered at the corner of his mouth, and he began to recharge the energy cannon. Of course, Shen Fei is just charging for the time being and has not aimed. The perception of the Sun Realm Evolvers is very keen. In such a place without any obstruction, he aims directly, which is too easy for the other party to detect. After the charging is completed, you can shoot again and you will be sure of everything. Shen Fei thought to himself, and he also looked up at the sky. 4 Sun Realm Evolver, 2 crystal dog heads, and 2 golden bald heads. Among them, Zhu Yan is the golden dog head. Shen Fei was not surprised. When he met Zhu Yan last time, Shen Fei's 3rd attribute superposition was not completed, but now, he has completed the 3rd attribute superposition, and Zhu Yan's dog head will naturally be downgraded. Another golden dog head is the only female among the 4. She and Zhu Yan should be evolutionists of the same level. And 2 crystal dog heads, a middle-aged man and a young guy, needless to say, these 2 must be from Kavitana and Durgv. Kill a crystal dog head first, and it will be easier next. Shen Fei narrowed his eyes and set his sight on the young man. No one else. This person is the craziest one at this moment. He kept attacking Jin Xiao for a while, looking selfless. Killing this person is the most likely to succeed. Soon, Yang Guang number 1 had completed energy storage, and Shen Fei pointed it at the young man without hesitation. In an instant, Shen Fei directly pressed the launch button. Almost at the same time, in midair, Xing Zhong, who had been controlling the gravity field and suppressing Jin Xiao, suddenly seemed to notice something, and subconsciously glanced at the ground. At this moment, Shen Fei, holding an energy cannon, was reflected in his eyes. That's... After being stunned for a moment, Xing Zhong reacted instantly. At this moment, his heart felt like an ice cellar fell into the ice cellar. Xing Zhong immediately understood that they were on the top. In the past 10 days, because he was hung and even forced to keep flying in the air at high speed, he had accumulated too much grievance. The appearance of that mecha became his target for venting his anger, but for this reason, he actually ignored the biggest threat he had always been. No one has ever stipulated that the person who controls the mecha is just to use those terrifying weapons attack us. This thought flashed through Xing Zhong's heart, and he subconsciously rushed towards Yan Peeling, who was aimed at. Boom! A terrifying pillar of light burst out at this moment, and Xing Zhong also hit Yan Peeling violently and knocked him out. Brother, you! Yan Peeling, who was fighting so hard, was suddenly knocked away, and he was still unresponsive. But the next moment, Yan Peeling stayed there. A beam of light had already broken through the sky, and seeing Zhong, who had just knocked him away, was already submerged in it by the beam of light. Silently, seeing Zhong's figure disappeared into the pillar of light. He was shot into pieces by one shot. You killed the target and obtained all attributes +3. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him and couldn't help but curl up. Although the wrong person was killed, the person being killed is also a crystal dog head, and he will make a fortune. The 2 hardest dog heads are killed, and the next 3 are already my favorite. Shen Fei was overjoyed, but at this time, I kill you. A roar came, and the next moment, Yan Peeling rushed down frantically. Ms. and you, I'm here to live. Brother Wang, please hide aside to help. Shen Fei was not panicked at all and spoke immediately. Wang Xianying did not hesitate at all. He teleported away from the original place. He was just an assistant. It was obviously not his turn to fight. It's finally here. Anu moved her wrists and looked expectant on her face. In their team, she is a serious law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, but for so many days, she has been making soy sauce. Even though Anu is very thick-skinned, she feels a little sad. Next, we have to play a good role. Chapter 116 Fierce Battle. Yan Peeling held a big knife that looked extremely wide. When he was nearly 100 meters away from Shen Fei, he suddenly swung it. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the air, and suddenly, countless invisible vibrations rushed towards Shen Fei. Although he couldn't see it, Shen Fei also felt the crisis. He didn't dare to be careless at all. While rolling around and avoiding the invisible vibration, a black knife instantly appeared in his hand. At the same time, Shen Fei also used the transformation of the wilderness god, and an inconspicuous bracelet on his wrist instantly turned into black liquid, turning into a set of armor, covering him. Suffer to die! Yan Peeling roared lowly, and 100 meters away flashed, and he slashed at Shen Fei with a knife. I almost forgot that I am an evolutionist of the God Transporter lineage. Shen Fei was not afraid at this moment, but instead felt a little excited after a long time. Although various weapons are extremely powerful, he is an evolutionist of the lineage of God transporting gods, and his best attitude is to close combat. It's you who's going to die. Shen Fei also roared angrily, and he directly raised his sword to fight back. Clang! 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 The 2 knives collided in the air. The 2 fought nearly 100 moves in an instant, but they were a little bit even for a while. When Shen Fei first came to this virtual world, he fought with the crystal dog-headed Durgv. He could only fight head-on by relying on the advantages of weapons and the defense provided by armor. But now, after just killing Xing Zhong, Shen Fei's full attributes have approached 40 points. It was almost doubled compared to when he first came, so Shen Fei was not afraid of Yan Peeling, who was also a crystal dog head, even much stronger than Durgv, and he was no less at all when he fought with him head-on. Of course, just not being at a disadvantage. Strictly speaking, Yan Piling's attack is far superior to Shen Fei. However, this kind of attack is not strong and fast, but a terrifying vibration contained in Yan Piling's knife. Every time he fights, the vibration can be transmitted from Shen Fei's knife to his body. Even though Shen Fei was wearing armor that had been increased by nearly 40 times his defense, his arms felt a little numb. It can be imagined that Yan Piling's attack was indeed terrifying. If Shen Fei fought with him naked, he would probably have to consider escaping after a few moves in front. But Shen Fei is equipped. Now, Shen Fei has reached the same level as Yan Piling in terms of attack, speed, etc., with the two advantages of the transformation of the wilderness god and the superposition of attributes. With the armor on his body, his defense far exceeds this level. This armor is equivalent to an additional evolution method, which gives him additional defense power based on Shen Fei himself. Of course, the poisoned knife in Shen Fei's hand is also an attack method that exceeds this level. Once Yan Piling is broken by Shen Fei, the most likely thing that awaits him is death. Well, my speed is actually a little faster, but it's not obvious. Shen Fei swung his sword to counterattack Yan Piling, while quickly thinking about the pros and cons of both sides. Shen Fei has always fought with his brain. After quickly judging the advantages of the two of them, he began to think about how to kill the man in front of him. However, Yan Piling was different. He was completely dominated by anger at this moment. His knife was like a storm, slashing towards Shen Fei frantically. "Boss, wait for me to avenge you!" Yan Piling roared in his heart. Although being killed in the virtual realm is not a real death, their current situation is no different from death once they die in the virtual realm. It can be expected that Xing Zhong will be sent back to Titan Star by the Void Realm train. By then, the law enforcement officers who had been there will be arrested Xing Zhong in an instant. Because of the serious crimes they committed, they were caught by law enforcement officers, and their fate can be imagined. Not to mention, Yan Piling should have died, but he naturally became more and more crazy under his guilt. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a purple lightning flashed above their heads, and then, the chains made of countless lightning surged. Then he came out and rushed towards Yan Piling frantically. While these chains contain devastating power, they are also extremely tough. Although Yan Piling's strength is far less than that of Durgv, who is good at power, there are thousands of tons. These chains were wrapped around Yan Piling. The other party waved his sword continuously, but he only barely cut off several chains. More chains rushed towards Yan Piling, wanting to entangle them. Yan Piling could only use more effort to resist. In an instant, Yan Piling's attack rhythm became chaotic. Seeing this, Shen Fei was overjoyed. He glanced into the distance. This was indeed the method of the Onirmed hero Anu. "Brother Shen Fei, hurry up and solve him. I can't last long for this move," Anu hurriedly reminded. She originally wanted to fight close to her, but Yan Piling made a spurt of output to Shen Fei, and Anu instantly knew that she could not fight close to her. In close combat, she was the one who was the first level of the Yari realm. Yan Piling was definitely the second level of the Yari realm. In addition, she also broke an arm. Anu felt that she would give it up. In addition, Shen Fei could completely withstand Yan Piling's crazy output, so she simply hid aside and held back her ultimate move. Although Anu is only at the 4th level of the new moon, and the strength of the evolution method can only be said to be average. She has been studying the path to break through the 5th level of the new moon for many years, and her understanding is somewhat. In addition, as a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, she has been able to access a lot of information, so she has developed this trick. People who are the evolutionary method of thunder, one of the ordinary sources of cultivation, usually use lightning as an attack or use lightning to stimulate the body to increase their strength and speed. But Anyu's move condensed lightning, and the solid lightning was extremely tough, which definitely improved Anyu's combat effectiveness to a higher level. You hold on! Shen Fei shouted in surprise, and he also waved his knife to Yan Peeling without hesitation. Clang! 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 Yan Peeling resisted Shen Fei's sword while dodging a large number of chains attacking him, and he also struggled for a while. Suddenly, Yan Peeling roared angrily, and countless vibrations appeared on his body surface instantly. Immediately afterwards, he completely gave up his defense and directly slashed at Shen Fei. The mystery should be broken. Shen Fei was overjoyed when he saw this. He was too lazy to block Yan Peeling's sword. While the opponent was slashing over, Shen Fei also stabbed the opponent with a sudden stab. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds appeared, and Shen Fei and Yan Peeling retreated at the same time. Yan Peeling's sword did not break Shen Fei's armor, but made Shen Fei feel numb all over his body, which was completely expected by Shen Fei. The last time he fought with Dergf, Shen Fei had already clearly known the terrifying defense of this set of armor. It was natural that Yan Peeling did not break the defense with one sword. But Shen Fei's sword did not pierce Yan Peeling's body, which surprised him a little. Your attack is average. Yan Peeling also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The defense he formed with the help of a large amount of vibration can only be said to be average and cannot stop two strong attacks. He just took a risk, but it turned out that he had the right bet. Shen Fei's attack power is far less powerful than the defense of his armor. It can only be said that it is very average. Your attack is also very average. Shen Fei sneered and said, then he killed him directly. Chapter 117 Explosion, The Wilderness God Sword. Fuck, what are they doing? Anyu looked at the two people in the distance in a daze. At this moment, Shen Fei and Yan Peeling gave up their moves, just like a child fighting, and they were greeting each other wildly with one blow and one blow. Of course, because of Anyu's harassment, Yan Peeling's attack was limited, and Shen Fei often had to cut him 3 times before he could cut Shen Fei with one. Of course, the two of them didn't actually give up their skills completely. Like Shen Fei, he was crazy about using the 8 slashes, using one sword to top 8 swords. Yan Peeling also had similar skills, and many sword shadows kept slashing Shen Fei. It's up to me. If my lightning chains can entangle this person, then you will win. Anyu quickly had an idea in her heart. Her lightning chain was extremely tough. Although she could be cut off by Yan Peeling, who held the knife, Anyu was confident that the other party could not get rid of her lightning chain by relying on her strength alone. However, just when Anyu felt that this battle was up to her, suddenly. Careful! A mechanical sound came. The next moment, Buzz. Two red light columns burst out without warning and suddenly shot towards An Yu. Laugh. The surface of An Yu's body was instantly shrouded in lightning. She quickly rolled back several times with a back flip. In almost an instant, two terrifying attacks penetrated the place where An Yu was just here. Suddenly, a bottomless pit appeared there. A sneak attack. An Yu was furious in an instant. She looked up at the sky and saw a woman rushing towards her quickly. One more. An Yu instantly understood in her heart that the other party was here to help the man who was chopping against Shen Fei. Brother Shen Fei, I'll deal with this person. It's up to you to do the next one. An Yu shouted loudly, and in an instant, a large amount of lightning that enveloped Yan Peeling disappeared without a trace. Facing an evolver in the Sun Realm, An Yu dared not be distracted to deal with other people. If something goes wrong, she will explain it here. Shen Fei glanced at An Yu and didn't say much. 2-2, very fair. However, Shen Fei felt that it was fair, but Yan Peeling didn't think so. Sister 3, why are you doing down? Zhu Yan can't stop that mecha alone. Yan Peeling shouted anxiously. Yan Peeling knew very well the strength of the mecha controlled by Jin Xiao Xiao. Just now, the four of them were sieging wildly, and the other party could withstand it, and even if you fight back, Zhu Yan is the only one who is not the opponent. Their main purpose this time is Zhu Yan. Once Zhu Yan has a problem, everything before will be in vain. If you can't hold on, he deserves it. The three of us brothers and sisters have done their best. A cold voice came, and Yan Peeling was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he didn't say more. In fact, the task of saving Zhu Yan has always been the boss Xing Zhong who valued the most, and Yan Peeling himself has always been dissatisfied. After all, the three of them had been in the Empire for many years, but gave up everything in order to save an unknown guy. He was really unwilling to give up. Therefore, he just followed Xing Zhong's actions. Yan Peeling didn't expect that his three sisters seemed to have the same idea as well, and he had never said it. Boss. Thinking of Xing Zhong, Yan Peeling had an idea in his mind. If this battle can be won, it will naturally be the best. He will let Zhu Yan and Xiao Zhang leave on other Void Realm trains, and he will return to Titan Star himself. If you have to be unlucky, you can't just let the boss be unlucky. And if you lose, needless to say, then you will be killed together. Of course, even if you lose, you have to kill the guy in front of you. Yan Peeling looked at Shen Fei, and anger kept gushing out in his heart. The previous sneak attacks and harassment of more than 10 days have always been Shen Fei. Xing Zhong's death is also Shen Fei and Yan Peeling's anger, and 99% of them are on Shen Fei. Ah, die for me! Yan Peeling swung his sword crazy in a roar. Shen Fei was not showing any weakness, and also rushed towards Yan Peeling. Although Shen Fei did not have as many thoughts as Yan Peeling, he still longed to kill this person because it was a crystal dog head. Boom! 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 Fierce battles broke out. In less than a minute, Shen Fei and Yan Piling cut thousands of knives against each other. But Shen Fei's armor was not lost at all, and Yan Piling had no wounds on his body. If this continues, it will become an endurance competition. Shen Fei quickly realized this in his heart. However, the competition of endurance is hard to say. Although Shen Fei has a physical bonus, he is now in the transformation state of the wilderness god and his physical strength is consumed very quickly. Yan Piling only fought under normal circumstances, and his physical strength was probably not that great. Moreover, Yan Piling was different from the god of war who was once exhausted by Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei still couldn't cut the god of war at that time, he could make him bleed. After more blood flowed, the god of war finally died. But now, Shen Fei can't hurt Yan Piling at all. Of course, Shen Fei also has an advantage. Yan Piling had been flying for more than 10 days before, and his physical strength was already consumed, so there may not be much left now. Both sides have their own advantages and disadvantages. If they fight, no one will be able to fight better than anyone else. And that is, Jin Xiao Xiao or An Yu can quickly deal with the opponent and then come to help me, or An Yu is solved, and that woman in the Sun Realm will help this guy. Shen Fei thought in his heart that Jin Xiao Xiao would definitely not lose. Zhu Yan relied on his Void Realm talent to delay time at most. However, An Yu, no matter how genius she is always just a new moon realm and may be beaten at any time. The chances of her winning are actually very small. No, if you drag on it, the variables are too big, you can only rely on myself. Shen Fei's eyes shifted from Yan Piling to his sword. He no longer used 8 desolate swords, but instead slashed out one by one. Each sword condenses all the strength of Shen Fei, and Shen Fei's entire spirit is also focused on this sword. However, Shen Fei's act of actively giving up using 8 desolate swords made Yan Piling excited. Haha, you can't do it anymore, please wait for me to die. Yan Piling laughed loudly, and his attack became more and more vigorous. Shen Fei would not be able to hold on, Yan Piling was not surprised at all. Shen Fei's transformation characteristics of the wilderness god are too obvious. In Yan Piling's experience, this transformation cannot last forever. After a period of time, if you can't beat others to death, you will be beaten to death by others. Now, it has been a long time since Shen Fei can't hold on. It's normal. Shen Fei didn't say anything, he focused all his attention on his knife. Boom! 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 As time passes, Shen Fei's knife continues to fall. Silently, Shen Fei had a strange feeling in his heart. The knife in his hand seemed to have become a part of him, and his consciousness had an inexplicable connection with the knife. The effect of cutting down real people is much better than that of myself. Shen Fei appeared with joy. The Sword of the Wilderness is the second set of sword techniques obtained by Shen Fei in the statue of the wilderness god. This set of sword techniques has no specific moves, only some sword techniques theories. Shen Fei had practiced alone before and had already vaguely understood that the so-called sword intent in the Sword of the Wilderness is an extension of his will. And now, Shen Fei's vague understanding has become completely clear. Break it for me. Shen Fei roared in his heart, and there was a faint light flashing from the knife. Its power instantly increased by 50%. Although it is only 50%, Shen Fei's attack power is there. Even if it is only 50%, it is terrible enough. If you want to achieve this effect by relying solely on attribute bonuses, Shen Fei must increase the attack attribute to above 60 points. Yan Piling did not notice the seriousness of the matter at all, and he still did not resist Shen Fei's knife. Boom! Shen Fei's sword slashed Yan Piling's neck firmly. In an instant, the defense formed by a layer of vibration on Yan Piling's body was instantly broken, and a very deep wound appeared on Yan Piling's neck. A large amount of blood immediately ejected. Yan Piling suddenly covered his neck, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. For the Sun Realm Evolver, this injury is nothing at all, which surprised him. It was Shen Fei's attack. Why did he suddenly become so much stronger? But how long can you last? Yan Piling sneered in his heart. He was about to rush up again to fight with Shen Fei, but at this time, Shen Fei put away his knife and stood there calmly. Yan Piling, who wanted to rush out, suddenly staggered. At this moment, Yan Piling's neck had begun to rapidly turn rocky. What's even more terrifying is that Shen Fei injured Yan Piling's major artery with this knife. Shen Fei's toxins could not immediately lithify Yan Piling's surging blood, so some toxins had already flowed to other parts of his body with his blood. Especially, the brain that is so close to you. Is my attack strong enough? Yan Piling heard the sound in a vague way, and then he fell down with a bang. P.S. Please support. Please leave. I'm going to the hospital today. Chapter 118, Destroy the Group. Your current attributes are: Attack, 41.1. Speed, 65.6. Defense, 41.9. Physical Constitution, 41.3. Understanding, 41.2. Evolutionary Talent, 41.1. Shen Fei glanced at the words floating in front of him, and then he set his eyes on the knife in his hand. This wild god sword actually made my attack stronger. Shen Fei was a little shocked. Although he felt that his attack power became stronger when he made a move. Just now, he deliberately used Wild God Sword to use this breakthrough to achieve surprise victory, but he really didn't expect that he would increase so much. On the basis of this, it has been strengthened by 50%, and after just nearly 40 times the attack increase, the increased attack power is simply terrifying. I can say that this Wild God Sword is a small success. If it is truly a great success, the increase will probably be even greater. Of course, under my current foundation, if my basic strength continues to increase, it may not be so great. Shen Fei pondered in his heart. His current understanding can be said to be extremely high, otherwise he would not have made such a breakthrough in a short period of time. However, the Sword of the Wasteland is not a cabbage. It is good to achieve small achievements, so it is naturally impossible to achieve success directly. Brother Shen Fei, don't be standing there, help me. Suddenly, a hysterical shout came, which made Shen Fei, who was staring at his sword, come back to his senses in an instant, and at the same time turned his head and looked behind. Anu, shrouded in lightning, was moving around and moving, constantly dodging in embarrassment. Behind her, a woman with red light in her eyes and red energy beams constantly shooting out was chasing her wildly. There is no doubt that Anu was beaten a little miserably. Seeing this scene, Shen Fei did not hesitate. He moved directly and rushed forward with a knife. Call! Shen Fei was much faster than the two of them, and he came to the middle of the two in an instant. At this moment, the red light in the woman's eyes also exploded again, and two energy beams shot out and instantly shot to Shen Fei's chest. However, the light that could easily penetrate the earth shot on the armor that shot on Shen Fei's chest, but it only made a little hissing sound, and then it disappeared. It's over. Shen Fei pointed at Xiao Zheng, who was flying towards him. The other party stopped instantly and stopped less than 5 meters away from Shen Fei. Xiao Zheng turned her head and looked at the place where Shen Fei and Yan Piling had just fought. He instantly understood that Yan Piling had been defeated. I surrender. Xiao Zheng raised her hands beyond Shen Fei's expectations and made a surrender gesture. Oh! A hint of surprise appeared on Shen Fei's face, but then he turned grimly and said, "Surrender? Then you have to die too." As he said that, Shen Fei walked forward step by step. My name is Xiao Zheng. The one you killed with the energy cannon was my elder brother Xing Zhong. I just returned to Yan Piling with the brother of mystery. My elder brother and second brother are dead. They will definitely return to Titan Star. Naturally, I can't escape alone. Just kill me, I won't resist. Xiao Zheng was still talking, and Shen Fei's knife had stabbed into the other party's chest with lightning speed. You! Blood flowed from the corner of Xiao Zheng's mouth. She didn't expect that she would not resist. Shen Fei was so decisive. There should be no deep hatred between them, right? I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing. Shen Fei suddenly pulled out the knife, and the voice contained a hint of surprise. To be honest, in terms of pure strength, he must be much stronger than Xiao Zheng, but Xiao Zheng can fly. Jin Xiao is still dealing with Zhu Yan at this moment. If Xiao Zheng really wants to escape, he may not be able to take the other party. But who would have thought that this person would beg for death? Then Shen Fei will naturally not let the other party down. I just want to know you, who are you? Xiao Zheng asked this question with all his strength. If you don't change your name or sit down, you won't change your surname, Titan Star Wang Xuanying. Shen Fei smiled coldly. Okay, Wang Xuanying, the three brothers and sisters remember you. This thought flashed through Xiao Zheng's mind, and then her consciousness was swallowed by endless darkness. Bang! Xiao Zheng's body fell to the ground. You killed the target and obtained all attributes +1. Brother Shen Fei, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you killed this woman so quickly. Anu walked over with a smile. Ms. Anu, it's not me who said you're so weak that you're running all over the ground. Shen Fei shook his head and then sighed deeply. In an instant, Anu's face turned red. If I hadn't broken an arm, how could she be my opponent? And I have supported you before, and I have consumed too much energy. So too is this woman shameless, she sneaked into me, but I didn't react so that she could take the lead. And you kept saying it, but Shen Fei did not respond. Instead, he removed the armor on his body and clicked on the proof of evolution. Miss Xiao Xiao, how is your situation? Shen Fei asked. Because they all fly, Jin Xiao Xiao and Zhu Yan can no longer be seen in the sky nearby, and they don't know where they hit. This guy can't kill him at all, I'm so annoying. Jin Xiaoxiu's speechless voice came, and she followed. I've caught him, you guys will find a way to kill him later. Okay, no problem. Shen Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yan was so powerful that he could hold on to Jin Xiao Xiao for so long. You know, the mecha that Jin Xiao Xiao drove was not even able to withstand the crystal dog head. Zhu Yan is just a golden dog head now. It can withstand so long. It can only be said that his talent in the virtual realm is indeed disgusting. Shen Fei and Anu waited in place for a while, and soon, the mecha controlled by Jin Xiao Xiao flew in from a distance. Boom! The mecha landed on the ground with a bang, holding a cage made of silver energy in both hands. Zhu Yan was staying in it with a melancholy face, motionless. Bang! Jin Xiao Xiao threw the cage directly to the ground, and her voice also came from the mecha. I tried it, energy attacks and physical attacks are useless, I have talent in the virtual realm. Humph! When Zhu Yan, who was in the energy cage, heard this, he immediately became energetic. He immediately stood up and said with an excited look on his face, yes, you can't kill me. When the world of Void Realm ends in 3 days, we will separate ourselves. Everyone, don't waste your time, let me go quickly. Brother Zhu, don't be excited. How do you know that we can't kill you? Shen Fei suddenly spoke. When Zhu Yan heard Shen Fei's voice, he turned his head in shock. Are you? Zhu Yan looked at Shen Fei with some disbelief. It would be fine if he met Wang Xianying in this virtual world, but how could he still see this person? Don't be surprised. Shen Fei smiled and then he clicked on the evolutionary certificate. Suddenly, a ball with a dangerous sign appeared in Shen Fei's hand. Last time I saw your ability, I thought, what should I do if I meet someone similar to your ability next time? Shen Fei said immediately. So I bought a frozen bomb that can be used in the virtual world. I want to know that under ultra-low temperature, your ability to turn into flames is still useless. Shen Fei did buy a lot of similar virtual realm props. After all, his ability can increase various items, and some things may indeed have miraculous effects under his ability. These virtual realm props are not high-risk items like energy cannons and antimatter bombs, and Shen Fei can easily buy them. Of course, what Shen Fei wanted to deal with at the beginning was not Zhu Yan. After all, this guy had been arrested, and Shen Fei did not expect that he would escape from prison. But if you don't deal with Zhu Yan, you will inevitably meet people with similar abilities to Zhu Yan in the future. Being prepared is always good. But who would have thought that this thing would eventually be used on Zhu Yan? I can only say that this is Zhu Yan's life. Chapter 119 The Mysterious Gus. Brother, we will know each other at least, so we don't have to do it so amazing, right? Zhu Yan looked at Shen Fei, who was approaching step by step with a frozen bomb. He quickly made friends, but all he received was Shen Fei's sneer. I'll call you Brother Zhu, you're proud. Who is your criminal? When Zhu Yan saw Shen Fei not saying a word, he was also a little panicked. He knew his own talent in the virtual realm. The ordinary low temperature could not do anything to him, but what if the frozen bomb in Shen Fei's hand could create a terrifying low temperature close to absolute zero? Then he will definitely be finished. Zhu Yan didn't want to bet at all, so after thinking quickly, he shouted. Everyone, I know that if you are like this, I can just use the evolutionary certificate to form a team with you. As long as you form a team, when the virtual world is over, we will still be together and I can't escape. Why have to kill me? If you can't kill me with this frozen bomb later, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Besides, the frozen bomb is not cheap, right? After all, it is an item in the virtual realm. I guess it will take at least tens of millions of imperial coins. If you use it, wouldn't it be wasting a freezing bomb? When Shen Fei heard Zhu Yan's shout, he didn't react at all, but a Niu next to him felt that it made sense. Indeed, although Shen Fei took out a frozen bomb that seemed to be very restrained by Zhu Yan, it is not certain whether he can kill him. Instead, it is the solution proposed by Zhu Yan, which can be said to be foolproof and even a win-win situation. Brother Shen Fei. Anu was about to say something, but the next moment, Shen Fei had already thrown the frozen bomb in his hand into the energy cage with Jin Zioxio's cooperation. No. Zhu Yan slapped the energy cage wildly and wanted to get out, but unfortunately it was too late. Laugh. 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 The frozen bomb was spinning wildly, and in an instant, a terrifying air conditioning gushed out. Bang! Zhu Yan's whole body turned into a ball of flame, which curled up in a corner of the cage, resisting the terrifying air conditioning, but in just less than a second, the ball of flame disappeared into the cage, and Zhu Yan's body reappeared. Click! 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 A layer of ice quickly wrapped Zhu Yan, and in the blink of an eye he became an ice man. It really works. Anu next to her breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shen Fei's behavior just now was very reckless, the result was good. However, Shen Fei was not surprised at all when he looked at Zhu Yan, who was frozen. Just kidding, his current attribute bonus has reached more than 40 times on average. Freezing the bomb can instantly create a low temperature of -1 or 200 degrees below zero. With its attribute bonus, even if it is not absolute zero, it is probably the kind that is very close. At this temperature, what kind of flame can continue to exist? However, although Zhu Yan was frozen, Shen Fei did not receive a prompt for attribute bonus. I am worthy of being an evolver in the Sun realm. I was not frozen to death under this ultra-low temperature. Shen Fei thought for a moment, then took out another ball. This is an ordinary version of the antimatter bomb. Zhu Yan cannot turn into flames to save his life. Shen Fei doesn't even need to use attribute bonus to bless this antimatter bomb. An ordinary antimatter bomb is enough to send him to heaven. It's worth it to replace a frozen bomb with an antimatter bomb with a golden dog head. Shen Fei did not hesitate. After setting the explosion time, he threw the antimatter bomb directly into the energy cage. After a moment, Shen Fei, and Yu, and Jin Xiao Xiao, who had already left the mecha, came to the distance. With a bright light lit up in the distance, Zhu Yan was completely annihilated into nothingness. You kill the target and get all attributes +1. Shen Fei looked at the words floating in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. In this way, everything would be over. Half a day later, Shen Fei talked with Wang Xianying and An Yu about what happened after leaving the Void Realm world, and then returned to the sky with Jin Xiao Xiao. Because the spacecraft engine is about to be repaired, the sky has completely returned to peace. At this time, in the entertainment area of the Tianxing, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were sitting face to face. Shen Fei was drinking a hot drink, while Jin Xiao Xiao was leaning on her head with one hand. While eating a small snack, she looked at Shen Fei with her eyes, looking at him as if she wanted to speak but stopped. Miss Xiao Xiao, just say it if you have something to do. Why do you stare at me like this? Shen Fei moved his body uncomfortable. This time, the virtual world mission was completed, and it was not challenging. Jin Xiao Xiao said boringly. Thanks to Miss Xiao Xiao, your mecha is strong enough, and you actually understand the repair method of the sky engine. Otherwise, the difficulty of this task would be absolutely outrageous. Shen Fei sighed. It's not that your virtual realm talent is too perverted. Jin Xiao Xiao was speechless. Shen Fei's virtual realm talent and various weapons were simply a massacre. Your void realm talent has become stronger again, right? Jin Xiao Xiao asked again. Become a little stronger. Shen Fei did not deny that when he entered this virtual world, the attribute points he used to brush may be close to 140 points, and an average of more than 20 attributes were added to one attribute. This change can be seen by fools. Although Zhu Yan's talent in the virtual realm is disgusting, it's just trash compared to you, it's really outrageous. Jin Xiao Xiao couldn't help but mutter. What can continue like this? She is crazy about Krypton Gold, but she can't compare to Shen Fei's speed of becoming stronger. There is no way. No matter how much money you spend, you still need basic strength to support her. Her basic strength is too weak. This virtual realm mission is over. I have to concentrate on studying evolutionary methods. I am still 12 internal loops away from the third level of the crescent moon. This time I have to break through the third level of the crescent moon. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said. Hearing this, Shen Fei was slightly stunned. He immediately said, Miss Xiao Xiao, please study with peace of mind, I'll wait for you. In fact, Shen Fei had this plan as well. After he became the first to become a sword in the 8 desolations, he had the capital to break through the third level of the new moon, but there was not enough time. When he went back this time, he had to break through first and then go to the next virtual world. Sharpening a knife will not delay chopping wood. Shen Fei will break through the crescent realm once, not only will he change qualitatively, but his transformation of the wilderness god can also become stronger. At that time, his basic strength will be greatly improved. With his attribute bonus, it's so terrifying. I won't let you wait for a long time. Jin Xiao Xiao felt better when she saw Shen Fei agreeing so happily. However, just when Jin Xiao wanted to say something, Shen Fei's expression on the other side suddenly changed. Then Shen Fei lowered his head and hid himself. "What's wrong?" Jin Xiao asked in surprise. "I saw Gu Mo," Shen Fei whispered. "Gu Mo?" Jin Xiao was slightly shocked. Although she had never seen this person before, she naturally knew him. This person should have been the head of Gumo Laboratory, but he was inexplicably missing. The most important thing is that he, a figure in the virtual realm, actually reached the 5th level of the new moon in the virtual realm world from the 4th level of the new moon, which is simply outrageous. This Gumo is actually with Gus. Shen Fei glanced at the distance with his eyes. Gu Mo and Gus walked over at the same time. The two of them ordered a few bottles of wine, as if they were preparing to drink. Gu Mo? Gus? I haven't noticed it before. The names of these two are very similar. Shen Fei pondered in his heart. How come they are together? It seems that the relationship is pretty good. Jin Xiao was also confused. Maybe Gus colluded with Gu Mo, and he had any unspeakable purpose. Miss Xiao, let's take action first. Shen Fei immediately put a hat on the two of them. Why do I feel something is wrong? Jin Xiao pondered in her heart. Shen Fei didn't say anything, of course it was wrong. Normally, if Gus really colluded with Gumo to prepare for the sky, they would be unlikely to drink here casually. As long as they don't really deal with the Tianxing, no matter what their purpose is, it actually has nothing to do with Shen Fei and Jin Xiao. Strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with Jin Xiao. After all, Jin Xiao only needs to complete the task. But Shen Fei is different. These two people are a water jing, 1 gold, 2 dog heads. Shen Fei was jealous of seeing it. We can't do it on the sky, otherwise our mission will be in vain. Jin Xiao said. We can poison it. You see the two of you drinking happily. It's still very hopeful to poison it. Shen Fei whispered, and suddenly, he was slightly stunned because Gus had already gotten up and walked towards him. Haha, Mr. Gus, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect to meet you again here. Shen Fei looked at Gus, who was walking over, and stood up with a smile. It's been a long time since we met. Mr. Shen Fei has been working hard for the sky during this period. I heard that you have found the stones. Gus exclaimed. It's not worth mentioning. Shen Fei waved his hand. Then this time the virtual realm world is over, and the two of you will definitely make a big profit. Gus smiled. Small profit, small profit. Shen Fei subconsciously wanted to be modest, but he was stunned immediately. What the hell? Isn't this guy a person in the virtual realm? Could it be that he is actually an adventurer in the virtual realm? But why is he so familiar with Li Si, the captain of the sky? The smile on Shen Fei's face froze, his head was a little confused, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Gus also knew Shen Fei was shocked at this moment. He did not keep him in the trap, but said directly, Gu Mo and I are just staying in the sky for a few days. We will not cause damage, nor will we affect your mission. Please rest assured, both of us. As he said that, Gus pointed in front of him twice, and suddenly, 2 rays of light shot into the evolutionary evidence of Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao respectively. "This is my little intention, please accept it with a smile." Gus didn't say anything more. After smiling, he turned around and walked away. Shen Fei looked at Gus's back, and after many thoughts flashed through his mind, he sat down. "Miss Xiao Xiao, do you know what's going on?" Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao, but Jin Xiao Xiao also looked confused. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then they clicked on the evolutionary certificate. Shen Fei found that there was an extra email in his evolutionary evidence. In the email is a 3-star virtual realm ticket. The virtual realm ticket to the initial virtual realm world? The initial virtual realm world? What is that? Shen Fei was slightly confused, but his intuition told him that this virtual realm world was definitely not simple. Chapter 120 End and Return. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao quickly finished eating and drinking, and then they left the entertainment area. As for the previous idea of poisoning Gus and Gu Mo, Shen Fei naturally put it behind his mind. Gus suddenly came over and told Shen Fei that he and Gu Mo were not planning to destroy, but just stayed in the sky for a few days, and also gave him and Jin Xiao Xiao a ticket to the Void Realm. There is no doubt that this ticket for the Void Realm is for the benefit of Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao no longer taking action. Not to mention the tickets for the virtual realm, the key is that Shen Fei is not a fool. Judging from Gus' performance, Shen Fei has realized that the other party is not simple. Gus is definitely not a simple figure in the virtual realm, but he is not an ordinary virtual realm adventurer. Gus' identity seems more like a combination of the two, both a character in the virtual realm and an adventurer in the virtual realm. Although the dog head is fragrant, Shen Fei doesn't want to take the big risk to make trouble. What if it fails? At this time, in the room of Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao discussed for a while, but did not draw any definite conclusions. There was no way. Both of them knew nothing about Gu Mo's identity and the ticket for the Void Realm. They guessed out of thin air and naturally could not guess anything. This person, wait for me to go back and ask my father, and there is also this so-called initial virtual realm ticket. Jin Xiao Xiao said finally. At this time, Jin Xiao Xiao looked a little excited. She thought that the world of Void Realm would end in a simple way, but who would have thought that in the end a mysterious figure popped up? Just for this mysterious figure, this trip would be worth it. Then I'll wait for good news from you, Miss Xiao Xiao. A smile appeared on Shen Fei's face. Don't worry, even if my father doesn't know, my mother will definitely know it. Jin Xiao Xiao muttered, but in the end she didn't say more. Mother. Shen Fei was slightly surprised. It would be nothing if he simply called his father and mother, but Jin Xiaoxio's name to her father was obviously much more intimate than that of her mother. Shen Fei immediately determined that there was a problem here. However, Shen Fei is not a gossiper. After being a little surprised, he just pretended that he didn't hear anything. Time flies quickly, and the last few days in the virtual realm world passed. At this time, the sky engine was finally repaired and set sail and left the K098 planet. Shen Fei and Jin Xiaoxio's mission was successfully completed. In the sky, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao stood together. At the moment when the Void Realm world ended, everything around them began to disappear rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they came to a space covered by pure white light. 692G source quality, that's fine. Jin Xiao Xiao looked at the words floating in front of her and immediately chose to get them all. I'm 774G. Shen Fei looked at the quantity of source quality he had obtained, and he nodded slightly. In fact, after Jin Xiao Xiao said how much source quality she obtained, Shen Fei probably knew how much source quality she could obtain. Because of this mission, the two people's contributions were similar. Whether it is destroying the Bald Gang or repairing the Tianxing, Jin Xiao Xiao played a major role. As for the destruction of the evil party, this actually has little to do with the Tianxing. Normally, the evil party will no longer cause trouble for the Tianxing, unless they want to become the second Bald Gang. Destroying the evil party can be regarded as Shen Fei's personal behavior. However, Shen Fei did not choose to obtain taking all the source materials, instead spending 250 points of source materials to exchange for the data that will help break through the 5th level of the new moon. Sell 300 million imperial coins to an Yu. Shen Fei made a decision in his heart. Although 250G of source material should be 250 million yuan for the Empire currency, don't forget that if Shen Fei sells it to the Empire, he can get an additional 250 citizen points. The 300 million imperial currency sold to an Yu was already a big sale at the original price. Of course, in addition to obtaining the source quality, Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao also got a ticket to the same Tuostar virtual realm world, and the departure time was 2 months later. However, Jin Xiao Xiao said before that he would study evolutionary methods seriously and strive to break through to the 3rd level of the new moon in one go. 2 months is probably not enough, so neither of them cared about this ticket in the Void Realm. Shen Fei didn't know how Jin Xiao Xiao dealt with it. Anyway, he was going to hang it in a private mall after he went back and sold it. Jupiter, Jinyuan City, and within the station of Sujing. Ang. Accompanied by a sharp sound, a Void Realm train stopped in the station. Shadows came out from it, and Shen Fei and Jin Xiao Xiao were among them. I'm finally back. Go back and have a good sleep. Shen Fei couldn't help but stretch. He hadn't slept for another month. Although he was not sleepy at all, he missed that feeling quite a bit. Why don't you move to Jinyuan City to live? Every time I take the Void Realm train, I have to run to Jinyuan City. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said. I really like the Shui Cheng. Shen Fei immediately shook his head. It's okay. Jin Xiao Xiao didn't say much. Anyway, they were all in the Jupiter system, so there was not much difference. I'll contact you at this time tomorrow. Don't oversleep. Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly said again. Shen Fei nodded, but just when he was trying to say something, suddenly, his evolutionary evidence flashed. Shen Fei clicked and found that it was a message sent by Wang Xianying, who was far away from Titan Star. The message was accompanied by a video. The video showed that Zhu Yan and Xing Zhong and his brother and sister were immediately taken down by the law enforcement officers guarding outside the vehicle as soon as they left the Void Realm train. Although the 4 of them were all evolved from the Sun Realm, they had no power to resist under the power specially tuned by the Law Enforcement Bureau and were easily suppressed. Before Shen Fei could finish watching this video, he immediately received another message, which was from the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau. Dear Mr. Shen Fei, on behalf of the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. We will send your credit to the Jupiter Law Enforcement Bureau. In addition, our Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau has also prepared a bonus of 1 billion Imperial coins to express our gratitude. If you have time, you can come to Titan Star to receive this bonus. We will also bear the cost of spacecraft and accommodation in the middle. Billion Imperial coins? This Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau is so generous. Shen Fei was a little surprised, but he immediately reacted. After all, the 4 Sun Realm Evolvers were dealt with this time, not Dabake. Strictly speaking, Shen Fei was obliged to help, not the Virtual Realm Law Enforcement Officer took on tasks. Although his behavior was a little different from the ordinary people arresting 4 terrorists, the difference was not too big. The reward of billions of Imperial coins is not incomprehensible. Miss Xiao Xiao, look! Shen Fei sent the news to Jin Xiao Xiao. After reading it, Jin Xiao Xiao nodded and said, Since they said they wanted to send your matter to the Jupiter General Law Enforcement Administration, then what I said before is fine. Jin Xiao Xiao nodded calmly and said, As for the billion Imperial coins, they are their private rewards anyway. If you want to, go and collect them. Miss Xiao Xiao, you have also helped a lot this time. These billion Imperial coins. Shen Fei stopped halfway through his words. Because Jin Xiao Xiao was looking at him with a strange look. Well, Shen Fei must admit that it is indeed a bit contempt for talking to Jin Xiao Xiao about the ownership of these billion Imperial coins. Chapter 121 Intelligence. One day later. Iomatsu, Shenshui City, Floating Island No 0036. Shen Fei, time has come. A sound of calling sounded in Shen Fei's ears, and Shen Fei, who was sleeping soundly, recovered some consciousness. It's time so soon. Shen Fei groped hazily, then pulled it gently, and suddenly, a softness covered his whole body. Hate, what are you doing? Huang Zitong was caught off guard and pulled on Shen Fei. She was about to get up, but Shen Fei pulled her back. After a while of tossing, Shen Fei completely woke up. Huang Zitong finally got up, her face was blushing, and she quickly sorted out her messy long hair. I worked hard to help you sort out the information all night, and I was bullied by you early in the morning. Huang Zitong said with some dissatisfaction. Shen Fei sat up with a smile, and pulled Huang Zitong to sit on him. Although Huang Zitong was unhappy, her body was very honest. As soon as Shen Fei touched her, she softened and let Shen Fei mercy. How is the information sorting out? Shen Fei hugged Huang Zitong's slender waist and asked at the same time. Well, there are many things in this information, I have never seen it before. I have to go to Teacher Xiaoyu to learn it, but I have learned most of it. If you don't learn it, I can tell you anytime. Huang Zitong said. That information is your source vein to break through the 5th level of the crescent moon. It's useless if I understand it all. Shen Fei said. I just need to know what is helpful to me. Can you tell which part is also useful to us masters? That's only a small part. Huang Zitong wrinkled, frowning, but she also understood that Shen Fei's choice was the right one. After all, there is still a big gap in learning speed if there is an intelligent core in his head. Shen Fei does not need to learn all the content. Helping Shen Fei select key content is what she, as semi-intelligent and half-human, should do. A very small part, that is, really there. Shen Fei felt a little happy when he heard this. In essence, he helped An Yu exchange this information, but based on the principle of not wasting it. So after returning to Muo yesterday, he handed it over to Huang Zitong to let her figure out the entire content of this research information. Before this, Shen Fei didn't know if there was anything in this information that would be helpful to him, but now it seems that there are indeed. What will help you is the part about the establishment of the internal circulation of the fifth level of the crescent moon. Huang Zitong was about to explain with a solemn look, but as she spoke, her face turned red. "Stay on, I'll listen," Shen Fei whispered. You just heard that Huang Zitong was embarrassed and annoyed, but she didn't stop either. Gradually, Huang Zitong's voice fell down and turned into another sound. I don't know how long it took. Huang Zitong hurriedly put on her clothes and went to school to study with teacher Xiao Yu. Shen Fei also put on his clothes and came to the living room. I originally planned to get up early and sell the source quality I got this time first, so I can only go later. Shen Fei sat there, thinking silently in his heart. When we parted with Jin Xiao Xiao yesterday, Jin Xiao Xiao said we would contact him today, and it was almost time now. Sure enough, Shen Fei didn't wait too long, and his evolutionary evidence flashed. As expected, it was a communication request from Jin Xiao Xiao. Shen Fei did not hesitate, and he directly clicked on the evolutionary certificate, and then Jin Zioxio's projection appeared in front of Shen Fei. Jin Xiao Xiao dressed very formally today, with meticulous dresses and neat head shapes, which made her look like a lady. This is 1,000 miles away from the Jin Xiao Xiao that Shen Fei remembers. Miss Xiao Xiao is going to attend the banquet again? Shen Fei asked in surprise. No, it was me who told my father yesterday that we encountered something in the virtual world. Then my mother didn't know how she knew about it. She wanted to come to see me today. Jin Zioxio's expression looked a little complicated, but she didn't say much, but said immediately. I won't say much nonsense, let's just talk about the serious matter. Good. Shen Fei nodded immediately when he heard this, as if Jin Xiao Xiao was a little tight today. First of all, the initial Void Realm ticket we got. Jin Xiao Xiao said. This ticket is the destination of a virtual world that no one has ever been to. It can also be said that any ticket to such a virtual world is called an initial virtual world. That's it. Shen Fei pondered for a moment, and then asked, in other words, have anyone ever entered the Void Realm world we went to before? It is precisely because of this that we only know all kinds of information in advance before entering the virtual world. These information are brought back by people who entered the virtual world before. Jin Xiao Xiao explained. Every virtual world will appear once a while, from 10 years to a long time, and even longer than 100 years. So that's it. Shen Fei nodded, but he frowned slightly afterwards. In this way, the initial virtual realm ticket is very ordinary. Entering a completely unfamiliar virtual realm world, the difficulty of completing the task is definitely much higher than entering the normal virtual realm world. However, Shen Fei quickly adjusted his mentality. It was just a free job, but it would be good if it was useful. What other bicycle is needed? Are you thinking that this ticket is useless? Jin Xiao Xiao suddenly asked. Does it have an advantage? Shen Fei looked at Jin Xiao Xiao with some surprise. Because no one has been to the initial virtual realm world, the reward for completing tasks will be quite high, about 10 times that of the normal virtual realm world. Jin Xiao Xiao said something, and Shen Fei was suddenly shocked. 10 times? In other words, if you really complete the task in it, then the gains are equivalent to going to 10 virtual realms of the same level? Is it so outrageous? Will this dog head in the virtual world be particularly valuable? Shen Fei couldn't help but take a breath. Although it doesn't feel that the possibility is very high, what if? Miss Xiao Xiao, I must go to this initial virtual world. Shen Fei said. I think so too. Although it is unknown, it is also full of challenges. Besides, my father said that this kind of virtual realm ticket is very rare, and it will be useless if you don't go. A smile appeared on Jin Xiaoxiu's face, and she followed. It just so happens that the time in this virtual world is also suitable. There are still 4 months and 13 days left before, and there is plenty of time. Shen Fei nodded. It took more than 4 months, and there was indeed enough time. There is also the Zuyan case. I have asked someone to help you. Just wait for good news at home. Jin Xiao Xiao said again. So fast. Shen Fei was slightly stunned, and he immediately said seriously, Miss Xiao Xiao, thank you. Just returned from the virtual world for a day, Jin Xiao Xiao looked very busy now, and she actually gave priority to doing this. Shen Fei was indeed quite touched. You really want to thank me, and thank me with practical actions in the future. Jin Xiao Xiao snorted lightly. As long as it is something I can do, Miss Xiao Xiao, just say it. Shen Fei patted his chest and promised. I owe it first. Jin Xiao Xiao curled her lips, and she didn't say more. P.S. Please support. Chapter 122 Promotion. Jin Xiao Xiao said for a while, and she quickly hung up the communication, and Shen Fei was also trapped into contemplation. Regarding the identity of Gus, Jin Xiaoxiu's father should have known something, but he did not disclose it, but just told Jin Xiao Xiao that it was not time for her to know this. What a hateful riddle man! Shen Fei complained silently in his heart, but he didn't worry about this anymore. Even Jin Xiao Xiao couldn't find out, and he probably had no choice. Maybe Teacher Enling knows something, you can ask when you go to see her next time. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind, and he immediately suppressed this matter. Afterwards, Shen Fei set out to visit the Adventurer Center of the Void Realm of the Ganshui city. The source quality obtained this time was exchanged for the information of 250G. The remaining 500 grams of source quality Shen Fei sold all. While obtaining more than 500 million imperial coins, he also obtained more than 500 citizen points. At this time, Shen Fei's citizen points had reached its early 600s, and he could be considered a second-star citizen in the late stage. After all, the requirement to become a 3-star citizen is only 1,000 citizen points. It's rising very quickly. Shen Fei was very satisfied. If he did not exchange nearly all the source material for the crystal nucleus of 2 crystal nuclei life in the last world of Crisis of Changes, he would be a 3-star citizen now. And he only went to the virtual world 3 times. Of course, Shen Fei also understood that the direct reason why he earned so much resources through just 3 experiences of going to the virtual world is that every time he went to the virtual world, he chose the most difficult task intentionally or unintentionally. The fundamental reason is that his strength has been soaring rapidly. It only took 3 virtual realms to soar from the strength of the new moon level 2 or 3 to the point where he could even kill a normal sun realm evolver at this moment. Without sufficient strength to support, how can you complete the most difficult task? Next time, the virtual realm world is a 3-star virtual realm world. Even the most ordinary 3-star virtual realm world, my strength is not enough now. I must break through the 3rd level of the new moon as soon as possible. Shen Fei thought in his heart and returned home soon. Time flies, and 3 days pass in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, Shen Fei devoted himself to opening up an internal circulation at home. Since the completion of 8 desolations, Shen Fei's speed of opening up internal cycles has been slow. Before heading to the virtual world of Fallen Sky, Shen Fei's number of internal cycles opened up by him has reached 16, which is still 20 points away from the 3rd level of the new moon. The speed of opening up internal circulation in the past 3 days has surprised Shen Fei. He found that it became easier for him to open up the inner cycle and his speed increased a lot. Shen Fei naturally understood the reason. The Wilderness Sword is actually a secret to strengthening sword techniques with special willpower, and this strengthening is also effective when Shen Fei opens up the inner cycle. In short, Shen Fei's will is, opening up the internal circulation will become easier, and the speed will naturally increase. It's a unique power. When Shen Fei just practiced the Sword of the Wasteland, he felt that sword intention was not scientific at all, but when he really mastered this power and realized its existence, he naturally would not deny it anymore. It is real and there, what does it do if it denies it? On the contrary, Shen Fei was also curious. He now knew too little about this power, only knowing that it was a unique power completely different from ordinary energy, and he didn't know anything else. 3 days later, while Shen Fei was still immersed in opening up his own internal circulation, he suddenly received a message from Feng Ziqiang, director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in Ganshui City, asking him to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. So fast. Shen Fei naturally knew what was going on, so he didn't hesitate and went out quickly to the Ganshui City Law Enforcement Bureau. This is Shen Fei's 3rd time to come to the Law Enforcement Bureau of Ganshui City. Unlike the previous 2 times when he was invited to the interrogation room for tea, Shen Fei not only came directly to the director's office, but also drank the tea made by Feng Ziqiang himself. Director Feng, you're so kind. Shen Fei picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, Director Feng, you came to me in a hurry. Shen Fei, you probably guessed it too? You were in the Void Realm world this time, but you helped the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau a big favor. You caught 4 Sun Realm evolutionists at one time. Many senior Void Realm law enforcement officers do not have this ability. Feng Ziqiang looked at Shen Fei with admiration. Of course, he was more surprised. He was surprised by Shen Fei's strength, and was also surprised by his background. According to his investigation, Shen Fei was just an ordinary low-class citizen before, and his fate changed entirely because he passed the Imperial examination and awakened his talent in the virtual realm. But the message sent by the Jupiter General Law Enforcement Administration just now made him realize that the water on Shen Fei was not as deep as it was. It's really for this. Seeing Feng Ziqiang say this, Shen Fei simply stopped pretending. He nodded and said, I helped a little, but although I am not a real law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, I am also an extra staff member, so it's time to help. Well said. Feng Ziqiang said with a touch of his hand. Shen Fei, our law enforcement bureau needs mysterious talents. How about it? Are you interested in becoming a real virtual law enforcement officer now? The real law enforcement officer in the virtual realm. Shen Fei did not rush to speak, and Feng Ziqiang followed. You have made a lot of contributions this time. You have also proved your ability to deal with the 4 Sun Realm evolvers alone. If you choose to become a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, you are enough to serve as the captain of the law enforcement team in the virtual realm. Of course, if you still have any concerns, you can also consider it again. Consider. Hearing this, Shen Fei also knew that Jin Xiao had indeed done everything, so he no longer hesitated, but said directly, Director Feng, in fact, becoming a law enforcement officer has always been my dream. For several days, Shen Fei was going through various procedures. Finally, he became a glorious virtual law enforcement officer and successfully became the captain of the law enforcement team. At this time, Shen Fei also had a general understanding of the Imperial Law Enforcement Bureau. The Empire's Law Enforcement Bureau is divided into 6 levels, 1 level is the highest and 6th level is the lowest. Generally speaking, the Law Enforcement Bureau of an ordinary resident planet is level 6, and the Law Enforcement Bureau of an important resident planet is level 5, and the places managed by the 4th and 3rd level law enforcement bureaus are often no longer limited to one planet. Like the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau, it is level 5. Although the Ganshui City Law Enforcement Bureau is just an ordinary city on a satellite, it is located in the solar system and it is also a level 5 law enforcement bureau. The normal level 5 law enforcement bureau has 3 virtual law enforcement teams, and can participate in the Water City Law Enforcement Bureau. Due to an accident before, there is only one complete virtual law enforcement team. This is also the reason why Feng Ziqiang was eager to recruit Shen Fei after he discovered that he had the talent of the Void Realm. The rare talent in the virtual realm is one reason, and lack of people is really lacking. Chapter 123 Virtual Realm Simulator. At this time, within the Law Enforcement Bureau, a team of law enforcement officers in the virtual realm has a maximum limit of 5 people and a minimum limit of 3 people. No one can allocate them to you now. If you have someone you value, you can invite him to join us. Feng Ziqiang said to Shen Fei, who had just become a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm. Then thank you Director Feng for your trust. Shen Fei thanked him. He understood that 1 carrot and 1 pit, the opportunity to directly join the Law Enforcement Bureau is still very precious. Feng Ziqiang directly handed over the right to choose to him, which is very rare. I don't know if Jin Xiao is willing to join the Law Enforcement Bureau. If she wants, that would be great. It directly solved the problem of a quota. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. As for the others? Among the adventurers in the virtual realm that Shen Fei knew, his classmates at the Third Evolutionary School were generally too weak, and the strength of the first and second level of the Crescent Moon could be ignored. Wang Xianying's ability is quite powerful. In the world of Falling Sky, Shen Fei's cooperation with him also proved that the two can cooperate well. But Wang Xianying is already from Starry Sky Bank, and it is still unknown whether she can join the Void Realm Law Enforcement Bureau. Actually, Xia Qian's ability is more suitable for me than Wang Xianying. Shen Fei thought of the scene when he directly hit Limus with the help of Xia Qian, and his heart suddenly became itchy. Xia Qian's ability is really terrifying to cooperate with him. If he can develop it, it will naturally be the best. It's a pity that the Jupiter system is so big, it's impossible for me to meet Xia Qian again in a short time. Besides, last time in the world of Crisis of Changes, she also said that she was not interested in becoming a law enforcement officer. Shen Fei couldn't help but shook his head secretly. This matter, just thinking about it, it's almost impossible to invite Xia Qian to join. At this time, looking at Shen Fei who was in deep thought, Feng Ziqiang couldn't help but smile. He said, "You can think about this matter slowly, I'm not in a hurry." The possibility of Shen Shui City encountering an incident that requires the virtual law enforcement officer to be dispatched is very small. Unless the general administration of law enforcement issues a task, there is no need to lay off the ground in a short period of time. Shen Fei nodded in contemplation. I'll let someone take you to visit the Law Enforcement Bureau, and you can also learn about the benefits of our Ganshuacheng Law Enforcement Bureau. Feng Ziqiang said with a smile. Welfare. Shen Fei was slightly surprised and became a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm. He had already started to receive his salary. Not high, only 300,000 imperial coins per month. This little money is not even considered a drizzle for adventurers in the virtual realm. However, in addition to the imperial currency, Shen Fei's salary also includes citizen points, which is quite considerable. Shen Fei is no longer an ordinary virtual law enforcement officer, so he can get 30 citizen points every month. The 30-point citizenship points seem to be small, but this is a very stable income. 30 a month is 360 a year. This means that an ordinary citizen can become a 1-star citizen in a month, and can become 2-star in 4 months, and become a 3-star citizen in 3 years. I don't know what the so-called welfare is. Shen Fei was a little curious. Half an hour later. Captain Shen, there is the virtual realm simulation room ahead. This is the best training place for virtual realm law enforcement officers with virtual realm talents. Shen Fei walked on a corridor of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and in front of him was the familiar long-legged law enforcement officer. Shen Fei finally knew her name now. Her name is Chen Jing. In the first half an hour, Chen Jing had already taken Shen Fei to visit most of the law enforcement bureaus, and Shen Fei had basically learned about the various benefits in the law enforcement bureaus. Because the Law Enforcement Bureau is a violent department, most of its members are evolvers, and the so-called welfare is basically related to the evolutionists. For example, machines that can speed up the absorption of energy are used quantitatively every month. As the captain of the Void Realm Law Enforcer team, Shen Fei has 16 hours of use in 1 month. At this time, Chen Jing took Shen Fei to the last welfare point of the Law Enforcement Bureau, which is what Chen Jing called the Virtual Realm Simulation Room. Overall, evolutionists only need to use a full truth simulator for training, but the full truth simulator cannot allow the virtual realm law enforcement officers with virtual realm talents to exert their full power, so there is a virtual realm simulator. Through the virtual realm simulator, you can enter an environment similar to the virtual realm. In this environment, you can also use the virtual realm talent. Chen Jing introduced. However, Shen Fei was a little confused. The virtual world that I entered in the Imperial examination can also use the virtual realm talent, and that world can only be entered through a full truth simulator. What does this mean to create a virtual realm simulator? However, before Shen Fei could ask, Chen Jing followed. The most important thing is that even if you die, it will not affect your continued entry into the virtual world in the future. Don't death affect the future entry into the virtual world? Really? Shen Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. When the Empire selected the Void Realm Adventurer, one of the conditions was that it had to survive. It is not difficult to speculate that those who died in the Imperial assessment should have lost the qualification to enter the virtual realm, let alone those who died in the virtual realm world. This had long formed an inherent impression in Shen Fei's mind that anyone who dies in the virtual realm will never be able to enter the virtual realm world unless they use repairing potions. But unexpectedly, an unexpected situation happened now. Of course it's true. Captain Shen will come and see it in person. Chen Jing said with a smile. I'm really looking forward to it. Shen Fei smiled and said. Soon he followed Chen Jing into the virtual realm simulation room. The entire virtual realm simulation room is about 50 square, and most of the space is occupied by a huge square white machine. As the two walked in, there was a colorful light flashing above the machine. There is actually someone. Chen Jing said in a little surprised, and she immediately said to Shen Fei, Captain Shen, it seems that she can only wait for a while. Shen Fei nodded, but at this moment. Buzz. A buzz suddenly appeared, and then a metal door appeared on one side of the virtual simulator. The metal door was quickly pushed open and a young man with yellow hair walked out of it. When the young man saw Shen Fei and the others appearing here, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Oh, Secretary Chen, why are you free to come here today? Could it be that you came to find me? The young man asked with a smile. However, Chen Jing ignored him and said to Shen Fei, Captain Shen, this is Lu Chong, and he is also a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm. When he heard Chen Jing's words, a hint of surprise appeared on the young man named Lu Chong's face. Aren't it? Lu Chong asked. A new virtual realm law enforcement officer has joined our Guanshui City Law Enforcement Bureau. Yes, I am the law enforcement officer of the virtual realm that I just joined. My name is Shen Fei. Shen Fei nodded with a smile. Shen Fei. Captain Shen. Lu Chong's eyes were even more surprised. He said in disbelief, Captain Shen, you should have been transferred from other places, right? You look so young. Lu Chong was indeed surprised. It is not difficult to see from the title that the man who looked too young and overly young in front of him was already the captain of the virtual law enforcement officer. Normally, those who can serve as the captain of the virtual realm law enforcement officer are at least evolving people in the Sun realm, and some of them also have the talent of the virtual realm. It can be said that every law enforcement captain of the virtual realm is a strong man in the virtual realm. That's why Lu Chong was surprised at Shen Fei's youth. In his opinion, Shen Fei must be at least 30 years old, right? No, I'm from Shenshui City. Shen Fei smiled, and he didn't say much. At this time, Chen Jing also said, Lu Chong, let me say it after you have something to do. Let Captain Shen try our virtual realm simulator first. Okay, okay. Lu Chong nodded repeatedly. Then I'm not polite. Shen Fei said, and he walked directly into the open virtual simulator. After a moment, buzz. With a buzzing sound, the door of the virtual simulator closed again. Shen Fei also sat on a soft seat. Call. Once the virtual screen appeared in front of Shen Fei, several options appeared on it. Private training, scene simulation, arena. It's very similar to the Quanzhen simulator. Shen Fei looked at these three options and immediately thought of the full true simulator. As expected, private training should be about entering a separate space and practicing in front of the air, while scene simulation simulates various real combat scenes and enters the fight. But what is the arena? Shen Fei clicked and glanced. The first thing that caught his eye was a list. Competition list. Shen Fei flipped through the list in surprise, and soon he realized that this list was the strength ranking of all those who had used virtual realm simulators. This virtual realm simulator is not a standalone mode, but can be online. To be precise, all virtual realm simulators can be online with each other. This leads to the fact that anyone who uses this machine can fight with people who use this machine in other places through the arena. If there are too many such battles, they will naturally be able to distinguish the level, and the competition list is also born. The people who fight here are all talented in the virtual realm, right? A hint of interest appeared in Shen Fei's eyes. The talent of the virtual realm is obviously much more unreasonable than the abilities provided by the evolutionary method, but at the same time, the talent of the virtual realm is extremely rare. For ordinary people, there is only 1 in a billion chance of appearing. Shen Fei has seen more than 5 kinds of virtual realm talents so far. But through this machine, Shen Fei can easily see different virtual realm talents. I suffered a loss here. If I really encounter similar abilities in the virtual realm world, I won't be in a hurry to deal with it. What a great place! Shen Fei thought in his heart, and he did not hesitate anymore. He chose the arena mode among the 3 options without hesitation. P.S. Please support. Chapter 124 Family Examination Nuclear. Just when Shen Fei entered the virtual simulator, in Jupiter's Jinyuan City, a very ordinary residential building. Sneak. With the sound of a hatch opening, Xia Qiang walked out of an evolution cabin filled with evolution potion. The 72 internal circulations have reached their limit. Without the assistance of the power of the mind, I cannot reach the 4th level of the crescent moon. Xia Qiang's face was complicated. She became an evolutionist at the age of 16. At this time, it took only more than 2 years to open up a full 72 internal cycles, which was definitely a very amazing speed. Xia Qiang has always been very satisfied with her talent. Finally, she felt a huge bottleneck. The power of the mind is the real gap between distinguishing geniuses and ordinary people. To become the 4th level of the crescent moon, the lowest requirement is to get the entry to the power of the mind. But how difficult is it to get started with the power of the mind? People without qualifications may not be able to touch that threshold for 10 or decades. This is also why most Sun Realm evolvers break through from the 2nd and 3rd levels of the new moon. It's not that they don't want to have a stronger foundation, but that they really don't have that ability. This threshold really has to be passed. According to the people in that organization, the power of the mind is a necessary condition for becoming a real strong man. The new moon realm cannot be entered, and the sun realm must be entered, otherwise you will not be able to make any progress in your life. Xia Qiang's face was slightly condensed, but she also understood that it was useless to be anxious just for this thing. Since we are unable to make a breakthrough for a long time, let's find a way. After a while, Xia Qiang changed her clothes and she walked out of the training room. While walking, Xia Qiang was also thinking about the power of the soul. Maybe we should ask the people from that organization. This thought flashed through Xia Qiang's mind, but the next moment, her expression changed slightly. Xia Qiang looked up at the sofa not far away, and a girl wearing a white top hat and dressed in an extremely pure dress was sitting there with a smile. The girl looked at Xia Qiang, and raised her eyebrows at the same time, as if you didn't expect me to be here. Sister, it's been a long time since we met. The girl stood up suddenly. I didn't expect that the noble Princess Jupiter would condescend to such a place where only the poor would come. Xia Qiang suppressed the surprise in her heart, and she said with a smile. What Princess Jupiter? That's all the media said nonsense. Besides, if you really want to say it, sister, you are the real Princess Jupiter, and I am at most the second princess. The girl smiled. Hee. Xia Qiang had an inexplicable look on her face, but she didn't say anything more. Xia Qiang walked to the side and slowly made a cup of tea for herself. After she took a sip, she finally asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "If you don't have to come and see you," the girl asked. Xia Qiang didn't say anything, just drank tea on his own. Okay, I'm really afraid of being ignorant," the despicable man said helplessly. "Sister, do you know the family assessment? What do you think?" Xia Qiang asked back. Family assessment is the test carried out by our family against the children of the family. After passing various tests, the family will tilt the corresponding resources. The girl explained briefly. Sounds pretty good. Xia Qiang nodded. But there are too many people in our family. Once there are more people, the competition will be greater. The girl sighed. With your status, you still need to compete? What can you not get? Xia Qiang asked strangely. I can't get more. If I want to reach my father's position, I can't rely solely on him. I have to go my own way. The girl didn't say much, but Xia Qiang also understood. Xia Qiang looked at her carefully as if it was her first time meeting a girl. Sister, this is also a good opportunity for you. Are you not moved? The girl looked at Xia Qiang with a confident smile on her face. You haven't told me why you found me. Xia Qiang said lightly. It's very simple. The assessment direction I want to apply for will be in the virtual realm. I heard that, sister, you have awakened the talent of the virtual realm, and it is very powerful. With sister, you can help me, I will be much more sure. The girl clenched her fists, and she looked at Xia Qiang with anticipation. There are many people who awaken the talent of the void realm. Xia Qiang said lightly. And, why should I help you? In terms of the entire empire, there are indeed many people who awaken the talent of the virtual realm, but few of our family members can awaken. The girl followed. Besides, I'm your real sister, who don't you help me? Come on. Xia Qiang smiled coldly, and she followed, say something useful. Sister, even if you don't think about it for your dear sister, you have to think about it for yourself. This matter is not harmful to you. The girl looked at Xia Qiang and said. I know, sister, you've been working hard to become stronger all the time, right? You know a lot. Xia Qiang's expression did not change much, but she was already thinking in her heart. Family assessment? There is actually such a thing? She didn't know much about this family, but she was sure that this must be the most terrifying behemoth in the entire empire. Although the Dark Star organization can also give her some help, it has reservations. If she can get help from this family, it will definitely be different. Are you sure, can I take this assessment? Xia Qiang looked at the girl and asked. Of course. Said the girl with surprise. You are my real sister. Your bloodline is so many times more purely than some people. How could you have this kind of thought? So I am so noble. Xia Qiang smiled, but she didn't say much, but then asked again, when will this assessment start? How long will it last? This requires application. We are sisters. Just sister, you need to apply with me, and it is in the same direction. The family will most likely arrange for us to conduct an assessment together. The girl smiled. The assessment content is also instantly determined, and it usually takes several rounds of tests before a comprehensive assessment will be conducted in the end. So troublesome. Xia Qiang frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything more. She still knows her sister. The so-called assessment of things that can make them all excited is naturally not too simple. Xia Qiang could imagine that there must be full of hardships. But the harder the better. Xia Qiang was not afraid at all, but was full of expectations. The more difficult it is, the more it means that the benefits after passing the assessment are huge. Xia Qiang is not afraid of anything related to the virtual realm. She was full of confidence in her talent in virtual realm. Chapter 125 The Essence of Attribute Superposition. Io Maria, Ganshui City, within the Law Enforcement Bureau. Shen Fei sat in the virtual realm simulator. As he chose the option of Ireland, the seat where Shen Fei was sitting fell down, and Shen Fei lay flat. With a faint numbness, Shen Fei's eyes fell into darkness. Call. When the light reappeared, Shen Fei found that he came to a dual arena filled with ancient aura. Brother over there. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came. Shen Fei looked up and saw a cool-dressed man waving to him. A green dog head. Shen Fei looked above the other person's head, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This is really a virtual environment, he can actually see the other party's dog head. But, is this the match for me in the arena? Shen Fei didn't know what to say in his heart. If the opponent only had the strength of a green dog head, the gap with him would be too big. Of course, Shen Fei knew after a little thought that this virtual realm simulator may be able to detect human strength. Not counting as attribute bonus, he is just the second level of the crescent moon. At most, because of his evolutionary talent, his physical strength is about the third level of the ordinary crescent moon. This kind of strength seems normal to match the green dog head. What do you call me, brother? My name is Chen Qing, and I come from the Ford Galaxy. The man did not rush to fight Shen Fei, but introduced himself first. However, Shen Fei had no intention of chatting with the other party at this moment. Being able to see the dog's head made him feel a little excited. If he can stack attributes by killing the dog's head here, then he can go to the virtual realm of nowhere. Stop talking nonsense, come and fight. Shen Fei shouted loudly and directly interrupted the other party's self-introduction. If it were placed elsewhere, Shen Fei would have been sneak attacking and slashing it, but he would still be in the circle of law enforcement officers in the virtual realm in the future, so just sneak attacks. Okay, since you can't wait, let me see what I do. The man laughed, and then 8 rays of light appeared on his body. In Shen Fei's surprised gaze, this person was divided into 9 and turned into 9 people. This is my talent in the virtual realm. As long as my true body is not dead, my clone will be infinite. As the man said, 9 of him rushed towards Shen Fei in unison. This void realm talent. Shen Fei was surprised, but he didn't say much, but silently pulled out the weapon knife he had chosen before entering the arena. In the blink of an eye, 9 identical men surrounded Shen Fei and attacked Shen Fei at the same time. But the next moment... Laugh. Shen Fei's knife instantly pierced the chest of the second man on the right, and in an instant, all the men stopped. Even the other 8 men soon turned into phantoms and disappeared in place. You can actually tell where my true body is. The man's heart was filled with disbelief. The dog's head on your head is jumping around, it would be strange if I can't tell it. Shen Fei shook his head secretly. This person's talent in virtual realm is still good. His true body and clone should be able to be transformed anytime and anywhere. Just now, from Shen Fei's perspective, the green dog head was constantly changing on the heads of the 9 clones. This shows that the other party's true body is constantly changing positions. If he really follows what he said, the true body is immortal and the clone is infinite, it will be really difficult to kill him unless he kills all 9 clones in one breath. Unfortunately, this talent in the virtual realm was restrained by a dog's head. It's a pity that I met me, Shen Fei said calmly, and he suddenly pulled out the knife. So that's it. It seems that I can't be too arrogant in the void realm in the future. Thank you, brother. The man left his last words and fell down immediately. However, after a moment, Shen Fei frowned slightly. It doesn't actually add attributes. It seems that killing people here is not really killing him. Shen Fei understood in his heart. Those who die in the real virtual realm world will not be able to enter the virtual realm again unless they use repair potions. This is the real death. It is clearly something that has been restored to the qualification to enter the virtual realm, but it is called a repair potion. Shen Fei had been strange before, but now he seemed to understand a little. If you are killed in the virtual realm, you may lose something. The repair potion is to make up for the lost thing. Shen Fei killed the dog's head in the virtual realm, and it is very likely that he got the thing they lost. In this environment created by virtual realm simulators, people will not lose that thing after they die, and Shen Fei will naturally not get the attribute bonus. It should be. Shen Fei felt 80% affirmation in his heart. Shen Fei didn't think much about it, he quickly quit the arena and chose to rematch the opponent once. This time, the arena matched Shen Fei with a golden dog head. Shen Fei took some extra effort and quickly solved the other party. Afterwards, Shen Fei made a third match. The opponent that matched this time was very terrifying. It was a crystal dog head. Not only the Sun Realm, but also the Void Realm talent was a terrifying attack type. Shen Fei did not use various equipment in the arena, and he experienced the feeling of death without any suspense. After a moment, Shen Fei, who was in the virtual realm simulator, opened his eyes again. After all, it is the Sun Realm of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It cannot be the first level of the Sun Realm, at least it starts at the second level of the Sun Realm, and has the talent of the Void Realm. It is indeed simple to beat me. Shen Fei did not feel strange at all. There are 9 levels in the Sun Realm. The Sun Realm that breaks through the second level of the New Moon is the first level of the Sun Realm. The Sun Realm that breaks through the third level of the New Moon is the second level of the Sun Realm, and so on. The Sun Realm that breaks through the fifth level of the New Moon is the fourth level of the Sun Realm. The Sun Realms like Zuyan and Xiaozheng are all first-level Sun Realm, while other Sun Realms that Shen Fei has killed so far, such as Durgv and Kavitana, are all second-level Sun Realm. Speaking of which, the second level of the Sun is more common than the first level of the Sun. Because unless there is nothing we can do, most of the New Moon Realm evolvers will choose to break through the Sun Realm at least at the third level of the New Moon. However, this place is really good. When I reach the third level of the New Moon, I will come back again. Shen Fei's thought flashed through his mind. He did not hesitate anymore, but turned on the virtual realm simulator and walked out of it. At this time, Chen Jing, who was waiting outside, immediately felt relieved when she saw Shen Fei coming out. "Captain Shen, you are finally out," Chen Jing couldn't help but say. Shen Fei stayed in for nearly an hour. She was facing Lu Chang alone outside, almost annoyed by her. This virtual realm simulator is so interesting. I can't help but fight for a few more games. Shen Fei smiled, and when Chen Jing heard this, a smile appeared on her face. This virtual realm simulator is indeed a high-end product, and the ordinary Level 6 Virtual Realm Law Enforcement Bureau does not have this thing. Shen Fei didn't say anything more. After saying hello to Lu Chong beside him, he quickly left with Chen Jing. Not long after Shen Fei left, Lu Chong entered the virtual realm simulator with curiosity. Anyone who has used the arena function of the virtual realm simulator will leave records in it, and naturally there will be rankings. This Captain Shen has indeed used the arena function. Lu Chong operated for a while and soon saw Shen Fei's ranking. 10,003,921. I almost entered the tens of millions of people. Captain Shen is indeed a strong man, but he is still a little bit like Lao Zheng. Lao Zheng is a strong man within the tens of millions of people. Lu Chong thought of his captain and couldn't help but smile on his face. Although it wasn't him, his captain was stronger and made him feel more proud. On the other side, Shen Fei, who had visited the entire Law Enforcement Bureau for a while, said goodbye to Feng Ziqiang, and left the Law Enforcement Bureau. Although Shen Fei has become a law enforcement officer in the virtual realm, the workplace of the law enforcement officer in the virtual realm is in the virtual realm. Therefore, unlike ordinary law enforcement officers, when there is no task, the law enforcement officers in the virtual realm do not have to report to the Law Enforcement Bureau. This is very free. I haven't seriously opened up the inner circulation for many days. Let's break through the third level of the new moon in one breath. Shen Fei, who returned home, quickly abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart and began to open up the inner circulation wholeheartedly. Chapter 126 3 months. After deciding to break through the third level of the new moon in one breath, Shen Fei's attention to the outside world dropped to a minimum. He hurried at home and opened up the internal circulation wholeheartedly. In fact, the achievement of 8 desolate swords alone is enough to allow Shen Fei to open up 36 internal cycles, and the unique power generated by the achievement of Earth Desolate Swords greatly accelerates the speed of Shen Fei to open up the internal cycles. Although normally, the internal circulation opening speed of the second level of the crescent moon will be much slower than the first level of the crescent moon, Shen Fei still maintains the flying speed. On average, he can open up an internal cycle in just over 2.5 days. In less than 3 months, Shen Fei successfully opened up all the remaining 20 internal cycles. And he also reached the third level of the new moon. As Shen Fei expected, after reaching the third level of the new moon, his entire body attributes were greatly improved, and it was the top improvement. In terms of power, if a second-level new moon evolver breaks through to the third-level new moon, he will have 3 to 5 times the improvement, and his evolutionary talent will be different, and his growth will be different. In order to know how much his strength has been improved, Shen Fei went to the third evolutionary school to conduct a strength test. The final result is that without calculating various amplitudes, Shen Fei's ordinary boxing power can easily exceed 100 tons, and the full burst can reach 150 or 60 tons. This is enough to be called terrifying. At this time, at the third evolutionary school, the power of the mind. Shen Fei looked at An Ling, who was watering flowers not far away, and was slightly surprised. He came to the school to test his strength and naturally came to An Ling. First, he learned the subsequent evolutionary route, and second, Shen Fei also had some questions to ask An Ling. The first thing to be affected is the strange power that Shen Fei mastered through the Sword of the Wilderness. And now, An Ling told Shen Fei that that kind of power is called the power of the mind. You should feel that when establishing an internal circulation, the help that pure skills can give you has reached the limit. The power of the mind is the key to breaking this limit. Through it, your control of the body will be more refined. An Ling quickly put down the shower in her hand. She said as she walked to the side and sat down. If a normal evolver cannot get the power of his mind, he will never be able to reach the fourth level of the crescent moon. Even if he breaks through the sun realm, he will not make any progress. Once he masters this power, even if there is only a trace of it, normal evolvers will have the hope of breaking through the fourth level of the crescent moon with it. Of course, I have said earlier that the evolution method of the wilderness god change is more difficult than the normal evolution method. Meng Zhongsong Pork Nashin Bing should be considered an entry into the power of the mind. If you want to reach the fourth level of the new moon, the wilderness god sword must be a great success. An Yu kept talking, and Shen Fei nodded repeatedly. It sounds like this spiritual power is really important. Not only is it a necessity for breaking through the fourth level of the new moon, it is also related to the progress of the sun realm. At this time, An Ling looked at Shen Fei, who was nodding constantly. She seemed calm on the surface, but in fact she was extremely surprised. The last time she met, Shen Fei made 8 desert swords successful at an extremely fast speed, which surprised her, but this time, he actually directly achieved the wild god sword and realized the power of his mind. You know, this is a power that most of the third-level evolutionists of the new moon have spent more than 10 years or even decades and have no time to get started. In comparison, Shen Fei broke through from a newcomer to the third level of the new moon in just half a year. Although it was also very amazing, compared with mastering the power of the mind in a few months, the shock was far less than that. At this time, Shen Fei naturally didn't know the surprise in An Ling's heart. After hearing An Ling say for a while, he couldn't help asking. Teacher An Ling, how can this power be improved? Is it just to practice wild god sword simply? Although Shen Fei got started with this power with the help of the Desolate God Sword, Shen Fei understood that this power would never be limited to the Desolate God Sword. As far as I know, there is no fixed way to improve the power of the mind. An Ling said, however, after countless people have summarized, combat and meditation are the best ways to improve the power of the mind. Fight and meditation. Shen Fei nodded. He was the power he had learned in the battle with Yan Peeling. As for meditation, he came to see An Ling several times, and the other party sat cross-legged there motionless. Shen Fei didn't know what An Ling was doing. Now it seems that she might be meditating. You have wild god sword to fight. For meditation, I have a special meditation method. If you are willing to learn it, I can teach you. An Ling smiled. Thank you, Teacher An Ling. Shen Fei was overjoyed and he immediately thanked him. He wants all the wild god change, and he is not pretentious about this meditation method. Anyway, he already owes favors to others, not much one person. Nothing. Ling shook her head slightly. If she helped Shen Fei at the beginning because she saw that his talent was pretty good and she was interested, she was really paying attention to Shen Fei. Of course, there are too many geniuses in the empire, and Ling will not see each other. The main reason is that she has been watching Shen Fei grow up before, and now she has discovered her terrifying potential, so she will naturally not be stingy. You can first watch the statue of the wilderness god. I will give you the method of meditation later. Ling said again, and Shen Fei nodded. Although he has not yet achieved the Desolate God Sword, Xiaokeng's the Desolate God Sword is enough to allow him to continue to open up a new internal cycle, but it is unlikely that he can reach the 4th level of the new moon in one breath. His main purpose here is to learn a new internal circulation route. Ling quickly took out the statue of the wilderness god, and Shen Fei was immersed in it again. After spending most of the day, Shen Fei understood 108 new internal cycles. Afterwards, Ling also gave Shen Fei a meditation method called Yao Xing. In addition, Shen Fei originally wanted to talk to Ling about what she encountered in the Void Realm world last time, but Ling said that she had something urgent, and Shen Fei had no choice but to say goodbye for the time being. After all, Shen Fei's question was just curiosity in his heart, and Ling's urgent matter seemed to be really urgent, so Shen Fei naturally couldn't continue to disturb him. After a moment, Shen Fei walked out of the 3rd evolutionary school alone. Because Huang Zitong was kidnapped outside the school twice in a row, Shen Fei did not let her wait for her here this time. Although it is unlikely that Huang Zitong will be tied up again, if you are not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of it. Don't let Huang Zitong come here, that is the safest. However, before Shen Fei could walk away, his evolutionary evidence suddenly flashed. Someone contacted him. After Shen Fei clicked on it, a virtual projection that only he could see appeared in front of him. This is a woman wearing a blue and white shirt and sunglasses. Hi, brother Shen Fei, do you miss me? The woman waved her hand excitedly. You finally arrived in Iome. Shen Fei looked at the woman, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. What a guy, it's almost 3 months now, and this guy has finally arrived. Chapter 127 Agreement. The woman who suddenly contacted Shen Fei was naturally a Niu who worked with him in Falling Sky. The information in Shen Fei's hand could be sent to her directly through the virtual network, but Niu was afraid that the second-hand information would lose its content, so she must have the original. Let's just be the original one. Shen Fei also has a second choice. He will send the things to Niu through the Interstellar Transportation Company. The last time the Crystal Core Life Crystal was sold. But Niu was still worried. She was afraid that an accident would occur on the road, resulting in the loss of the original. Therefore, when Niu was in the Void Realm world, she said that she must come here to get this information in person. Shen Fei did not refuse this Jew. Niu is not afraid of trouble, so she can come and get it in person. Anyway, he is not the one who has worked hard. But Shen Fei never expected that he had been waiting for nearly 3 months. I have to go to the solar system for review. I waited for 2 months just to pass the review, and wasted some time on the road. It would be great to be able to arrive at this moment. Niu said helplessly. Who told you to come? Shen Fei was also speechless. This guy insisted on causing trouble by himself, and blamed the strict review of the solar system. No matter what, I finally arrived. How about it, brother Shen Fei, are you free now? Let's meet. Yu asked. Okay, I'll find a place to treat you to dinner. Shen Fei nodded immediately, and Yu ran from afar, and he should have the fullest of the landlord's friendship. Okay, brother Shen Fei, you said the place, I will arrive soon. Yu nodded with a smile. Most of the places in Shenshui City are residential areas, but there are also bustling commercial areas, but Shen Fei rarely comes here. I used to be poor, but now I am addicted to opening up internal circulation all day long and don't have much intention to come to such a place. About 20 minutes later, Shen Fei and Yu met in a very high-end restaurant. Shen Fei was thinking of warmly treating Yu, but when Yu came here, a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. Brother Shen Fei, please eat here every time you want to eat it. It's too in line with your identity, right? Yu looked at everything in front of her with difficulty. She thought Shen Fei would invite her to arrange an impeccable meal with extremely rare ingredients in her private manner, but that's the result? An ordinary restaurant? What are you talking about? Shen Fei looked puzzled. He was not happy to invite him to dinner, right? Damn, I would have taken this guy to drink nutrient solution if I had known. Ahem, nothing. Yu coughed dryly, and she also realized that she had lost her composure. After all, Shen Fei was treating her, so she couldn't dislike her no matter what she said. The meal was just a small episode. After eating, Shen Fei quickly took out the original document and handed it to Yu. According to the previous plan, Shen Fei took Yu's 300 million imperial coins without hesitation. Brother Shen Fei, I found that you are pretty good. Yu said with a happy look, I thought the bonus given by Titan Seeing this time was not enough, but I didn't expect that you are really a good person in your spare time. Yu was also voluntarily helping this time, and the Titan Seeing Law Enforcement Bureau naturally prepared a bonus for him. Of course, because Yu can only be considered a second-class merit, her bonus is less than Shen Fei. If you can't speak, just say less. Shen Fei said speechlessly, but he was not confused about this matter, but asked immediately. Did you get the bonus from Titan Seeing? No, when I leave the solar system, I will go to Titan Star along the way. Yu said, and she suddenly looked at Shen Fei. Brother Shen Fei, didn't you receive it either? Let's go together. Well, what are you going to? Shen Fei immediately asked. He was busy opening up the internal cycle before, so he temporarily put this matter behind his mind. But now he has broken through the third level of the new moon, and it is indeed time to consider Titan Star's affairs. After all, that was 1 billion imperial coins, and Shen Fei was far from ignoring this money. However, Shen Fei asked Huang Zitong to investigate that although Titan is in the Milky Way, it is on another spiral arm of the Milky Way. There is no direct flight to Titan from the solar system by spacecraft, so you have to transfer halfway. After all, Shen Fei has never gone far. It's the first time he went out. If he was led by Yu, an old driver, it would be the best. However, when Yu heard Shen Fei's words, She glanced at Shen Fei with a strange look, and said, "Of course I went there in the spaceship, otherwise how would I go?" "Driving the spaceship? Do you drive it yourself?" Shen Fei was slightly surprised. "I said, Brother Shen Fei, you haven't gone far away, right?" Anu looked at Shen Fei, and an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. "Yes, I have never left the Jupiter system." Shen Fei nodded directly. There was nothing wrong with admitting. In fact, 99.99% of the people in the Empire have never left their birthplace. Of course, ordinary citizens do not have the qualifications to leave their birthplace casually. Although star-rated citizens have this right, Shen Fei has been a star-rated citizen for too short time and has no chance to go out. However, Shen Fei also knew through the virtual network that it was very easy for the star citizens of the Empire to take interstellar travel. The most common method is to take interstellar flights from the Empire, which is relatively rare when traveling alone in a spacecraft. "That's great." Anu looked excited at this moment, and she said, "Brother Shen Fei, let me take you to experience the real interstellar travel." "Why are you doing so excited?" Shen Fei said, and he asked with some concern, "Is it reliable for you to drive a spaceship yourself? Will it be very dangerous?" "Tisk, you're really a novice." Anu tisked her mouth and she said immediately. In fact, the possibility of problems with private spacecraft is much lower than that of fixed flights. Most spacecraft in the Empire now use the third-generation curvature space engine, which can bend space with great bending space, and even open a shortcut passage between 2 thousands of light-years or even tens of thousands of light-years apart. During the flight of the spacecraft on this passage, the danger from the outside world can almost be said to be zero, but instead a fixed flight. Because there are too many passengers, 1 or 2 criminals will inevitably get in. If the criminals do something on the way, that is really dangerous. "I see." Shen Fei nodded. Although this kind of thing may not be found on the virtual network, the virtual network information is too much and too messy. Shen Fei was indeed not clear before. "I can only say that the veteran drivers have to know a lot." "Then let's agree. When I leave, we will join us." Anu made the decision, and Shen Fei did not refute. He also felt that he could be more at ease with Anu. "When will you leave?" Shen Fei asked. "In 2 days, I have a very strong cousin who happens to live in Muayama. I want to visit her." Anu said casually. "A cousin with great strength." Shen Fei didn't care much at first when he heard this, but he suddenly thought of Anu's name and his heart suddenly moved slightly. "What do you call your cousin? If she is very strong, maybe I know her." Shen Fei asked calmly. "My cousin is very low-key, you can't know him." Anu waved her hand, but she finally said, "My cousin's name is Enling. The last time I saw her was 5 years ago. I don't know how she has been in the past 5 years." Anu said to herself, but Shen Fei fell into deep thought. Enling. Although there are many people from Ilam, there will never be a second person named Enling, who is strong and low-key, right? Enling said before that there was an urgent matter because Anu came to Muo. Chapter 128 Spaceship Mutation. A few days later, at the airport in the Ganshui city, Shen Fei boarded an ultra-small spacecraft that was only more than 10 meters long with Anyu's footsteps. Brother Shen Fei, you said it's a coincidence that my cousin also knows a man named Shen Fei, but Shen Fei was just an ordinary student from the evolutionary school not long ago, and he is incomparable to you. Anyu walked in front of Shen Fei, her voice full of surprise. Shen Fei remained silent, just looked around. The spacecraft is very simple to construct, with just a metal passage and connected to the main control room. From the outside, the spacecraft is more than 10 meters, but the space inside is not large, only about 30 square meters. Soon, the two of them came to the main control room. Brother Shen Fei, let's sit. It will take about 3 days and 6 hours to go to Titan, seeing this time, very quickly. Anyu pointed to a seat, and then she clicked on the evolution certificate, and suddenly, a virtual screen appeared in the middle of the main control room. Anyu ticked the screen a few times, and Shen Fei quickly felt a slight vibration. Ms. Anyu, how much imperial coins did you buy this spaceship? Shen Fei asked. It's not expensive, 1.5 billion imperial coins. Anyu said casually. This spacecraft has no big advantage. It can only sail 50,000 light-years at a time with complete charging, and it will only fly in the Milky Way. If you want to go out, it won't work. Then is the control of this spacecraft complicated? I think it looks very simple. Shen Fei asked again. Of course it's simple, because I don't need to control it at all. If you issue commands in a dusty way, its intelligent control system can automatically complete a series of commands. Anyu said, and she said immediately. Of course, this spacecraft also has manual control functions. After all, some people don't like it's too simple, but instead like the process of controlling the spacecraft. Can you control it manually? Shen Fei's heart moved slightly. If he had to control it, would the spacecraft have increased its full attributes? Of course, this thought just flashed in Shen Fei's heart. For no reason, he would not reveal his abilities in reality. Does Brother Shen Fei want to see the scenery? Anyu suddenly asked. Shen Fei nodded. Seeing this, Anyu tapped on the virtual screen a few times again. Soon, the entire main control room began to become transparent, and a planet with light spots on the surface appeared in Shen Fei's eyes. This is naturally Io, and the light spots are actually artificial suns and cities. It actually flew out of Muo? So fast! Shen Fei was surprised. This private spaceship was much faster than the flight he took to Jupiter the previous 2 times. Suddenly, Shen Fei also thought about buying a private spaceship. Anyu's spacecraft with 1.5 billion imperial coins is already so convenient. If he adds a little more money, wouldn't he buy a better one? Shen Fei chatted with Anyu, and soon the spaceship flew away from the Jupiter system at an extremely fast speed. Although he was flying all the way out, Shen Fei also saw many huge creatures in orbits of various levels. Shen Fei knew that those were Jupiter's real defense satellites, and what he saw was the tip of the iceberg. If foreign forces invade, these defense satellites will play a role as soon as possible. There is a long vacuum zone in front of it. Next, we need to accelerate. After accelerating to sublight speed, the spacecraft engine will open the space tunnel and wait to arrive near Titan star. However, the process may be a bit boring. Brother Shenfei, you can play games. Yu said. Shenfei also felt that the scenery around him began to blur. It was obvious that his speed had reached a point beyond his vision limit. After about 10 minutes, the spacecraft suddenly shook violently. In an instant, the starry sky, which had already had a little light, turned into a dark space, and the spacecraft's flight became stable again. This has obviously entered the space tunnel. Shenfei looked at Yu. At this time, she had restrained her laughter and studied a piece of information seriously. Shenfei didn't need to go over and read it. This must be the piece of information he sold to Yu not long ago. Yu laughed at the surface, but in fact she worked very hard. She is worthy of being a person who can reach the 4th level of the new moon and is still rushing to the 5th level of the new moon. Shenfei felt a little moved when he saw this scene. Yu is all in the book, how could he play games? No, I started to become stronger. Shenfei sat cross-legged directly in the same place, and the learning results of the past 2 days appeared in his mind. These places to visit Onling and Enyugod, Shenfei was learning the meditation method Yaoxing given to him by Enling at home. This method of meditation is to outline a huge star body full of countless details in consciousness. The more details, the better the meditation effect. Shenfei studied at home for 2 days and was able to initially outline a star in his mind. Although this spiritual power is not as strong as the attribute bonus, it would be too terrifying if it can keep getting stronger and superimposed with the attribute bonus. This thought flashed through Shenfei's mind. The attribute bonus is indeed strong. No matter how strong Shenfei is, the multiple of the bonus is always fixed, but the power of the mind is different. When Shenfei was at the 2nd level of the new moon, he exploded with a single knife and his attack power could increase by 50%. But now he has broken through the 3rd level of the new moon. With the unchanged power of his mind, the bonus is less than 10%, which can only be said to be better than nothing. The good news is that Shenfei found that meditation is indeed effective. Although the increase in the power of the mind is not obvious when he meditates, it is indeed increasing. When the attribute bonus cannot be superimposed and cannot break through the 4th level of the crescent moon in a short period of time, finding ways to increase the strength of the spiritual power is indeed Shenfei's only way to become stronger now. Moreover, the breakthrough of the 4th level of the new moon also requires Shenfei to become stronger in his mind. It is absolutely true to study this now. Shenfei and Yu are both evolvers. In just 3 days, neither of them mentioned eating and sleeping. Yu has been scratching her head and studying the data, while Shenfei is meditating silently, and the whole day passes quickly. Just when Shenfei thought he would arrive at Titan Star, which was tens of thousands of light years away, an accident suddenly happened. In the space tunnel without any light, suddenly, a violent tremor suddenly came. The spacecraft passing through it collided head-on to the violent tremor, and its speed suddenly decreased. With a flash, the spacecraft disappeared into the space tunnel. At the same time, in the starry sky outside a deserted star system in the Milky Way, the spacecraft suddenly appeared here. What's going on? Shenfei, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He had just left the space tunnel with a violent vibration. But isn't the trip this time 3 days? At this time, Yu had already pounced on the operating table. She turned on the outside projection again, and starlight appeared. It was obviously a starry sky. Don't panic. After a little accident, we were forced to retreat from the space tunnel, but the spacecraft was still intact, so we can continue to walk. Anu said, and she was actually slightly confused. What was going on just now? How come the spacecraft suddenly slowed down when flying in the space tunnel? Yet. Shen Fei felt relieved when he heard this. However, at this moment, the boundless light suddenly burst out in the star system not far away. The light spreads amazingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, several planets were annihilated. What is that? Shen Fei and Anu also saw the light. Of course, the distance was too far, and they could not see the annihilated planets. Don't panic. We are outside that galaxy. The place is far away from us. It must be at least half a light year. This should have happened at least half a year ago. Anu quickly calmed down after being slightly shocked. Shen Fei felt something was right when he heard this, but the next moment, a terrifying suction suddenly came, and the spacecraft was instantly pulled into the galaxy. And as the spacecraft keeps getting closer, the suction force becomes stronger and stronger. Chapter 129 The crystal core reappears. Not good. Anu finally panicked. Although she didn't know what the unknown suction was, she understood that being sucked was definitely not a good thing. Without saying a word, Anu directly started the spacecraft and flew out with all her strength. Buzz! 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 Shen Fei felt that the spaceship was trembling. Obviously, the terrifying suction force was that even if the spaceship had enough power, it would be difficult to compete with it. The only good news is that the spacecraft is moving outward little by little at this moment. But before Shen Fei and Anu were happy, a siren suddenly came from the main control room of the spacecraft. The spacecraft flew outwards with suction, and some internal structures had been damaged. If this continues, the spacecraft will risk collapse at any time. It's over, it's over, it's over, how could this happen? Anu stood in front of the main console with an anxious look on her face. If you fly like this, the spacecraft will definitely not be able to fly out of the suction range. Wouldn't that be dead? No, I haven't broken through the 5th level of the crescent moon, I'm not married, I haven't enjoyed my life yet. Anu stared at the various data displayed on the main console, praying in her heart. Pray that the spaceship can hold on. Try it with manual control. Suddenly, Shen Fei's voice sounded in Anu's ears. Manual control? Manual control is useless at this time. Intelligent control is definitely the most preferred way to control the spacecraft. Anuetta said without replying. Shen Fei didn't talk nonsense anymore. He walked forward and found the option of manual control on the virtual screen. After Shen Fei clicked down, the ground below suddenly cracked rapidly, and then a brand new console rose. There was a control lever and tens of thousands of buttons on the console. Shen Fei glanced at it and felt dizzy. How to drive this? Shen Fei turned his head and looked at Enling. You can't even open it, and you can control it manually. An Ling looked at Shen Fei with disbelief. Come and help me. As Shen Fei said, he directly held the control lever. He didn't know the functions of other buttons, but the control lever must bite is the direction control. But Shen Fei shook the control rod, and the spacecraft had no intention of turning. Hurry up! Shen Fei urged An Yu. An Yuquan pretended not to hear it, but just stared at the spacecraft's data silently, but at this time the data had become worse and worse, and the alarm sounded more and more harsh. Seeing this scene, An Yu knew that she must be dead. Brother Shen Fei, I really didn't expect that I would join the alliance with Huang Zhen. Damn it, hurry up, how to control this broken spaceship? Shen Fei also began to worry in his heart. He didn't care about so much, and directly took An Ling's collar and pulled her to the spaceship's manual control console. Okay, I will satisfy your last fantasy and make you give up. But you have to promise me a condition later. An Yu's expression became more and more depressed. Okay, okay. Shen Fei naturally nodded quickly and agreed. The manual console is usually locked, you have to unlock it first. An Yu pointed to a button and Shen Fei quickly pressed it. You are in your hand with the directional control lever. The blue button on the left is the first stage power system switch. Use it if the spacecraft speed is between 0 and 3000 m/s. Then to the left is the second stage power system. Use it if the spacecraft speed is between 3000 and 30,000 m/s. The blue button on your right hand is the speed reduction system. An Yu said quickly, and Shen Fei did not hesitate and started practicing directly. Facts have proved that what An Yu said before was completely correct. Intelligent control is the best control, which is not comparable to ordinary human power, let alone Shen Fei is a novice. When Shen Fei first got started, the spacecraft could not resist the suction force and began to retreat quickly. I just knew. An Yu was not surprised at all. Brother Shen Fei, don't forget that you promised me to do something. An Yu quickly reminded her that she knew very well that once the spacecraft completely lost control, there would probably be not much time left, and she had to hurry up. However, as soon as An Yu was halfway through her words, her voice came to an abrupt end. At this time, the harsh alarm sound inside the spacecraft had stopped. After being pulled back by the suction force, the spacecraft that had just been pulled backwards, began to fly forward in a crooked circle. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Not long after, the spacecraft flew out millions of kilometers, and the suction force, which could have been almost the same as the spacecraft's power, became much weaker. Shen Fei felt that it was almost done, so he turned off the manual control, allowing the spacecraft to return to the intelligent control mode. We escaped. An Yu looked disbelief. But Shen Fei understood that with the incredible power added by his attributes, the two of them did escape. Shen Fei sat down with lingering fear. After calming down, Shen Fei turned to look at An Yu, who was still confused. He asked directly, Ms. An Yu, didn't you say that it is impossible to drive a private spacecraft? What's the situation? Hearing this, An Yu was silent for a while. She slowed down for a while before saying, we are really unlucky. I don't know what happened in that galaxy, which happened to affect the space tunnel we passed by, so we retreated from it. Anu said with a complicated expression. She was afraid that Shen Fei would not understand deeply enough, so she used virtual projection to project a curved sphere there. This spherical surface is the surface space of the universe where we are. From the solar system to the Titan, we fly from point on the surface to another point, and normally fly from the spherical surface, which requires a long time to fly. However, the space tunnel opened by the space curvature engine first bends the spherical surface where the 2 points are located, so that the straight line distance is constantly approaching, and then directly penetrates the spherical surface to produce a straight line channel connecting the 2 points. In this case, the space tunnel is in extremely deep space. Generally speaking, even if a supernova explosion occurs in normal universe, it will not have any impact on it. Even if there is an impact, we can fly sublight in the space tunnel, and we can cross a large area of universe every second. As a result, just as we pass by the deep space corresponding to this galaxy, it suddenly has an accident that can affect the interior of the space. Do you think we are not unlucky? You said that, it's really a bit unlucky. Shen Fei's heart was extremely complicated. The probability of this happening today was probably not 1 in a trillion, but they actually encountered it. It's really outrageous. Just when Shen Fei and Anu were lamenting their bad luck, in that galaxy where light and gravity burst out, 2 figures were confronting far away. One of the figures was the appearance of a human man. His eyes were very small. Although he was open, it seemed that there was only a slight gap. Humans, I didn't expect you to grow to this point quietly. Your luck is really good. A cold voice without any emotion crossed the space and came into the ears of human men. Although it was a strange language, the man instantly understood the meaning. You don't need to care whether we are lucky or not, but you are really brave. If you dare to come to our territory alone? Since you are here, don't think about leaving. The man sneered. What can you do if I don't leave? Another voice asked. He can't do anything to you, what about me? A cold shout came from the starry sky behind. And me? Haha, there are so many people, I'll join in the fun. One by one, a series of sounds sounded, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen human-like figures also appeared in this galaxy. More terrifying fluctuations broke out in an instant, in less than a second, the figure that had just confronted the man with his eyes turned into ashes. Soon call. 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 More than a dozen figures gathered together, and at this moment, a shiny crystal core was floating among the crowd. Looking at the crystal core, everyone was slightly silent. It turns out that it's just a child of the crystal nucleus life. No wonder it's so fearless. Someone suddenly spoke. The attacks encountered by Luoyun in the Koniboya Galaxy cluster were also done by them, right? It should be. The Zerg, Psychic Life, and Brahman have all been defeated by us. I thought there was no crystal core life in this universe, but I didn't expect that they not only existed, but also had reached this point. Everyone, there is no doubt that crystal core life will be our biggest opponent. Be prepared. In this universe, there can only be one of us on both sides. Ah, the real war is coming. Don't rush to draw conclusions. It's just a guess now that the crystal core life has reached. The crystal core life just now may also be a bluff. Well, wait for the news. Everyone didn't say much, and after a few simple words, they disappeared into the galaxy one after another. The galaxy, which was still extremely chaotic just now, returned to peace in the blink of an eye. Chapter 130, Breakup. Although there was an accident on the way to Titan Seeing, Shen Fei and Anu set out again. The two quickly arrived at Titan Seeing and each received their own bonus. At the same time, Shen Fei also received a shocking news from the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau. The three Sun Realm evolutionists who rescued Zhu Yan this time turned out to be people from the Free Star Alliance. It can be seen from this that the judgment of the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau was very accurate at the beginning, and Zhu Yan's identity was indeed extraordinary. Of course, for Shen Fei, this information not only made him know that Zhu Yan's identity was extraordinary, but also made him understand that the purpose of kidnapping Huang Zitong and asking him about his middle-aged man in the world of Crisis of Changes was actually Zhu Yan. That person was an undercover agent of the Free Star Alliance. At this moment, the three Sun Realm evolvers who rescued Zhu Yan were also from the Free Star Alliance. If you want to say that the two have nothing to do with each other, how is that possible? People from the Titan Star Law Enforcement Bureau also admitted that Shen Fei and Anu, as the main personnel who destroyed the Free Star Alliance plan, were very likely to be retaliated by them. Anu didn't care about this. She said that the current Free Star Alliance is a group of stray dogs and cannot cause any storm. But Shen Fei should be much more cautious. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, it was an existence that once caused a stir in the Empire. No matter how distraught the Free Star Alliance is, he will not feel good if he really wants to revenge him. This time Shen Fei came to Titan Seeing, which was the first time he went on a long trip. He originally planned to stay at Titan Seeing for a few more days to appreciate Taitongxing's customs and culture, but at this moment, he thought about returning to the solar system immediately. As the base camp of the Empire, Shen Fei still trusts the security measures of the solar system, and his strength is no longer weak. It is impossible for ordinary people to do anything to him. Shen Fei believes that as long as he stays in the solar system, the people of the Free Star Alliance will not have the chance to retaliate against him. Relatively speaking, although Titan also has certain security measures, it is definitely 1,000 miles away from the solar system. So, Shen Fei thought of returning immediately. Titan, similar to the K098 planet in the world of Falling Sky, is a planet with an environment similar to that of the Earth. After transformation, most parts of the planet have been completely suitable for ordinary humans to live in. In fact, outside the solar system, all inhabited planets are basically transformed from Earth-like planets. Unless there are other special features, the Empire will not deliberately build inhabited cities on it. At this time, because Shen Fei was eager to leave Titan Seeing, he and Anu and Wang Xuanying, who heard the arrival of the two, were having a break-up meal. I said, "Brother Shen Fei, you are too courageous, are you? You really leaving so soon?" Anu was still trying to persuade her. Needless to say, I'm determined. Shen Fei shook his head quite resolutely. Anuejian couldn't persuade Shen Fei, and she felt quite regretful, but she immediately changed the subject and said, "Since Brother Shen Fei, you are leaving, there must be something that must be explained clearly. Are you playing tricks on me?" I haven't figured out how we escaped. The technology of controlling the spacecraft cannot be as good as intelligent control, but why did we escape? When Shen Fei heard this, he felt speechless in his heart. He knew that a new was about to start again. Sure enough, before Shen Fei could say anything, a new suddenly said, I know, your skill in driving a spaceship is actually far higher than I thought, right? I'm right? I'll say. You Krypton guy is not short of money at all. How could you have never driven a spaceship? How could you have never left the Jupiter system? You have been pretending to be young and fooling me before, right? Fortunately, there was such an accident, otherwise you would have cheated out my shorts. Brother Shen Fei, I really didn't expect that you are such a person. Yu said with sadness and anger, but Shen Fei remained silently eating the food in front of him. Over the past period of time, Yu has been surprised by what happened that day and kept asking questions, even thinking that Shen Fei has been pretending to be young and playing with her. In response to this, Shen Fei responded a few words at the beginning, but Yu asked once a while later, and Shen Fei didn't know what to say, can only be silent. In fact, the real reason why the two of them were able to escape that day was, except for Shen Fei himself, if anyone came here, it would be impossible to guess the truth. Although Yu's current speculation sounds like 1,000 miles away from the facts, it is actually quite similar. Shen Fei didn't speak, but in fact he was intentional to let Yu determine this truth. After all, although Yu could not guess the real reason why the two could escape the danger, it is undoubtedly a better choice to not think about it. Yu complained for a long time, and when she felt a little tired and finally stopped, suddenly, Wang Xuanying, who had been silent, spoke. Brother Shen, really, don't do this next time, you're easily hacked to death. Shen Fei looked at Wang Xuanying. At this time, a hint of melancholy appeared on the other party's face. Little kid, do you have a story? Yu, who had just stopped, suddenly became interested, but Wang Xuanying ignored Yu, and he followed and said to Shen Fei. I have met Zhu Yan. I have been sure again and again that he didn't kill me in the world of Crisis of Changes. And Zhu Yan also told me that when he was an undercover agent, you went to intercept him, so, you were the one who killed me, right? Wang Xuanying looked at Shen Fei with a melancholy face. In the world of Falling Sky, Shen Fei can be said to have led Wang Xuanying to fly with his own strength. To be honest, he admired Shen Fei quite a lot and even regarded Shen Fei as a role model. But when Wang Xuanying heard the news, he was in a bad mood. In fact, Wang Xuanying thought it was normal for Shen Fei to kill him once. After all, he was in a different camp at the beginning, so it was natural for Shen Fei to kill him. What really made Wang Xuanying feel depressed was that he had believed Shen Fei's nonsense before and was always fooled. It's really outrageous. Brother Wang, you will learn from your mistakes. Shen Fei's face did not change, and there was no embarrassment or guilt about being exposed. Just kidding, this is a kind lie. If it weren't for this lie, would Wang Xuanying have worked closely with him? Can you deal with Zhu Yan wholeheartedly? Obviously not. So, this lie was greatly contributed to the completion of the last mission. Understood. Wang Xuanying nodded very seriously. And Yu also understood what the two were saying at this time. She looked at Shen Fei with shock, and even more convinced her guess. Shen Fei looked harmless, but he cut his heart open and it was probably pure black inside. Hateful. Well, you two, I don't know when I will meet again this time. Come and drink this cup. I won't say much nonsense, everything is in this cup. Seeing that this development continued, it became a meeting between the two of them criticized him, and he quickly picked up the wine glass to change the topic. In fact, An Yu and Wang Xianying didn't mean to get entangled in this matter. While drinking and chatting, the atmosphere between the three of them quickly became harmonious again. Chapter 131 Shen Feng's Mutation. Dear passengers, the Shen Feng spacecraft flying from Lingyang Star to Jupiter will leave Titan Star in half an hour. The next stop will be the Orion Spiral Arm sinking a star. Please wait for passengers who have passed the inspection to board the ship as soon as possible. In the voice prompts over and over again, Shen Fei, who had just bid farewell to An Yu and Wang Xianying, boarded the Shen Feng passenger spacecraft. An Yu originally said she wanted to send Shen Fei back, but this time it was not easy, so Shen Fei refused An Yu. Anyway, it's not impossible to go back when riding a passenger spacecraft. Although the danger of passenger spacecraft is higher than that of private spacecraft, it is only relatively speaking that in fact, the probability of criminals causing trouble on the way that An Yu said is less than 1 in a billion. The Empire security system is not a vegetarian. For passengers, Shen Feng has different levels of services such as luxurious suites, luxurious single rooms, ordinary suites, ordinary single rooms, single seats, etc. Shen Fei, who is not short of money, directly spent 300,000 imperial coins and arranged a luxury single room for himself. In the Empire, you have to feel aggrieved even if you don't have money to go out. Shen Fei lay comfortably on a soft seat. He was drinking a hot drink while sighing secretly. Spaceships of the Shen Feng level, even a single seat, have to cost 10,000 imperial coins. But even if it costs money, how uncomfortable it is to sit in a single seat for more than 10 days. For a luxurious single room with 300,000 imperial coins, you can have all the services and enjoy the journey to the fullest. The only disadvantage of this passenger spacecraft is its slowness. Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of this. An Yu took him and came to Titan from Jupiter system in more than 3 days. He could return to the solar system by taking the Shen Feng to the voyage for more than 8 days. It's not that the Shen Feng is slow, but that it has to pass through several other inhabited planets along the way and stagnate in it for a period of time. In fact, Titan is also a resident planet passing by the Shen Feng, and its starting point is on the planet called Lingyang Star. 8 days are more than 8 days, so I can't waste it all. Shen Fei motivated himself in his heart. He raised his head, drank the hot drink in his hand, then got up and sat cross-legged in place, and began to meditate. Just as Shen Fei began to work hard to become stronger, in a luxurious suite next to him, 2 girls with 3-point similar faces were sitting together and talking. One of the girls was wearing a red windbreaker and had long waist-length hair. She had a pair of perfectly proportioned legs and her facial features were extremely beautiful. If Shen Fei was here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. This was the Xia Qian he was still muttering when he first joined the Law Enforcement Bureau. The other girl who communicated with Xia Qiang was naturally the girl who went to Xia Qiang's house and invited her to participate in the family assessment together. This broken ship. The spaceship stopped again. Sister, I said from the beginning that if the spaceship breaks, we can just buy one. Why should we return on such a passenger spaceship? You see, it's annoying to just walk and stop. The girl scratched her hair a little annoyed. If she hadn't wanted to be too high profile in the family assessment mission, she really wanted to contact someone to notify the captain of Shenfeng to fly back to Jupiter. It's just a few more days away. Besides, in places like Linjiangxing, the spaceship you bought will be delivered, which will be a lot of time. Xia Qiang said calmly. Well. The girl sighed deeply. However, at this moment, a hint of surprise appeared on her and Xia Qiang's faces at the same time. The girl tapped twice in front of her, and Xia Qiang opened the evolutionary certificate and took a look. It's indeed the second round of the family assessment. A smile appeared on the girl's face, and she said, "It seems that our first wave of tasks has been completed well, and the second round of tasks will come so soon." Xia Qiang didn't say anything, she fell into deep thought as she looked at the content of the task. She got a special virtual realm ticket to the initial virtual realm world. The next task is to explore this virtual realm world and try to complete the tasks in the virtual realm world. The initial virtual realm world? Oh! There is also such a virtual realm world. Xia Qiang looked at the introduction of the mission type about the initial virtual realm world, and there was a look of surprise on her face. This is the first time she knows this virtual world. It seems that it's the first time you've heard of this kind of virtual world. The girl smiled, and she followed. But no matter what, this second round of assessment is finally related to the virtual realm, and this is also my sister's willingness to do so. Xia Qiang didn't say anything, she continued to browse the task information. Suddenly, Xia Qiang's brows frowned slightly. 3-star virtual realm world? Is this mission too difficult, right? Xia Qiang was a little unbelievable. With her strength, she felt difficult even if she entered the 2-star virtual realm world. 3-star rating? When she entered, she would probably be able to rely on her talent in the virtual realm. This is how the family assessment is. Look at the first round of assessment, it should be the easiest, but after I made so much preparation, I finally sacrificed my spaceship to complete the mission. The girl was not surprised, and she followed. But sister, you don't have to worry too much. It was not said that you can't use the virtual realm props during the assessment. I will prepare some useful virtual realm props to bring in. Do you have that much money? Xia Qiang looked at the girl with some doubts. Although her sister has a noble status, a high status does not mean she is rich, especially the props that can work in the 3-star virtual world, which is definitely not ordinary expensive. I have a good sister who is super rich, I can just ask her for help. The girl said confidently. I just helped her once not long ago, and she must be embarrassed to help me with all her strength this time. Xia Qiang didn't say anything else. After pondering for a while, she immediately said, "It would be great if we could find someone to enter this virtual world with us. This will help us the greatest amount." Sister, don't think about this. How could the family give you such a loophole? The girl said helplessly, if there is really such an opportunity, then I secretly invite an evolutionist of the Sun realm above level 7 to enter this virtual realm world. Then what is the difficulty of our mission? But in fact, it's not difficult to hire such a strong man, but what about the tickets for the Void Realm? Needless to say, we all know that the tickets for the initial Void Realm world are extremely rare. For no reason, we can't get it. That's right. Xia Qiang nodded and said nothing more. Time passed, and soon the Shenfeng set out to leave Titan Star. After a brief acceleration, the Shenfeng also entered the space tunnel. During the boring voyage, not everyone has the determination to endure loneliness and stay in their room to meditate with peace of mind. In fact, shortly after the spacecraft set sail, many men and women came to the spacecraft entertainment area to seek excitement. At this time, in a luxurious suite of the spaceship, two young men and women who met each other hugged each other and walked in from outside in just half an hour. Will my husband really not discover it here? Don't worry, this is the top luxury suite, and privacy is definitely worthy of guarantee. If you are not at ease, I have a special shielding device here. The man said, and turned on an instrument with a blue light. In the flash of the seemingly ordinary light, the whole room fell into absolute silence for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the man couldn't wait to pounce on the woman. Isn't it really going to be discovered? The woman seemed to be worried and asked again. Certainly. The man smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to go further, his face suddenly froze. There was a big hole in the woman's chest in front of her. The man felt the huge suction force from it, as if he wanted to swallow him. The man subconsciously wanted to shout, but a sticky ball penetrated into his trachea through his mouth, making him unable to make any sound. In just a blink of an eye, the man disappeared into the woman's chest. About 20 minutes passed. The door of the man's luxurious suite was opened, and a man and a woman walked out of it without any strangeness. Chapter 132 Sudden Attack. On the Shenfeng No. Shenfei, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and he clicked in confusion. The evolutionary verses took a look. It was someone who sent him a message, which made Shenfei even more confused. At this moment, the Shenfeng was flying in the space tunnel. People outside could not send him messages using ordinary communication methods. Only people inside the Shenfeng could contact him through the internal local virtual network. But Shenfei has been meditating since he boarded the Shenfeng and has basically never left the house. He has never known anyone on the Shenfeng. Hello, Mr. Shenfei, I am Lin Ziyi, the captain of the Shenfeng logistics team. We have held a lottery for all passengers riding Shenfeng this time. You are lucky to have won the special prize. If you have time, you can come to the central hall of Shenfeng Entertainment District to receive your reward. Have you won the prize? Shenfei repeatedly watched the message several times and was sure that he read it correctly. This Shenfeng is quite good at playing, and suddenly a lottery draw. Shenfei couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but he also had a little curiosity about the special prize. People are always curious about the unknown, and they are also very interested in the things they come for free. Therefore, Shenfei had almost no hesitation and planned to go out and receive the prize. Click. Shen Fei quickly opened the door of the room and was about to leave, but the next moment, he closed the door again. Think about it carefully, is my luck really that good? Shen Fei fell into deep thought. This Shenfeng is not comparable to a new small broken spacecraft. It is very large and carries at least tens of thousands of passengers. So many passengers happened to draw him? If Shen Fei was just an ordinary passenger, he might not think too much and would happily receive the award, but he just offended the Free Star Alliance army. Although I left Titan Star immediately after I got the news, the Free Star Alliance could not have time to mobilize strength to deal with me on the Shenfeng, but I am not afraid of 10,000, but I am afraid of one. This thought flashed through Shen Fei's mind. He did not hesitate and gave up the idea of receiving the prize. Shen Fei is now a person with billions of imperial coins. Even if this lottery is real, it is better than nothing for him, just satisfying his curiosity. But curiosity cannot be used as a food, so it's better not to be a good person. Hope is that I'm overthinking. Shen Fei sighed in his heart, it's better to return to the solar system as soon as possible. He really has no sense of security outside. Just when Shen Fei gave up on receiving the award, on the other side, next to him, the girl, as Xia Qian's sister, also received a similar message, but after taking a casual glance, she left it behind. Special prize? Boring activity. Time flies quickly. Shen Fei is still staying in his room and meditating. At this time, outside his room, 7 figures come here. There are evolutionists in these 2 rooms. According to the information registered by these people when boarding the ship, they are all very young. With the average human growth curve, these 3 evolutionists are likely to not exceed the 3rd level of the crescent moon. A very enchanting woman said. The bodies of these evolvers have been strengthened to a very high level and are very valuable to us, just kill them and don't damage their flesh too much. The other 6 people nodded, but they did not hesitate anymore, but divided into 2 groups and came outside the doors of the 2 rooms. Dong! 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 Shen Fei, who was meditating, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Shen Fei opened his eyes and through the virtual projection in the room, Shen Fei saw that the man and woman knocking outside were smiling on his face. What's up? Shen Fei did not mean to open the door, but asked through the speaker outside the room. Mr. Shen Fei, we are from the logistics department of Shenfeng. You should have received news from us that you won the special prize in the event we organized. One of the women said. Because you haven't received the reward for a long time, we specially sent the prize to you. That's a problem, just put it outside the door. Shen Fei said directly. This is not possible, Mr. Shen Fei, according to regulations, this prize must be authenticated before it can be given to you. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay? There was a hint of helplessness in the woman's voice. Then I don't want this prize anymore, you guys go. As Shen Fei said, he also pointed at the evolutionary certificate, and suddenly, a long black sword appeared in his hand. Okay, that's bothering you. Huh? Could it be that I'm overthinking? Shen Fei looked at the 2 people who were about to leave in the virtual projection, and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. However, just when Shen Fei was about to take back the knife, suddenly, the two men who had just turned around and left a few steps suddenly returned. The man's arms bulged several times in an instant, and his arms, which were originally just ordinary thick and thin, became as thick as a human waist in his blink. The man stepped forward and punched Shen Fei's door at the room where he was. Boom! After a dull sound, the metal door was instantly bombarded. A man and a woman entered Shen Fei's room directly with the flying metal door. But at this moment, laugh! A sword light suddenly burst out, and the metal door that flew backwards was instantly cut into two pieces. Then, a figure that had reached 3 meters high appeared in front of a man and a woman. This is naturally Shen Fei, who used the transformation of the wilderness god without hesitation. In reality, attribute bonuses cannot be used randomly, but Huang Shen transformed without this concern. Faced with emergencies, Shen Fei did not dare to be careless at all, so he naturally used the bottom-up method as soon as possible. However, at this time, a man and a woman looked unchanged when they saw Shen Fei after they transformed. Kill him! The two rushed straight towards Shen Fei without stopping. That man's swelling arms even glowed with purple light. The people from the Free Star Alliance are really crazy. They just came here directly. Shen Fei was also a little shocked. This group of people was really lawless. Of course, although Shen Fei was shocked, he didn't panic. Judging from the speed, these two people should not be strong. It is estimated that they should be evolvers of the third level of the new moon. Although Shen Fei is also an evolutionist at the third level of the crescent moon, his basic attributes are more than 100 tons. After breaking through the third level of the crescent moon, the increase in the full body attributes of the transformed god of waste has also increased by 3 times. To increase 3 times, it means to become 4 times the original. Shen Fei's basic attributes at this moment have actually exceeded that of a small number of 4th-level evolutionists in the crescent moon. If you have to say it, it has reached the level of Limu's 3 combat machines in the world of Crisis of Change. In terms of strength, these two people are far inferior to Shen Fei, so he naturally does not panic. Of course, Shen Fei was not careless either. What if these two people had any weapons to die together? You should know that killing people does not necessarily depend on strength. Shen Fei can be said to have a deep understanding of this in the world of Falling Sky. Kavitana is definitely very strong, but wasn't she sent to the west by a small antimatter bomb? Before the two of them could approach, Shen Fei rushed out suddenly. Shen Fei's speed was nearly 10 times that of the two, and when the figures of both sides interlaced by swish, swish, 2 big heads instantly soared into the sky. Chapter 133 Shock. Humph, vulnerable. Shen Fei looked back and sneered in his heart. This Free Star Alliance is indeed a stray dog. Is it just 2 evolvers from the third level of the new moon trying to kill him? At least you have to have a sun realm. However, if you kill someone on the Tianfeng here, trouble will definitely be indispensable later. Shen Fei frowned again, and he felt unlucky in his heart. However, Shen Fei was not panicked. Not to mention that he was the victim of forced counterattack, this matter should not be too complicated. Even if he was really in trouble, he could ask Jin Xiao for help. I believe that with Jin Xiao's ability, it should not be difficult to settle this matter. While Shen Fei was thinking in his heart, a muffled sound suddenly came from outside. It seems that it was the news coming from next door. Why? I was not the only one attacking the Free Star Alliance. Such a coincidence. Shen Fei was puzzled, and he also vaguely realized something was wrong. And just as Shen Fei was thinking about whether to go and take a look, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Shen Fei turned around in an instant, and then he saw a scene that surprised him. The two people who were beheaded by him just now were still standing there, and they each carried their heads and put them back on their necks. In the blink of an eye, the two heads grew intact. What's the matter? Shen Fei was shocked. This could not be the ability of evolution. Moreover, it is not in the virtual realm at this moment, and it is impossible to have a virtual realm talent. Unless, you two are not humans. Shen Fei shouted suddenly, and then he lifted his sword and rushed towards the two of them without hesitation. Laugh! Laugh! Shen Fei's knife instantly pierced through the two of them, but in an instant, the wounds on their bodies recovered as before. After two consecutive attacks, Shen Fei already understood that ordinary attacks could not do anything to them. I'll hold him back, you go and ask for help, the man said, and then his swelling arms slammed at Shen Fei. The other woman went out of the room without any hesitation. But with Shen Fei's speed, how could the two of them succeed? Before the man's fist could approach Shen Fei had already kicked the other party in the face and kicked him out directly. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei caught up with the woman who wanted to leave, and directly pulled him back into the room by pulling him. After the test just now, Shen Fei had already vaguely understood that these two people were actually as good as Crystal Core Life, with the ability to not fear physical attacks. Shen Fei didn't know if these two people had weaknesses like Crystal Nucleus Life, but this actually didn't matter, because his ability is no longer incompetent to him. Shen Fei quickly clicked on the evolution certificate, and the knife in his hand disappeared instantly, followed by another knife. Shen Fei is not short of money now, and he has prepared a lot of the same knife. Among them, some of the knives were coated with super organic toxins that Jin Xiao bought for him. 1 milligram can lithify 10 tons of organic matter. Look at whether you die. Shen Fei sneered, and in an instant, the tip of the knife stabbed the two of them several times. Sure enough, the moment Shen Fei's knife stabbed into the two of them, their movements froze. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei replenished several times, allowing more organic toxins to penetrate into the bodies of the two. Soon, the body of a man and a woman completely became rocky and lost its vitality. However, at this point, Shen Fei was still worried. He repeatedly beat the two men's bodies to pieces after they were rocky. This is just in case. Now that he is not in the virtual realm, Shen Fei cannot judge the life and death of the two by whether he gets the attribute bonus. Judging from the two's previous performance, Shen Fei feels that it is not safe to simply rock the body, so he did a find-up without hesitation. Wait, this is... Suddenly, Shen Fei's face was slightly stunned, and his eyes instantly focused on two shiny things in the gravel. Shen Fei was so familiar with this thing that he couldn't be familiar with it anymore. Crystal nucleus of crystal nucleus life. Shen Fei felt incredible and instantly realized that it's gone in vain. The reason why the two of them immortal just now was not that their abilities were similar to crystal core life, but that they were crystal core life. Shen Fei quickly picked up two crystal cores, and he exerted lightly, and suddenly, one of the crystal cores became shattered. It seems like a child. Shen Fei frowned immediately, and a child appeared. So is there a real crystal core life in this spacecraft? Without precaution, the invasion ability of crystal nucleus life is undoubtedly a pervert. Just now, these two crystal core lives dared to directly attack him, which shows that they may have a certain degree of control over the Shen Feng. I really didn't expect that there were crystal core lives in reality, and I also encountered them. Shen Fei secretly said in his heart that he was unlucky. He would rather be revenged by the Free Star Alliance than encounter this thing. However, Shen Fei was not too pessimistic. The Shenfeng was a medium-sized passenger spacecraft of the Empire. No matter what, it would have a Sun Realm Evolver as a guard and should also be equipped with some powerful weapons. Even if it is crystal core life, it is impossible to penetrate the entire spacecraft casually. Just when Shen Fei was surprised that the crystal core life appeared, he was in the next room. 4 crystal-like energy cages locked the 4 crystal core life subbody that broke into it. The girl beside Xia Qian frowned and looked at the 4 people, and she asked coldly. Say, who sent a girl to snatch the model and play the role of a model? If you have the ability, kill us. The 4 crystal nucleus life children spoke without fear. They broke in just now, but they were just careless and locked in the cage. But the 4 of them were not panicked at all. They had a tacit understanding in their hearts. They pretended to be dead later. After the man in front of them thought he would kill them and remove the energy cage, they suddenly exploded, catching the 2 of them off guard. Humph, isn't it easy to die? The girl sneered and lit a few times in front of her. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying high temperature burst out from the energy cages. In just a moment, the 4 people turned into ashes under the high temperature. You just killed them like this? Xia Qian was a little surprised. Isn't this a self-destructive clue? Just 4 new Moon Realm Evolvers, and there is no clue that can't be found in them. The girl followed closely and said, Let's go, sister, let's meet the captain of the Shenfeng. Good. Xia Qian naturally didn't refuse. It was necessary to figure it out. The 2 of them quickly left the room. At this time, Xia Qian suddenly asked, Your weapon is quite powerful. These 4 evolvers are not weak anymore. They were actually killed by you in an instant. Can you carry such a weapon after you enter the virtual realm? Sister, don't think about this. This is a self-defense weapon specially customized for me by my father for my safety. Even when facing high-level Sun Realm, you have the ability to protect yourself. This weapon is so expensive that it is scary. If you turn it into a virtual realm version, I dare not think about the cost. Halfway through the girl, she suddenly realized that something was wrong, and said this in front of Xia Qiang, which was a bit of a show-off. Of course, Xia Qiang didn't care. She looked around casually, and then Xia Qiang frowned slightly. Why does it seem like the next door was attacked? Xia Qiang had just spoken, and the next moment, she was stunned, and a familiar figure walked out of it. Chapter 134 Grasshopper on a Rope. Shen Fei walked out of the room. If he guessed correctly, the person next door should have been attacked by the crystal nucleus life subodi. Now everyone is a grasshopper on the same boat, and everyone is a force to deal with the life of the crystal core. Shen Fei is preparing to see if the person in the next room is still alive. If he is still alive, it is best to save him. At this moment, Shen Fei had just come out of the room and saw two women walking towards him. Shen Fei's first reaction was to be vigilant. Now anyone on the spacecraft may be a crystal core life. Shen Fei was naturally vigilant when he saw a person. However, after being alert, Shen Fei was shocked immediately. Xia Qiang, is it you? Shen Fei was shocked. You? Xia Qiang was also slightly stunned at this time. She obviously didn't expect to meet Shen Fei here. Of course, Xia Qiang didn't know about the life of Crystal Core at this moment, so she was not wary of Shen Fei. I really didn't expect to meet you here. Xia Qiang smiled and was about to step forward, but at this time, Shen Fei suddenly reached out to stop her. Xia Qiang, but I still remember that in the Imperial assessment, the fierce and bad Ding-killing valley was lost in front of me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Shen Fei shouted angrily. Hearing this, Xia Qiang stopped instantly, and her brows frowned slightly. What are you talking nonsense? Xia Qiang's face suddenly sank. She almost forgot not to mention this matter. As a result, Shen Fei not only mentioned it again, but also turned the tables. Don't you know who stabbed whom? Then last time in the world of Crisis of Changes, you snatched all my spoils away. How should you explain? Shen Fei asked again. You took 5 copies of that crystal core, but I only took 4 copies. After a slight silence, Xia Qiang accurately explained the division of the 2 trophies. She vaguely realized that Shen Fei's 2 consecutive words that were completely untuned may be testing her. So she answered patiently. When Shen Fei heard Xia Qiang's words, his vigilance suddenly felt relieved. He was indeed testing Xia Qiang just now. After all, Xia Qiang does not have the talent of the virtual realm in reality. If she is attacked by the crystal core life, it is not impossible for her to be killed. Once Xia Qiang is killed, the one that appears in front of Shen Fei is the child of the crystal core life. Although crystal core life can perfectly occupy human body, it cannot obtain human memory. According to Shen Fei's experience in the world of Crisis of Changes last time, crystal core life investigates a person's identity in advance, and then develops it into a child body to perfectly hide it in human society. Therefore, through the test of 2 consecutive questions, Shen Fei could completely confirm that Xia Qiang's in front of him was indeed his own. Ha ha ha, Sister Xia Qiang, it's really you. It's really great that you're fine. Shen Fei walked over with a big laugh. Has anyone pretended to be me to deceive you? Xia Qiang asked with a displeasure. This is hard to describe. Shen Fei did not rush to explain, but he said directly, I'll go to the next door first, the people there may need help. However, before Shen Fei set off, the girl next to Xia Qiang said directly. If you mean room 101, I think you don't have to go, we came out of it. You seem to have been attacked, do you know what happened to this attack? Is it you too? Shen Fei was a little surprised. It turned out that he and Xia Qiang had been neighbors for a while. Shen Fei, this is Xia Ji, I'm my sister. Xia Qiang explained, perhaps in front of her sister, Xia Qiang was rarely serious. Hearing this, Shen Fei understood that he did not say anything else to make fun of him, but seriously explained what happened just now. After all, Xia Qiang is a person who has experienced a world of mutant crisis and knows very well about crystal core life. Therefore, after listening to Shen Fei's words, her heart immediately skipped a beat. She never expected that she would encounter crystal core life in reality. Sister, is this crystal core life very troublesome? Xia Ji saw that Xia Qiang's face was a little wrong and immediately asked. Not an ordinary trouble. Xia Qiang's face explained solemnly, and after hearing the various abilities of crystal core life, Xia Ji's expression finally changed. This kind of invisible but ubiquitous enemy is indeed terrifying. Not to mention, the Shenfeng is still in the space tunnel, so it is difficult to even ask for help. Originally, they were planning to meet the captain of the Shenfeng, but now, the other party may not be trustworthy. 5 minutes later, Shen Fei and Xia Qiang sisters walked towards the main control room of the spacecraft. The three of them were on the same spacecraft, and without any explicit explanation, they all understood that they were already grasshoppers on the same rope and they had to join in groups now. After all, there are many people and great power, and no matter how many people say it is, 3 people are better than 1 or 2. Not to mention, in Shen Fei's eyes, Xia Qiang and the others were able to deal with the crystal core life attacking them alone, which means they must be capable, and it is absolutely right to be with them. In the eyes of Xia Qiang and Xia Ji, Shen Fei also solved the attack on his crystal core life alone, and his strength was also guaranteed. The key is that it was Shen Fei who told them the crystal core life, which proved that Shen Fei was credible. In the current environment, it is undoubtedly very important to be a trustworthy person. After deciding to join the group, the 3 of them quickly realized that they could not sit still and wait for death. It is not yet known how far the Shenfeng has been infiltrated, but they can only bet that the spacecraft has not been fully infiltrated. Otherwise, even if the 3 of them rely on their strength to protect themselves, the crystal core life controls the spacecraft to fly to some extremely dangerous places, or they simply detonate the spacecraft's engine. What should we do? In short, they must not be ostriches, they have to take the initiative to do something. However, before the 3 of them could walk to the main control room of the spacecraft, an accident happened suddenly. 7 or 8 evolvers holding various weapons suddenly rushed out under the leadership of a man with long hair and surrounded the 3 of them. You 3 are so brave. You dare to come out so blatantly if you kill someone. The long-haired man stared at the 3 of them coldly, with a hint of self-suppression in his voice. When Shen Fei heard his words, he was shocked. This crystal core life actually relied on the power of the divine phoenix to deal with us. Shen Fei looked at the group of people appearing in front of him, but he felt relieved unconsciously. Since the crystal core life is still using the power of the Shenfeng to deal with them, it means that the crystal core life can only hide in the dark now and does not fully control the Shenfeng. Thinking in his heart, Shen Fei also looked at Xia Qiang's sister. The other party said before that if this situation occurs, she will solve it. I wonder what she will do? Chapter 135 Captain Feng Yi. You are the captain of the guard of the Shenfeng, are you an evolver in the Sun Realm? At this time, Xia Ji looked at the long-haired man and asked calmly. Do you say we kill people, is there any evidence? Are there any consequences for the private affairs? Do you think what you do is seamless? The long-haired man seemed to hear a joke. He winked at the person next to him, and suddenly the man played 2 videos out. The first video is about 2 staff members of Shenfeng who were killed in Shen Fei's room. Shen Fei inserted the sword into the 2 of them with a ferocious expression. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had Rocky all over their bodies, and Shen Fei then kicked the 2 who had Rocky smell to pieces, looking extremely irritable. The key is that the video came to an abrupt end here. Just looking at this section, Shen Fei is not only a murderer, but may also be listed as a perverted murderer. The second video shows the indifferent Summer Sorrow turning the 4 people trapped by unknown means into ashes. Oh my god, that little brother looks pretty handsome. I didn't expect to be so perverted. Look at his expression, it's so terrible. What's even more terrifying is that little girl, look at her killing when the 4 people died, there was no fluctuation on their faces, and their hearts must have been extremely cold. These 3 people really killed people. They suddenly killed people on the Shenfeng. Are they crazy? It must be crazy. At this time, many passengers were looking at this place from afar, and they were discussing one after another. Judging from these 2 videos alone, it is completely no problem to determine that the 3 are the murderers. What else do you have to say? The long-haired man snorted coldly. Just this, you will catch us? Those 2 rooms are our rooms. Can you explain why those 6 people appeared in our room? If you don't understand the cause and effect, you will just catch us? What if they broke into our room first and wanted to do something wrong? Xia Ji asked coldly. You are from Star Airlines, right? That's how your Captain Lin Cheng teaches you. Do you know the captain? The long-haired man's expression changed slightly. Look at me with your eyes wide. Xia Ji said and clicked a few times in front of him, and the long-haired man quickly received some information. After reading this information, he looked up at Xia Ji a few more times, and suddenly, the cold sweat on his face was flowing down. I'm fucking. Is this your own sister? It's a bit cruel. Shen Fei asked in Xia Qiang's ear in a low voice. Brother Shen Fei is moved? I advise you not to think too much. Xia Qiang smiled slightly. Hee. Shen Fei smiled coldly, feeling a little disdainful. Although this summer solstice is 3 points similar to Xia Qiang, unfortunately, the key part is so bad that it is not at all about his aesthetic point. He was just surprised at his performance. There is something wrong with this matter, you should have understood it. Xia Zhi asked. Understood. The long-haired man nodded immediately. These two videos are indeed a bit irrelevant. Just based on these two videos, if the murderer is an ordinary person, even if he finds something wrong, he must first deduct it. After all, it was indeed killing people. But the person in front of him was probably not intentional. Even if he really killed someone on purpose, he would not be able to detain the other party. In the Empire, privileges existed explicitly. I will investigate immediately, the long-haired man said in a deep voice. We'll talk about it after investigation. Now take us to the main control room of the spacecraft, Xia Zhi said. Yes. The long-haired man nodded immediately. The long-haired man quickly took Shen Fei and the other four away, and while in the same place, some passengers who were originally watching the fun were also a little confused. Judging from the change in the attitude of the guard captain, the girl's identity is obviously very unusual. It must be a nobleman. I didn't expect that the noble ladies would come to take such a spaceship. The passengers were talking, and a small number of people left quietly after seeing the three of them safe and sound, and quickly headed towards the spacecraft. On the other side. Originally, he just wanted to take Shen Fei and others to the main control room of the spacecraft to see the long-haired man of the captain of the Shen Feng, but his face was filled with shock. While walking, Xia Zhi told him about the life of the crystal core. It was also the first time I heard about crystal nuclear life, and now I just felt a little chilling in my heart. Because Xia Zhi told him personally, even if there was no evidence, the long-haired man unconsciously believed it 70% or 80%. Moreover, when the long-haired man thought about it casually, he immediately thought of the strange behavior of his two subordinates. If no one told him about the life of the crystal core, he might not care, but now he suspected that the two subordinates had been controlled by the life of the crystal core. I will meet the captain of the Shen Feng later, don't rush to tell him about this, Xia Zhi said. You should have some knowledge of your captain, right? You can ask him something and see if he can answer accurately. I think our captain should be fine, the long-haired man said. Our captain is an evolutionist in the Sun Realm who has been transferred from the army. He is much stronger than me. I feel that the captain is at least a strong man at level 5 or above in the Sun Realm. If even the captain is in trouble, then I will be finished. Above the 5th level of the Sun Realm. Shen Fei, who was beside him, was shocked when he heard this. Even those who break through the 5th level of the new moon can break through the Sun Realm, are the 4th level of the Sun Realm. The 5th level of the Sun Realm is absolutely terrifying. Even the weakest 5th level of the Sun Realm is much stronger than his current one. In fact, Xia Qiang and Xia Xie were also a little surprised. Among the evolutionists in the Sun Realm, the 1st and 2nd level are the most common. Level 3 and level 4 are very rare, level 5 or even above. Absolutely called a strong man. But such a strong man is the captain of a small divine phoenix? Xia Zhi asked. Then I don't know. The long-haired man shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhi didn't ask more questions. There was obviously a hidden story here, but now is not the time to ask about this. Not long after, the four of them met the captain of the Shenfeng in the main control room. The captain's name is Feng Yi. He looks about 40 or 50 years old. He is wearing a grey dress with a somewhat metal texture and a beard on his face, which makes him feel undressed. After seeing Feng Yi, the long-haired man immediately explained Xia Zhi's identity to him. Feng Yi also had a look of surprise on his face when he heard this, but he was not as exaggerated as a man with long hair. It is my honor to be able to ride the Shenfeng. If you need it, I can provide some help. Feng Yi looked at Xia Zhi calmly. What you need help now is yourself. Xia Zhi said lightly, without her needing to say more. The long-haired man immediately told Feng Yi everything. Crystal Core Life. Feng Yi seemed to have some understanding of Crystal Core Life and didn't need to explain it much. After hearing this name, his expression changed immediately. Everyone, wait! Feng Yi suddenly closed his eyes, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Call. When Feng Yi appeared again, he was already in front of a crew member in the main control room, and his hand also pierced the lower left position of the crew member's chest. Captain, you. Everyone was a little shocked, but Feng Yi ignored others. He withdrew his palm. At this time, there was a crystal shining with a glimmer in his hand. There is no doubt that this is the crystal nucleus of the crystal nucleus life, or the crystal nucleus of the subody. It's really a crystal core life. Feng Yi suddenly crushed the crystal core in his hand, and then Feng Yi's body moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 more crew members fell down. Captain, you're crazy. The still alive crew members changed their faces. They could not believe that the usually amiable captain suddenly made such a fuss, and so many people were killed in an instant. However, Feng Yi ignored these doubts and said in a deep voice, "From now on, everyone is not allowed to leave the main control room or have any contact with the outside world. I will explain the reason later. P.S. Please support." Chapter 136 Skills of Using the Power of the Mind. It can be seen that Feng Yi has a great reputation on the Shenfeng. He killed a lot of people without warning, but just one sentence made most of them quiet. You are right. A crystal core life has already arrived on the Shenfeng. Feng Yi returned to Shen Fei and others, and said with a solemn expression. I really didn't expect that, Captain Feng Yi, you can actually discover the crystal core of the crystal core of the crystal core life. Xia Zhi felt relieved at this moment. What makes people afraid of the life of crystal core is that they are hidden in the crowd and it is difficult to distinguish their identities. But now Feng Yi can actually discover the identity of the crystal core life. Feng Yi himself is terrifyingly strong, so the invaded crystal core life this time is not that terrible, and it will be a matter of time to be solved. This is a special exploration technique I learned in the early years in the army. Sometimes, it can discover many details that machines cannot find. Feng Yi explained, and he followed. Although I can find traces of the life of the crystal nucleus, I must not be careless until they are really solved. I hope you will always be vigilant. I understand. Xia Zhi nodded, and not far away, Shen Fei nodded secretly in his heart as he listened to what the two said. Although it was unlucky to encounter crystal nuclear life, fortunately, the captain of the Shenfeng was not very reliable. Not only is he strong, but he is also cautious enough. With such a captain, what kind of storm can a mere crystal core life cause? At this time, Feng Yi did not say anything to Xia's Hizhou. He turned his head and looked at the long-haired man, and said, "I will go to the spaceship to find traces of crystal core life, but once they realize the danger, they may be anxious. I need you and your people to guard the 3 places of the main control room, the arsenal, and the engine compartment. As long as these 3 places are not lost, the Shenfeng will not be in trouble." "Yes." The long-haired man nodded immediately, but a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Judging from the news that Xia Ji told him, the crystal core lives on the Shenfeng are likely to be not weak at this moment. He is an evolutionist in the Sun Realm and can definitely defend one of them. But his men? Not to mention that there may be crystal core life hidden in it, the hard power of those crystal core lives alone may be more than his subordinates. There is no way, if you can be an ordinary guard on the Shenfeng, most of them are just evolvers at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level of the Crescent Moon, and the 4th level of the Crescent Moon is already a genius. That kind of evolver will be very popular wherever he goes. Who can be idle and come to be an ordinary guard? Feng Yi was embarrassed when he saw the man with long hair, and he knew in his heart that this task was difficult to do. After all, there were many places that needed to be guarded. As for the guard work, Feng Yi fell into deep thought, and at this moment, Xia Ji suddenly spoke. "Captain Feng Yi, I can share part of this mission." "That's so thankful." A smile appeared on Feng Yi's face. He was not worried about Xia Ji's safety. He believed that as Xia Ji's identity, he would not leave the solar system alone and would not be prepared at all. "This is nothing. The Shenfeng and we are both prosperous and both rich and loose. I don't want to see something happening to it." Xia Ji smiled slightly, and she followed. "Also, Captain Feng Yi, can you teach us the skills that can detect the life of crystal nuclei? This will be more efficient." "It's not that I don't want to teach it, but this technique is actually a skill to use the power of the mind. If you have the power of the mind, you can try to learn it." Feng Yi's eyes were on Shen Fei and the other 3. Although the long-haired man was in the Sun Realm, Feng Yi knew him very well and knew that he had not understood the power of his mind at all. The power of the mind. Xia Qiang suddenly felt silent when she heard this, and Xia Ji immediately said nothing. "Captain Feng Yi, can the power of the mind be just getting started?" Shen Fei asked, and in an instant, a series of surprised gazes instantly focused on Shen Fei. Xia Qiang never expected that Shen Fei had already mastered the spiritual power she had longed for. Shen Fei and she participated in the imperial examination in the same class as her, and seemed to be of the same age. People like Xia Ji, long-haired men, etc. simply didn't expect that Shen Fei could actually control the power of his mind. After all, Shen Fei has always been inconspicuous. "What do you call this little brother?" Feng Yi asked. In the lower Shen Fei, the law enforcement officer of Mu Vison's virtual realm in the Water City. Shen Fei smiled and said his own identity. "So that's it." Feng Yi nodded. "I can give you this technique, but I don't guarantee whether I can learn it. I have tried to give it to others before, but only 1 out of 10 can learn it. Please give me a thank you. Shen Fei said thank you. I will try it. I will learn how to make a lot of money. I will never lose money if I learn it. After a moment, at Feng Yi's request, Shen Fei sat cross-legged on the spot, while he sat opposite Shen Fei. Little brother, you have also realized the power of the mind. You should understand that this power is illusory. I cannot describe the skills I mentioned in words, so I can only let you personally understand how to use this technique. Feng Yi said, and Shen Fei nodded. Close your eyes and feel it calmly. Feng Yi spoke slowly, and Shen Fei immediately did it. After closing his eyes, it was pitch black at the beginning. Suddenly, Shen Fei felt a cold feeling above his skin. Shen Fei vaguely understood in his heart that this should be Feng Yi's behavior when he was exploring. I seem to be able to block this feeling with my soul's power. Shen Fei thought in his mind. Of course, he didn't do that, after all, Feng Yi was teaching. At the same time, Xia Qiang and Xia Zhi stayed by. Xia Zhi looked at Shen Fei who was sitting cross-legged with interest, and she suddenly asked. Sister, are you quite familiar with Shen Fei? How did you meet? I know it in the virtual realm. Xia Qiang said calmly, but Xia Qiang immediately felt something was wrong. She vaguely felt that Xia Zhi's attitude towards Shen Fei had just changed. At the beginning, Xia Zhi completely regarded Shen Fei as a passerby, even if the three of them were grasshoppers on the same rope, but just now, Xia Zhi's eyes looked at Shen Fei differently. Xia Qiang did not think it was because Shen Fei mastered the power of the mind. For Xia Zhi, although Shen Fei mastered the power of the mind at this age, it should not make him look at him with admiration. Why do I feel that, sister, you care about this person very much? Xia Zhi asked with a smile. You care more, right? Xia Qiang asked back. My sister observed it very carefully. I suddenly realized that I seemed to know this person. Xia Zhi said with a smile. Chapter 137 Sisterhood. In just 5 minutes, Shen Fei and Feng Yi, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up at the same time. This teaching process is indeed simple and crude, and does not take too much time. Otherwise, when the Shen Feng is facing a life crisis in the crystal core, it is impossible for Feng Yi to spend time teaching Shen Fei first. After all, although it will be very helpful if Shen Fei learns it, he is likely not able to learn it. Of course, it is very likely that Shen Fei would not learn Feng Yi's previous idea, but now his views have changed. At this moment, Feng Yi felt a chill that was wandering around his body, and he was also a little shocked. Shen Fei actually learned it. Although some of the people I taught before can learn it, but as fast as you are, it is really the first one. Feng Yi exclaimed. This young man named Shen Fei was really surprising. You taught me all by Captain Feng Yi. Shen Fei said with a smile. In fact, after learning this exploration technique, Shen Fei suddenly realized that the power of the mind is not only an increase in attack and promoting the development of internal circulation. The reason why his spiritual power could only be added to attack was because he realized the power of the mind from the sword of the wilderness. But in fact, the ways of using the power of the mind should be diverse. For example, the exploration